Come on then, lads, this morning we'll start all together for 5 minutes and then I'll take the 2 guys that are in plus everyone below from there. Just grab a bit of space on the deck to start.
Stickers up the boys.
Just grab a bit of space on the floor.
Just on your back, on top of your knee, drop that down, opposite arm overhead, just stretch off the back.
Arms into a W shape, bit like a wall slide, but on the floor, pin your back into the floor, challenge your shoulder range overhead. So elbows and hands as close to the turf as you can get them. Yeah. 8 of those. Just drop back to hamstring. So hamstring on the other leg first for about 20 seconds. Drop in and out. And then out to the side, same on the other side, just hold, get into a good position first, then give it a bit of stretch. Once you're there, just open it through here. 5 each side. Drop up on your hands, drop through at your heel. Hold for a couple of seconds. seconds, about 4 or 5 on each side. Pop down onto the floor, arm out to the side, slightly higher than your shoulder, stretch through your pec. Other way down. Okay, swap side. Okay, just down in this position, try and do 5 reps and hold for a couple of seconds, external rotation and back down. Try and get your chest as high as you can. Hold for 2 seconds, back down, do 5 of those. Try and get your forearm off the floor twice. Hands out to the side, nice and high, bring them overhead, 6 of those. Just finish up, so pop up onto your hands, hand to shoulder, 6 each side, and then 6 push-ups. Try and keep your hips still as possible while you're changing your hands. Once you've done those, the guys that are in, plus everyone below with me, let's go to stay here, stay where you are. Let's go to stay where you are. Zip it up. Zippers. Okay, the rest of us are just going to do a bit of core and glutes. Starting off then. Maggie, you're in there. Sorry, hold it down. Try and keep nice and tight, get it folded at each side. No, don't rotate the hips. 25, 10 and 15 and back. Just do that really down. Do here. Once you've done that, then it's a bird dog again, break from 1 and 3. Real easy. Back up, then each side. Rotation again. Good. Just working first 5 metres, so just up here, down and up, hold. Try and stay up on the balls of your feet, and then put the balls of the feet contact on the floor. Up to here, down, up. Working on that nice stiff contact. 2 as well. If they say it's safe, and they say it's on you, just 1 down. Like the next one there, before on the side, just press up.
Push down.
Good. If you can stagger this one,
No, but push down. Pop it.
Stick it and hold it a bit. A little bit more laterally, less forward.
Next one there to be so bang. What we're going to do is keep the push over slow. Slow control, eight to the side. Side plank, and then with the leg raise.
Good, just put that into a little bit more specific stuff that you're batting, so almost on the line you're going to go as if you're batting stance. So you can do here, generate to 5, off through, about not max effort the first one, so we'll do a few of these. Next one, a little bit harder over 5, so almost max effort over 5, hold through to 10.
Get it. Each side, that's what.
Put up the nose.
Yeah, one more this time over 10, so as hard as you can over 10.
Element of clamshells, slow, slow, keep tucked in.
3, 2, 1.
Go! Oh, go!
Each side again. Slow, focus on squeeze.
Yeah.
8 on each side. Slow. Tell your pelvis. And then straight leg raise. Back down. Don't touch your feet together. Down. Together.
Take this.
Last thing then, keep out one knee bent. All we're going to do is rotate up, go down, straight out the sky. Keep your knees close together. Again, 8 each side. Focus on squeeze. That slow turn on, bring it up. Hold that top position. 8 on each side, focus on squeeze and hold the top position. Close together. Come on. Catches. Okay. Yes.
Come on. Wicket. Cross. Stop. Bang.
Hey, boys!
Get in there, please. Get in there for the left, please.
I'm going to whack this ball in the air, it's incredible.
Yeah.
In the air, high.
Hi, boy.
Okay, Will's going to try and catch it. You side can try and put him off. Yeah! As close as you can. Below 2 meters.
You know, go up more.
Ready? The other way you want to him. Can't get inside 2 meters. No. Not when he's trying to catch it. Ready?
One more.
Yeah, I like the move.
Oh, God, you're definitely down there.
Come on, Doc.
Okay, fuck you guys, please. Come on, Steve. Put him off, please. Please. Put him off. Please. Vicky. Please.
Who's that?
Stand. Hey.
Ricky?
Anywhere?
Oh, shot, boy.
Well.
You have to. Yes!
It's like when Charlie Rose.
Oh my God!
Wonderful, wonderful. B-root. Come on, normal height, boys. Yes, big chance, Chad. Yes, Tom,
Oh, she's in the way.
normal catches. Catch one.
Oh, there's my gap.
Yes, Sellers.
There's my gap.
Glamorgan frustrate Gloucestershire in curtailed Cardiff clash. The Bob Willis Trophy hasn't proved to be the happiest of hunting grounds for Glamorgan so far. They're one of 3 winless sides in the central group, but a return to Sophia Gardens for the first time could see them get their campaign off the mark, but they'd have to wait. Rain in Cardiff meant no play was possible on the first day, with the contest finally getting underway at midday on day 2. The visitors won the toss and they put their hosts into bat. Nick Selman and Charlie Hemphrey made a good start, but tight bowling from the Gloucestershire attack kept the run rate down, just 1 boundary coming from the first session of play. It meant when they reached lunch, Glamorgan were 27 for naught off of 18 overs. There would be no change to the total when Nick Selman edged Shaw through to Hankins to depart for 11 soon after the restart. The cricketing cliché struck again. As soon as Glamorgan had lost 1 wicket, they lost a second. Hemphrey's off-stump pinned back by Shaw. Kieran Carlson could do little better. Matthew Taylor found his edge and Roderick took the catch behind the stumps. Billy Root and Chris Cook saw Glamorgan reach 50, but the captain would fall to the very next ball. LBW for 4 to David Payne. It was tough going for Glamorgan. George Scott would make the next breakthrough for Gloucestershire. Cullen pushed at 1 outside off, but he could only feather it through to Roderick. Dan Douthwaite joined Root and the pair navigated their way through to tea at 80 for 5, the difficult conditions made clear by the run rate of 1.72.
Matt 80 for 5 suggests a day of struggle. What did you make of the way that your batsman went about coping with the conditions?
Well, obviously in that period before lunch, he was just trying to get through really and away to lunch. I thought the Gloucester bowlers bowled really well, held a good length, full length, and there's a bit in the pitch there. It was nipping around a little bit as you'd expect, having been under covers for the last couple of days, and there was some swing as well. So I thought they exploited the conditions very well. The way our openers got through to lunch was rather pleasing, actually. They showed a little bit of fight there, and then obviously afterwards they tried to press on a little bit more and maybe went at a couple of balls that weren't quite full enough to drive on that particular pitch. But look, I think they tried to put the accelerator on a little bit more. It didn't really come off.
Right application, just the execution not quite there yet? Yeah,
pretty much. I think it summed it up well there, Nick. Look, you know me, I like to see positive cricket, but there are times where you got to get stuck in. I thought that the movements of the batters were all very good today. They were getting to the ball, getting close to the ball, and to try to defend and then obviously attack, but didn't quite get the attacking shots right.
There'll be a bit of pressure on the second innings if you get to a second innings though.
Well, look, we've still got some fine players in the pavilion here. We've got Billy's in great form, and Dan showed, I think, glimpses of how good he is in that brief innings that he was there tonight. So looking forward to watching them bat in the morning, and hopefully we'll see Waggy sometime after lunch.
Currently at Tottenham having a medical. What? So hard. Tottenham medical. Free transfer. Oh, I said a Michelle Ball. He let him go, haven't he? Yeah. I think they'll sell the Reeves and then Gazzy will be number one. Back up. All right.
Morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens, Cardiff, for day 3 of this Bob Willis Trophy match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me is Stephen Lamb, representing BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Gloucester. I say day 3 of the match, but we have had a grand total of 48 overs bowled. Glamorgan reaching 80 for 5 after being put in to bat. And Stephen, it was very much Gloucestershire's bowler's day yesterday.
Yeah, it was heavy-going stuff as well, wasn't it? Those 80 runs coming off 48 overs, as you say. Slow going, but Gloucestershire bowled very well as a unit. They didn't have any luck before lunch. There were numerous cases of the ball passing the bat when shots were being played. And Glamorgan would have felt pretty chuffed to get through to that interval. But then both openers going straight afterwards, really, and the flow continued until the flow turned into rain.
Indeed, which it did pretty heavily at the tea interval, and something of a relief maybe for Glamorgan. Now, this morning's conditions, there is heavy cloud over the ground at the moment. It has rained in large parts of South Wales within the last hour. But at the moment, we have had no rain at Sophia Gardens, so fingers crossed.
Yeah, you can see evidence of the rain pretty well all around us. Certainly away to our left, it looks very murky indeed. But that has avoided the ground so far. There is some brighter weather on our right-hand side towards the city centre. So maybe that's coming in our direction. Let's hope so. We've got the umpires out there and the players following. Ian Blackwell and Jeff Evans.
Indeed, some rather optimistic shades being sported by the umpires this morning, which may not come into play, really. The overnight batsman, Billy Root, 18 not out. Dan Douthwaite, 8 not out. And Graham Wagg still to come. A man in reasonable form with the bat, 54 and 9 not out in the last game. And then the bowlers, Kieran Bull, Tim van der Hoogten and Marchant de Lange in some order. Not quite sure what order those last 3 will emerge. As and when they do, Glamorgan will hope it's not for a while. Opening up will be, as we look down towards the River Taff end, it looks as though it's going to be David Payne from his march back towards the mark.
Yep. That's the spot he bowls from, isn't it, that he's heading towards at the moment.
Dan Douthwaite is on strike, having hit one nice straight driven boundary. And Billy Root pull through mid-wicket, and those are about the memorable shots from day 1. Boundaries are very few and far between. And Payne is about to get us underway then on day 3 here in Cardiff. In comes Payne and bowls to Douthwaite, who plays defensively down on the onside, and there is no run. And Chris Dent has pretty much set his field at the start of the match and stuck to it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
With the 3 slips.
Yeah, it was interesting talking to Josh Shaw yesterday evening. He said that they've been talking as a bowling unit about the importance of bringing the batsman forward on this particular wicket. Bowling full.
Certainly got them in a degree of uncertainty as Payne runs towards us from the River Taff end. Bowls to Douthwaite, who's behind it defensively, pushing out on the offside. No run. It was a good performance from the Gloucester boys as a unit, wasn't it? 5 seamers employed, and they were all pretty much on target.
Yeah, absolutely. All economical. And, 2 wickets for Josh Shaw. David Payne got 1. There was 1 for George Scott. And 1 for Matt Taylor as well.
A lot of left-arm bowling from the River Taff end until a late spell by Shaw. Here is Payne to Douthwaite, who leaves that one go past outside off stump. And there is no run. Welcome along wherever you're listening to us on BBC Sport Online or via the Glamorgan website, where you'll find
our commentary alongside the video stream. 80 for 5, Glamorgan resuming on day 3 of this match. Have to think about that because there was no play at all on Saturday. Here is Payne once more, past umpire Evans, bowls to Douthwaite, who pushes forward rather uncertainly, the ball trickling out on the leg side, and there is no run as umpire Evans tosses one rather large counter from one hand to the other.
Yeah, looking at the economy rates of the Gloucestershire bowlers, only one of them went for more than 2 and over, and that was George Scott, and that was only 2.16. Otherwise, they were all around about 1.5, which is a measure of how economical the Gloucestershire attack was yesterday.
Here's Payne then, still in this first over of the morning. Into bowl to Douthwaite, who drives back to the bowler, gets a hand to it, takes all the weight off it, picks up himself and lobs to Shaw at mid-on to do a bit more polishing on the way back. Umpire Evans, the Welshman presiding in his last season in first-class cricket. Not a first-class player himself, but has enjoyed a good career behind the stumps, or presiding as it were. 80 for 5. Payne, left arm in from the River Taff end, outside the off stump. Douthwaite allows it to go through. End of the first over of the morning. We are unchanged. We're through 49 overs at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan 80 for 5. We're in the second over of the day. The first maiden delivered by David Payne. Billy Root 18 not out, and Dan Douthwaite 6 not out of the Glamorgan batsmen at the moment after they really laboured long and hard yesterday. The Gloucestershire seamers really on top in very difficult batting conditions. The pitch green and giving the bowlers a bit of assistance. So Glamorgan with a lot of rebuilding to do, and a lot of time has already gone from this match because of rain, but we're underway. 80 for 5. Update for BBC Radio Wales accomplished. Stephen will guide us through the second over of the day from the Cathedral Road end,
Which will be bowled by Ryan Higgins. Yeah, you mentioned Jeff Evans. He had to raise the finger to an LBW appeal against the Glamorgan captain yesterday. Poor chap. But raise it he did. Higgins in. Bowling to the left-handed Billy Root, who is immediately off the mark. Pushing his first ball of the day, backward a square on the leg side, and taking a single.
Speaking of Welsh umpires, the legend is that it was Di Davis, the umpire of the late 40s, when Glamorgan were going for their first ever championship title. He gave the last Hampshire batsman out leg before wicket and said, "That's out and we've won the title."
Excellent.
I'm not sure if that's apocryphal or not.
In goes Higgins. Oh, there's a waft here. Awful looking shot outside the off stump, and I think Douthwaite knows it. Gets rid of a piece of loose earth from the popping crease, but crooked bat and minimal foot movement there.
Yes, that was a bit of a club shot, wasn't it, really? An agricultural hack that might be seen on any village green or parks ground.
Higgins on his way. Outside the off stump and left alone. Yeah, the umpiring story reminds me of another one. I think it was the Duke of Norfolk who was involved in a match. He was captaining, obviously, the Duke of Norfolk's 11.
My team.
And his butler was umpiring when there was an appeal for LBW. There was absolutely plumb. And the butler looked at it for a moment and just break off as Higgins goes in. Bowls, this is driven, good looking stroke, that's much better from Douthwaite, but it's fielded at short extra cover. The butler looked and he looked, and eventually he said, "His Grace is not in."
Very good. Inspired by Downton Abbey being back on the screens on a Sunday night, eh?
81 for 5. Glamorgan as Higgins runs away from us from the Cathedral Road end. Outside off stump and left alone. The clouds above us are barely moving, but I think if they are, or when they are, they're going slightly leftwards of us, which means that there is brighter weather gradually coming in. It's pretty grey at the moment. Higgins bowls to Douthwaite, and that's outside the off stump and played to backward point. George Scott, the fielder. So end of the second over of the morning. Just the single off it, 81 for 5.
Yeah, so the tempo of the second day is very much like that of the first, or third day like that of the second, depending on when you want to measure things from.
It's actually a pretty clear blue sky coming towards us, as it were. So maybe we'll get a full session in.
In comes Payne, bowls to Root, who dabs that one down on the offside. Fielded at point, no run.
Yeah, the only variation in that slip cordon has been every now and again, third slip has moved in the direction of gully. But they've all been there throughout the last, well, the only 50 overs we've had so far in this game.
Payne is in, bowls to Root, who runs that one down into the gully. Again, no real momentum on the ball and no possibility of a run. So just a single so far this morning added to the total if you are just joining us. 81 for 5. Root 19 on strike. Billy Root, long-haired and bearded these days. As Payne is in and bowls, and Root tries to turn on the leg side. Hits him, I think, on the pad. There may have been a single there, but Charlesworth was in fairly smartly from the vicinity of the umpire to close that possibility down. 81 for 5 it remains. Billy Root wearing 7 as opposed to his 66 of last season. Taps his bat in the crease and awaits the arrival of David Payne. Payne in from the River Taff end, bowls to Root, who edges and is caught at slip. And Gloucestershire have their 6th wicket and their 2nd bonus point, and Glamorgan's innings resumes in the same shaky way that it progressed on day 2 as Billy Root wanders back to the pavilion. 81 for 6, and David Payne has his 2nd wicket.
Yeah, and George Hankins has his 2nd catch. Took one in the same position yesterday.
That was a neat affair, only about ankle height.
Yeah, he took it well. Took both well. And Root neither forward nor back as he played that shot. So an early breakthrough for Gloucestershire, and an important one, because Billy Root had batted as well as anyone yesterday, really.
Yes, looked to be sticking it out for the long term as he disappears towards the dressing rooms.
There's a social distancing route back, isn't there? The new batsman came down one set of steps and Billy Root is walking up another.
Indeed, as Graham Wagg into the fray. Not for the first time this season, coming into a difficult situation. Who's batted with some degree of application on most occasions. He's a good man to have batting as low as 8, but after that we're into the bowlers. With all due respect, any of the last 3 might contribute, but you wouldn't necessarily expect it.
Yeah, he's a seasoned campaigner, isn't he, Graham Wagg?
37 years old. But still very much part of the energy and the dynamic of the first team squad. Has been a pretty regular first team player in all formats. Dipped out once or twice in the last couple of seasons, but has generally been a first choice selection. And will look to show us why as he faces up to the left arm Payne and gets an inside edge first ball, and he's off the mark with a gentle single down to backward square. 82 for 6, Glamorgan.
Yes, not quite where he had in mind, but all along the ground. Ben Charlesworth is the fielder, for returning possibly to resume a conversation with Ian Blackwell, the square leg umpire. They're in fairly close proximity, although at a reasonable social distance.
Absolutely. The full 2 metres. The full Michael Hogan. Here is Payne. Into bowl, and Douthwaite on the back foot pushes out on the offside. No run.
Got a group of pied wagtails down on the outfield at the moment. They were on the square until the cricketers came out, so they've obviously been banished, but there are half a dozen of them. Looking for worms, presumably.
I'm impressed by your ornithology.
Well, wagtails are easy because of what they do with their tails.
Scuttering about on the outfield at the moment. 82 for 6.
Ryan Higgins is going to continue, and Graham Wagg's taking guard, having taken that single at the end of the previous over. 82 for 6. 2 slips and a gully now for the new batsman. Wagg goes and has a good look at the wicket.
He's a keen gardener. Not sure whether he is at home, but on a cricket field.
Awaiting his first ball from Higgins now. Gets it, and that's off the inside edge down to fine leg for 4. So that's 2 inside edges off 2 deliveries for Graham Wagg. And that was a great deal finer. Not in literal terms.
Yes, that must have just shot past the stumps. Oh, that missed by very little. Yeah, past his leg stump.
Went between the bat and the off stump by not very much. So, fortuitously, Wagg has raced to 5. 85 for 6.
Not necessarily the way he would have hoped to get there, but they all count.
Went at a fair old rate down to that fine leg boundary where the hover cover is parked. Higgins in again, and another single. There was a suggestion of inside edge about that as it went to square leg.
Bat and pad. Interesting to see Wagg advancing down the wicket at this early stage to try and put the Gloucestershire bowlers off that full length that Josh Shaw was discussing with you in last night's close of play interview.
Away goes Higgins. Bowling to Douthwaite, who gets in position to play a cover drive but doesn't go through with it. Goes through to Gareth Roderick. Well, Wagg so far is certainly bucking the individual scoring rates. On 6 not out. Watches as Higgins bowls, and again Douthwaite considers playing a shot and eventually declines. Still grey at the moment, but the promise of slightly brighter weather coming in, and then a rather dodgier forecast for later on today as Higgins bowls, and this is turned out to deep square leg by Douthwaite. Wants two, gets two. Has to hurry for it, but the throw not quite inch perfect. Roderick had to stretch to take it to his right by the stumps, so Douthwaite goes on to 8, 89 for 6.
Yeah, Douthwaite, I think, by inclination, is a man who's happier taking the attack to the opposition.
Higgins into him again, and he gets well forward to this. Pushes it out to Van Buren at extra cover. End of the over, 89 for 6. Douthwaite 8, Wag 6.
So the wicket to go this morning, that of Billy Root. Caught Hankins, bowled Payne for 19. An edge taken low down at second slip. Ankle high by Hankins as the batsmen meet mid-wicket for a little chat. At a suitable distance, of course. Still a mixture of cloud surrounding the ground. Some of it is pretty low, but the lights aren't on. As Payne is in to bowl, and Wag off the back foot punches up to mid-off, and there is no run. The floodlights are available should we need them during the course of this game, which hasn't always been the case for Championship cricket in Cardiff. Of course, they play a lot of T20, and one-day T20s tend to be weekday evenings, and one-day cup has quite often been a day-night affair in the past. As Payne is in to bowl, and Wag is hit on the pad. There's a big appeal, no response from umpire Evans as the ball runs down into the gully.
I think that was pretty close.
Umpire Evans having a word with the bowler. Well, did it maybe just pitch outside leg from the left armour? Seemed to hit round about the area of leg stump. So it was one that needed a serious think about from umpire Jeff Evans. In comes Payne, bowls, and Wag defends that back down the pitch.
Finds the middle of the bat.
Absolutely. Wag will probably tell you that he intended all those previous shots as well. 89 for 6. Glamorgan's innings in pretty much disarray. Can they scramble maybe up to 150 for these last few wickets and give themselves at least a little something to bowl at? As Wag plays that one down to point, and no run. Comes down again for a word with Douthwaite, and again a bit of gardening, and as usual the batsman prodding a length far shorter than where the ball actually pitched. Not quite sure why first-class batsmen do this, but they always seem to suggest the ball pitched shorter than where it did. 3 slips. 3 saving the single on the offside, 2 on the leg, plus a deep fine leg. As Wag flicks that one over square leg, down towards the boundary. It may just trickle over the ropes. No, it's being pulled up by Shaw. And that's just an easy 2 runs. A shot that didn't look entirely in control from Graham Wag, as Glamorgan move on to 91 for 6. But yes, Wag isn't going to die wondering from the look of it.
Yeah, it wasn't out of the coaching manual, was it? Hung in the air for a short while.
91 for 6. Douthwaite 8, Wag 8. At least Wag is enlivening proceedings during his stay in the middle. Oh, that one's chipped up in the air, and that's going to be caught. Wag has gone, lobbing that one straight to mid on easy catch for Ryan Higgins, simplest of catches, and David Payne has 2 for the morning, and Wag's brief stay at the wicket is over. 91 for 7.
Yes, enterprising, but not with any longevity. Just the 8 runs for Graham Wag, and another wicket goes, the second of the morning, so 7 down now. And we're going to see the bowlers now accompanying Dan Douthwaite.
Yes, he was looking to turn on the leg side, but aiming through mid-wicket may have been a leading edge, possibly, as Wag wanders disconsolately up pavilion entry steps.
Yes, they're clearly that they have a regime in which the departing batsman walks up the staircase to the extreme right of that stand, which accommodates the changing rooms. So Graham Wag now disappearing into the bar, in fact, which has been converted into a changing room.
Better make that clear. Bar which is not functioning as a bar at the moment.
He will doubtless have a cup of coffee.
Even for Graham Wag.
So, it's going to be Kieran Bull who has joined Douthwaite. That was the last ball of the over, which took the wicket. Both wickets this morning for David Payne. Higgins bowls to Douthwaite, who defends. So Gloucestershire getting everything right, going exactly as they would have planned this morning so far. Still need 3 more wickets though. Higgins in. This is left alone. Goes through to Gareth Roderick, who's standing up to the stops at the moment.
There's a coffee horn somewhere in the distance. No idea what that's about.
Very odd, isn't it? Demonstration, perhaps? Of some kind?
Could be something in the city centre.
Higgins is in, and that's pushed up to mid-wicket. Again, it won't be a run. It does sound like it's over to our right, which is where the centre is. And it's fading away into the distance. Higgins then just waits as the ball is given a thorough polish by Josh Shaw. In again, and this is defended, pushed out to cover. Won't be a run. Still hear those horns in the distance. It's a very pleasant stroll in this morning through Butte Park. Well-stocked flower beds, mature trees, thoroughly pleasant. As Higgins bowls outside the off stump, and there's an attempted defensive push there, which doesn't connect with anything. But I fear the peace and harmony of Butte Park will be being disturbed at the moment by that racket of horns. Perhaps it's about exam results.
Couldn't blame them if it were.
Higgins in. And, call for a single here. Shy at the stumps. Could be a run out. No. Back safely in the end.
Yeah, Douthwaite's quite a well-built young man, and had to really slam on the anchors and about turn in mid-wicket there. Don't think there was a run, as it was pushed towards mid-wicket. Bull was reluctant, and rightly so. Throw from Taylor was reasonably accurate, but I think Douthwaite was just about home anyway.
He's got some readjustment of his dress now on hand. 91 for 7. Douthwaite stays on 8. Yeah, it was a bit like an oil tanker turning round, wasn't it? When he got sent back.
Well, it was quicker than I'd managed to turn in mid-wicket anyway.
So, Bull taking guard from umpire Jeff Evans.
Yeah, Kieran Bull this season 23, 9, 7 and 0 not out. He hung around a fair while in the first innings at Taunton. As Payne bowls a short ball outside off stump, so it doesn't particularly discomfort the batsman. Went through to Gareth Roderick. If you're just joining us here on BBC Sport Online or on the Glamorgan website, welcome along. 2 wickets already to David Payne, who's dismissed both Billy Root, caught at slip by Hankins for 19, and Graham Wagg lobbing one to mid-on for 8 after a business-like start from Wagg, but his stay was brief. Payne and bowl, and there's a reasonably large appeal, and I think a reasonably optimistic appeal, because Bull did seem to push quite a long way forward.
Yeah, I think it may have been a bit high as well.
But apart from that, that was probably going over the top of leg stump, even if umpire Evans was convinced that it had hit in line. 91 for 7. Can Glamorgan scratch into 3 figures and beyond? Payne into Bull, who blocks that one back down the wicket. And there's no run. If you want to contact us via the medium of Twitter, then Stephen is Lamb165 and I'm Nick Webb 2017.
Very little wind this morning. Clouds above us are almost static.
As Bull leaves that one alone outside off stump. We had some interchange between former Glamorgan openers on Twitter, Steve James and Alan Butcher yesterday. After one correspondent's suggestion that they be recalled to opening the batting to solve Glamorgan's problems. Alan Butcher said, wouldn't work, I'm afraid. I'd keep running Jamer out because he'd be singles where I'd see dot balls.
Well, we almost had one of those this morning.
Next delivery sees Bull again hit on the pad. Ball just drops down in front of them. And there's no run.
I was talking optimistically about half an hour ago about the patch of blue sky over to our right. It's still there.
It's not coming over here.
The grey is obstinately obstructing its progress.
Steve Grant on Twitter said, think Callum Taylor is unfortunate to miss out on this game. Top order batsman who did well in intra-squad games. Openers have delivered little so far, and getting Carlson in early too often. As Bull is beaten, and it's taken the edge through to Gareth Roderick. A straightforward catch. The Glamorgan collapse continues. Bull has gone without scoring. A little feather through to the keeper, and he didn't even wait for the umpire's finger.
Yeah, there was barely a deflection there. Third catch of the innings for Gareth Roderick, who's in a very safe pair of hands behind the stumps. So a bit of a procession this morning as Kieran Bull walks off. 3 wickets for David Payne to add to the 1 he took yesterday. So all in all, 4 for 19 his figures. He's in his 16th over.
Van der Hoogten is the new batsman. Steve West on Twitter. I wonder what kind of a draw we may attain, he says, from the Welsh point of view. Not much in the way of bonus points, even if Glamorgan can get a draw out of this one. And of course, there may well be further restrictions on play because of the weather. Andy Ward says, watching the excellent live stream, noticed a lot of seats missing from the River End stand. This is just because of refurbishment, basically, with no spectators allowed in at the moment. The club doesn't have a great deal of hurry about the replacement work, so that's why you can see grey concrete up at the River Taff end. If you're watching on the club websites, there are still many, many thousands of seats available should we be allowed spectators at any point in this brief season. But given that the T20 Blast campaign ends rather sooner than I thought it would, on the 20th of September, it really is jammed in, isn't it, with I think Glamorgan's 5 games in 8 days, then the remaining 4 days, then 5 games in 10 days.
Ryan Higgins starts a new over, and this is clubbed away by Dan Douthwaite. He'll get at least 2 for it. It's pulled in just inside the rope and passed to Ben Charlesworth, who was involved in the chase as well. Matt Taylor, the other man involved, and they take a comfortable 2. Douthwaite into double figures. He's the 5th Glamorgan batsman to do that. The problem is that none of them have gone on. Significantly, Billy Root top scorer with 19. Then Tom Cullen yesterday with 16. Here goes Higgins. Bowls to Douthwaite, who drives, but without any power, up to Josh Shaw at mid-off.
I can tell you, thanks to extensive research by my colleague Fionn, about the protest. It is a protest, Honk for Hope, involving the coach industry.
This from Higgins is pulled, and he's got a top edge on it. I think it's gone down to long leg for 4. Is signalled as runs by Ian Blackwell. He wasn't sure exactly where that was going, Douthwaite, but it worked out for him.
So this is a nationwide protest, which today involves coaches visiting Cardiff and Bristol. Honk for Hope, calling for support for the coach industry. That is what that's all about.
So we'd be hearing from them, be it a home or away game.
Yes, how long they intend to remain honking for, I'm not sure, in the city centre, or whether it's a mobile honkathon.
Still hear them in the distance at the moment. 97 for 8. As Higgins goes in to bowl to Douthwaite, who again pulls at this and doesn't make any contact with it this time. Through it goes to Roderick. Got 2 men out for that shot. So it looks like a predetermined strategy. Deep square leg and a long leg.
Yeah, is Higgins fast enough to be concentrating on that strategy?
Borderline. Another short one. Up in the air again, and this is going to be 4 more. 6, in fact. Over mid-wicket. Lost the line of the ball. But it's gone between mid-wicket and mid-on, and that was a fair old clout.
Yes, and I think he consciously hit that one in front of square, aware of those 2 fielders out there, fine leg and square leg. Square leg could only stand and watch.
And whatever the strategy was, I think it's been rethought, because the man at deep square leg is coming in now, back to a run-saving position.
Douthwaite is now the first Glamorgan batsman in the innings to reach 20. Which is not a great fact, but at least the 100's up.
So I don't think that was a long-lived strategic experiment, as Higgins bowls a fuller delivery and Douthwaite plays and misses outside the off stump. End of the
almost
over.
a full toss, I think, outside off stump, and keeper Roderick was slightly surprised by it. Now he too has got a pair of shades as keeper Roderick, obviously to prevent any glare. Were there to be a long day in the field, but I don't think Glamorgan are going to detain Gloucestershire. 56 overs bowled. The number ticks by on the scoreboard as Roderick takes off his helmet and replaces it with the cap. Still, those shades. I mean, I know they probably get them for free, but
Yeah.
even so, you do wonder why in these conditions. Anti-glare, I presume. Not that there's much glare around.
Well, there isn't any, really, is there? It's cloudy. Anyway, David Payne's going to continue.
3 for 3, his figures this morning.
Yes, Ryan Higgins' figures will be slightly spoiled by that last over.
As Payne is in to bowl and beats the edge of Van der Hoogten's bat as he prods forward. Van der Hoogten, a tail-ender who can operate in both modes, defensive and attacking. Can hit a long ball once he gets his iron. Has been known to hang around on occasion. 23 not out in his only innings at Worcester. Didn't play in the first game. Only claimed 1 wicket down at up at Worcester, rather. As Payne is into bowl to Van der Hoogten, who drives back past the bowler. There could be a single here. They'll have to hurry, but it's a poor throw from mid-off anyway. Trying to throw on the turn and inconvenience Douthwaite at the striker's end. Since Van der Hoogten had called the single, it was one of those where the non-striker has to wait while the ball goes back past the bowler. I think it was just about a fair enough single. Van der Hoogten's off the mark. Square leg is back on the ropes for Douthwaite. Payne, and Douthwaite clubs that one through mid-wicket and will get 4 runs. It's beaten the dash of Charlesworth round from square leg, and Douthwaite is looking to take on the Gloucestershire attack now with that shot that was a very firmly hit front foot drive, slightly across the line, but went pretty much where he intended it to.
It was a short arm jab.
109 for 8.
It was very well timed. Got the whole bat on it.
Douthwaite getting a start for the first time this season. Former Cardiff MCCU player who signed for Glamorgan a couple of weeks after the start of last season. 109 for 8. Mid-wicket is now filled, the gap there, as Douthwaite pushes it straight to mid-wicket. So there are now 4 fielders on the leg side, having seen Douthwaite's strategy. Mid-on, mid-wicket in close. Square leg back on the ropes in front of the pavilion, away to our left.
Yeah, it's Tom Lace who's come out of the slips and gone into that mid-wicket position. Just the 2 slips in now.
Fine leg grazing down on the ropes as the honkers go on, hoping coach industry protest. As Payne bowls and Douthwaite skies this one up in the air, but he's got away with it. It's over long off. He's hit it rather better than I thought at first. In fact, it is a couple of bounces over the ropes for 4 runs, and Dan Douthwaite very much on the attack at the moment as he launched into that one and skied it. Trying to hit probably over long on, got it over long off. It's 4 more, 112 for 8.
With minimal backlift as well.
Well, he's gone into pretty much one-day mode, I think, Dan Douthwaite. He's on 28. As Payne is in again. Douthwaite squeezes this one. to point. And it's fielded on the bounce. Ball flew there to George Scott, and I thought for a moment he might have just hit it up in the air, but it was very much down into the ground. It transpires 112 for 8. Douthwaite is 21. Van der Hochten is 1 here at a very cloudy Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, not a bad policy by Dan Douthwaite, given he's only got the bowlers for company now. And top scorer in the innings by a distance, really. 28 to Billy Root's 19. Higgins is going to continue. He'll be bowling to Van der Hochten. I think they're coming back this way, the honkers. Presumably they've got a pre-arranged route. There's a conversation going on between Ian Blackwell and one of the 12th men who's come out with a box of balls. So we're going to have a ball change. Second of the innings.
Precious little danger of this innings getting to a new ball as such, because we've had 57 overs bowled and there are 8 wickets down.
So the different ball is being given a polish before being returned to the bowler. 2 slips and a gully for Van der Hochten. Then we've got backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg as Higgins runs in, and that's defended on the leg side. Charlesworth in from mid-wicket to field.
Yes, I mean, Glamorgan would prefer to have Douthwaite on strike, but I don't think they'll be having immediate concerns about Van der Hochten being on strike, which might be the curse of the commentator.
Higgins bowls to him, and nearly was. Outside the off stump, and he certainly played at that, and no contact made.
As he rehearses his forward defensive, yes, I think we managed to talk Tom Cullen out yesterday by saying that he was looking solid and promptly went next ball. 112 for 8.
As Higgins is in, and that's defended. Yeah, they've put on 19 in double quick time, really, by comparison with the rest of the innings. And almost all of those to Dan Douthwaite. Hit a 6 and 4 fours in his 28 not out. Van der Hochten's on 1 as Higgins bowls to him again, and he pushes up to Matt Taylor at mid-on. I don't think we're going to see the kind of swashbuckling from Van der Hochten as we've been seeing from Douthwaite. He's obviously elected the role of second fiddle for the moment. Higgins bowls to him, and he's forward. Again, defensively pushing it out on the offside.
You may not see the same sort of defensive shots from number 11, Marchant de Lange.
He's more of a hit and hoper, is he?
Yes.
112 for 8.
First class best of 90 against Leicestershire, which almost won a game for Glamorgan.
Higgins bowls to Van der Hochten, who gets this off the outside edge. Bounces down into the slips. End of the over, 112 for 8. Douthwaite 28 Van der Houten 1.
So David Payne doing all the damage this morning here at Sophia Gardens. Cloudy Sophia Gardens, but one which has not been visited by rain as yet, though may well be after lunch, unless the forecast improves. And you would suspect that they would get the hover cover on during the lunch interval, as they did fairly presciently in the tea interval yesterday, when it promptly tipped down and we had nothing at all in the final session.
Yes, it may be to the advantage of the game that there's so little wind this morning, because the cloud hasn't moved. It's not shedding any rain, just hanging above us.
David Payne to try and polish off this Glamorgan innings as Dowthwaite gets this one down to fine leg with an exclamation from the bowler. Almost bumped into Dowthwaite on his follow through. Dowthwaite going for a big shot, getting a thick inside edge, and took the single even though it was the first ball of the over. Dowthwaite to 29, 113 for 8 as Dowthwaite takes imaginary guard at the non-striker's end just to try and confuse me. As in comes Payne once more, bounding enthusiastically, and hits Van der Houten on the pad, and he's out. Up goes the finger, leg before wicket, and Payne has his 5 for this morning, one yesterday, and well bowled David Payne. And Glamorgan 113 for 8 as Van der Houten pushed across the line, and that would probably have hit middle and off.
Yes, felt like it was only a matter of time before Jeff Evans raised the finger for the second time this morning. And he's having a chat now with Ian Blackwell. So one more wicket required by Gloucestershire. They're already assured of all 3 bowling points. Remains to be seen how many they can glean for batting, because in truth that doesn't look any easier this morning than it did yesterday.
We'll need a disciplined effort from the Glamorgan seam attack, and again, I'm slightly surprised that Glamorgan are fielding a spinner in this match, since I can't actually see a potential role for him, really. The Glamorgan are more likely to concentrate on rotating De Lange, Van der Houten, Wag and Dowthwaite, their seam attack.
De Lange it is, who's come out to join Dan Dowthwaite. He'll see that slip cordon of 3 behind him. And takes guard from Jeff Evans towards you a bit. That is centre or midland leg or whatever.
This won't be David Payne's best, even if he claims the last wicket. He has 5 for 29 at the moment. His best is 6 for 26. But he does like Glamorgan with the bat, a highest score of 67 and his highest limited over score of 36, so both against the Welsh county. Right, here we go. Stand by your beds, gird your loins. Marchant de Lange's at the wicket. This may be brief or entertaining. Here's Payne then, into the Glamorgan number 11, who jabs down on it out on the leg side. And there's no run. The honkers of the coach industry are still blasting away in the city centre somewhere. Can't drive past the castle these days because that road has been shut off to try and give local restaurants and businesses a little outdoor space to sell their wares. 113 for 9. Payne towards us to De Lange, who leaves one go outside off stump, and there's no run. Interestingly, Gloucestershire don't have, I was going to say, don't have a square leg in at the moment, but as I speak, square leg is pushed back to the boundary, away to our left in front of the pavilion. On the ropes for the leg side heave, which De Lange has been known to employ. They should have mid-wicket as well, actually. In comes Payne, bowls to De Lange, who goes for a big hoik on the leg side and finds the ball scuttling all along the ground, off the inside edge, down to square leg.
He wanted a single, but Douthwaite sent him back, presumably because it's quite late in the over. Maybe just another one or maybe two deliveries to face.
Yes, I assumed they would take the single off that, but Douthwaite wants to hold on for another assault at the other end. 113 for 9. That was a very long single available. I was surprised to look up and see the batsmen still where they were. Next ball sees De Lange play it down towards third man. They'll look for 2 this time as Scott runs round, and it is a comfortable 2 off the last ball of the over. 115 for 9 Glamorgan, Douthwaite 29, De Lange 2, and David Payne has run through the Glamorgan lower order this morning, having dismissed Billy Root for 19, Graham Wagg for 8, Kieran Bull without scoring, and Tim van Dochten for 1. To complete is Michel Pfeiffer.
Indeed. And I was quite interested, Nick, on the way in, that there were a couple of signposts to the Swalek Stadium, which is not actually called anymore, is it?
No, it isn't. it is just Sophia Gardens, with that sponsorship agreement having ended.
Yeah, they
last year.
They were hard-wearing signposts, if I can call them that.
It's the council saving money.
Yeah.
It's not really worth replacing them. Everyone knows what it means, and it's got a little icon of a wicket anyway on it.
Indeed. It's going to be the man who made the double strike just after lunch yesterday, coming back on to bowl, Josh Shaw. Into bowl to Douthwaite, who mistimes a drive but will pick up a single. I do wonder about the logic of these things, having turned down the single off the penultimate ball of the previous over, presumably to have him on strike for the next. He's promptly taken a single off the first ball.
Yes, it's not necessarily a situation that Dan Douthwaite has huge experience in, trying to shepherd the tail in first-class cricket. And I suppose when you hit a shot that firmly, the natural instinct is to run, isn't it?
115 for 9. Douthwaite has gone to 30. Shaw bowls to De Lange, who gets forward to this and defends.
Douthwaite on 30 not out. Only player to reach or pass 20 in this innings. Billy Root's 19 is the next highest score.
Shaw then. On his way. Bowls, and there is an edge, and that is the end of the innings. Nicked through to the keeper, Gareth Roderick, his 4th catch, and De Lange has gone, so the single off the first ball of the over looks still less justifiable, really. 115 all out. De Lange has gone for a single, and Douthwaite is left stranded on 30 not out. So another wicket for Josh Shaw, his 3rd, and that is the end of the innings. So all 3 bowling points in the bag for Gloucestershire, no batting points for Glamorgan, and it'll be interesting to see how the Gloucestershire batsmen fare in 10 minutes or so.
Indeed, thank you very much indeed to Stephen Lamb. Just quickly recap the scorecard for you of the day's play. Well, with Glamorgan resuming at 80 for 5, they have added paltry 36 runs for their last 5 wickets. Billy Root added just a single before edging David Payne to slip for 19. Graham Wagg came out with positive intent but soon chipped Payne to Higgins at mid-on for 8. Kieran Bull was caught behind off Payne without scoring. Van der Hochten leg before to Payne for just the single, and now Marchant de Lange caught Roderick bowled Shaw for 2. Glamorgan are dismissed in 59.3 overs for 116. The bowling figures: David Payne 17 overs 7 maidens 5 for 31. Ryan Higgins, so prolific last week, the only man not to chip in this week, 17 overs 5 maidens 0 for 41. Matt Taylor 10 overs 4 maidens 1 for 13. Josh Shaw 9.3 overs 1 maiden 3 for 13, and George Scott 6 overs 3 maidens 1 for 13. So Dan Douthwaite was left 30 not out of 52 balls, including 4 fours and a 6. And Gloucestershire will have to see if they can get their innings going in a way in which Glamorgan have failed over the last few sessions, split up by rain yesterday afternoon. Back with commentary in around about 5 or 6 minutes time. Update for BBC Radio Wales listeners also to come.
Wicket.
Not a great morning for Glamorgan. They only added 36 for their last 5 wickets. David Payne, the Gloucestershire seamer, dismissing 4 of those victims, with Billy Root out for 19, Graham Wagg for 8. The tail didn't add much. Dan Dowswaite hit a few lusty blows to reach the top score of 30 not out, but Glamorgan about to go into the field, defending a total of just 116 in the first innings here against Gloucestershire. Steve. Good afternoon, welcome back to Sophia Gardens for the second innings of the game. The first innings of Gloucestershire replying to Glamorgan's 116 all out, which looks pretty inadequate in most circumstances. But given bowler-friendly conditions, Gloucestershire may have their work cut out as well. Marchant de Lange is going to open up for Glamorgan. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me, Stephen Lamb, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucester, and Ben Charlesworth and Chris Dent, the left-handed pair opening the batting for Gloucestershire. Charlesworth faces up to Marchant de Lange and plays forward into the covers. No run. Half century last time out for the teenager, Stephen.
Yes, indeed. And at his first opportunity of the season as well. Looks a real prospect. He can bowl seam as well. We haven't seen him in this game, but he bowled a couple of spells, took a wicket, and he's a good fielder as well. A very promising cricketer.
De Lange looks to have shortened his run a little, actually. Bowls full length, excellent ball, and well played by Charlesworth, digging it out.
Yorker.
Back to the bowler. There's a smile on his face, or maybe it's a snarl. Who knows?
It was well played.
Had to really chop down on it. It was almost a full toss, actually. Looking back at the replay, as De Lange is in, bowls to Charlesworth, and that one is left on length. I think it was a little outside off stump, but through to keeper Cook. So Marchant de Lange, who has a predilection for bowling short on favourable surfaces, will have to keep it pitched up today. His left hand is strapped, which was the case in the match down at Taunton, so whether he's got an ongoing issue, I'm not sure. It's the right arm used to propel the ball, though. As De Lange bowls, and that's driven up towards mid-off. Whack makes a scrambling shot stop, and there is no run. There's a few divots around on this soft surface.
They're outdoing Gloucestershire in terms of an attacking field. We've got 4 slips in for Glamorgan, or possibly 3 and a 5th. A little bit more of a gap between those two.
De Lange bowls, and no shot played by Charlesworth as that goes through outside off stump. It does seem to be increasingly fashionable to have the first, second, third and 5th slips, if you like, rather than 4 slips or 3 slips and a gully, which would be a bigger gap between the fielders behind the wicket. Umpire Blackwell presiding, bearded, sunglasses on the top of his hat. Not required today. De Lange in, bowls, forward comes Charlesworth, defending to mid-off. Decent over, decently played by the teenager, who may not have faced too many bowlers as rapid as De Lange at his fastest. 0 for 0, replying to 116.
Yeah, he started compactly, Ben Charlesworth. Showed the value of the forward defensive. Dug out a Yorker. And it will be Tim van der Hoogten to share the new ball with De Lange. Quite an intricate way of marking out his approach run. Puts one foot directly in front of the other over several paces, one touching the other, and then once he's satisfied, he leaves it to Jeff Evans to draw a line as to where he's going to stand. Complex operation, but now achieved. A couple of practice deliveries. Same field. And we're ready to go. They'll be bowling to the Gloucestershire captain. In, and Dent just pushes that out to mid-wicket.
In case you missed the team news yesterday, no Michael Hogan in this game. He is being rested. Probably have preferred to get his 600th first-class wicket in Cardiff, but since there won't be any spectators, whether it's home or away, it's not as important as it would be, I guess.
Here comes Van der Hoogten to Dent, who plays at that one and misses. We've seen it so often already in this game. It's the first time it's happened with Chris Dent. And down the wicket he goes to prod an allegedly offending spot. Gives the bat a twiddle and settles again. Still cloudy and grey here in Cardiff as Van der Hoogten bowls to him, and he defends that, just pushes it back to the bowler. We haven't as yet had any rain.
Touchwood, one of the latest percentages. The ever-changing BBC weather forecast. 1300, 31%, 1400, 40%, 1500, 58%. I don't think we're going to get to tea unscathed.
Yeah, it gets steadily higher, doesn't it, that percentage, as Van der Hoogten bowls and Dent defends, just pushes the ball back down the wicket. We've been saying that there's been barely any movement of the clouds above us because there's no wind to speak of today.
No, it's been the same view overhead, isn't it? Heavy clouds over us here in central Cardiff and a bit of blue sky down towards the bay.
As Van der Hoogten turns at the River Taff end, running in towards us. Oh, Dent has edged this and he's been caught behind. He doesn't look terribly happy with the decision, but he has to go. So the first wicket has fallen with no runs on the board. That's the best possible start for the Glamorgan attack, because Chris Dent has been caught behind by Chris Cook off Tim Van der Hoogten for a duck.
Yes, just a little defensive prod by Dent. It was an immediate appeal from everyone behind the wicket, and the finger was up reasonably quickly from umpire Jeff Evans as Chris Dent trudges back over the boundary.
What a start for Glamorgan.
Yeah, I said they'd need to bowl well. They have in these opening few balls anyway. Van der Hoogten just one wicket in his last match, but he's got one in his first over here at Sophia Gardens. And he's the sort of bowler who ought to benefit from these overhead conditions.
Well, we are not going to have the change in the batting order that the scorecard indicated. We were talking about it yesterday, but in fact it's Graham Van Buren who's come in at number 3, which is where he's been batting throughout this Bob Willis Trophy, and doing it well too. Featured in the best partnership of the match last week in the win over Warwickshire. Made 61. So although he was billed to come in at number 6 on the scorecard, he is entering in his customary position. Right-handed. Van der Hoogten bowls to him and he drives only as far as mid-off and Graham Wagg. So the end of a successful first over for Tim Van der Hoogten. Accounting for Chris Dent for a duck, 0 for 1.
Glamorgan's bowlers will need to be disciplined, as Gloucestershire's were, keeping a pretty consistent length and line, really essential in these conditions if you're going to make the most of them.
Rather worryingly for Glamorgan, the scoreboard at the moment is saying they were bowled out for 16.
In comes De Lange to bowl, and that's allowed to go through outside off stump by Charlesworth. Yes.
I must have a word with the scoreboard operator during the lunch interval because the one has gone missing.
Yes, there are one or two bulbs on the board. Maybe not
Maybe
quite as
why.
bright as they should be. De Lange, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and played back to the bowler on the bounce. Uzenars from behind. I'm not quite sure why, because it was fairly comfortably defended, that one, by Ben Charlesworth. 51 and 14. Opening the batting against Warwickshire, last time out in Bristol. As De Lange's in, bowls, and there's an appeal. I thought that was off the bat.
It sounded like bat.
Sounded like bat from this distance.
It wasn't a great defensive shot.
Well, to me, it looked as though he might be trying to leave it, but De Lange certainly looks. Yes, he did leave it, and it did hit. It was pad first. Not bat, but
he was actually LBW leaving one in the second innings at Bristol last week, Charlesworth.
In comes De Lange, bowls, just outside off stump, allowed to go through. I suspect that Charlesworth was saved on height on that decision, because it, I think, struck him just above the knee roll, and umpire Blackwell would not have been certain that it wouldn't have gone over the top.
So it went from pad to bat. Was that the reason?
Yeah, I don't know if there was bat involved in the end. Actually, it did sound like it, but perhaps he's got particularly hard pads. Didn't see any contact on the replay as De Lange bowls a wildish delivery outside off stump, and Cook is able to take it just about chest high in front of first slip. De Lange bending his back into that one and achieving pace rather than control. Gloucestershire 0 for 1 then, in reply to Glamorgan's 1-1-6 all out. Glamorgan losing their last 5 wickets for just 36 runs on this second stroke third morning. De Lange to Charlesworth. That one came back a bit, but it was a safe leave, just about, by Charlesworth outside off stump. The end of De Lange's second maiden over. Gloucestershire are yet to get underway as we peer down from our vantage point high above the Cathedral Road end in the Castell Howell stand. The media centre is our restricted area of the ground. Not allowed to venture down towards the pavilion even in breaks in play. 0 for 1 Gloucestershire.
Yep, and the captain is back in the hutch. Graham Van Buren waits as Tim van der Hoogten starts a new over, and that's pushed out into the covers, fielded by Graham Wagg.
Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, does it, Van der Hoogten to Van Buren?
No, it doesn't. Yeah. Piles of sawdust at either end of the bowlers' run-ups here. Had damp conditions throughout this game. No play on day one, of course. As Van der Hoogten comes in, bowls to Van Buren. That's a good shot. That's away through mid-wicket. Will be at least a couple, and it's pulled in just inside the rope. That's an excellent chase. And the batsmen take 3.
Douthwaite and Cullen the combination there. Douthwaite the man getting his flannels dirty, and Cullen providing the throw.
So Van Buren off the mark in convincing style. 3 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 116 all out. Just get the feel that wickets are going to fall regularly over the next couple of days. in these cloudy conditions with the ball moving around. Van der Hoogten in, bowls to Charlesworth, who leaves. Leave is becoming something of a speciality for him.
Yes, Glamorgan very much approached with the mindset of trying to battle it out yesterday, but it didn't really work for them. Matthew Maynard said it was when they were trying to switch to attacking shots that they didn't quite get it right, at least at the top of the order.
Van der Hoogten in again to Charlesworth, who again leaves.
You'd have thought with an attacking field like this that anything remotely off targets can be punished, but Gloucestershire bowled very little off target outside the off stump. Certainly there were one or two down leg side from now and again, but Glamorgan failed to take advantage of those, possibly because they were in the defensive mindset.
Van der Hoogten in again to bowl to Charlesworth, and 3 leaves out of 3. That makes it. After the 3 runs for Van Buren. Charlesworth just checking on the number of deliveries remaining in the over.
Van der Hoogten, one of those in a fairly complicated eligibility situation.
Running in towards us. Bowls to Charlesworth, who lets it go through. So just the 1 scoring stroke in that over, just the 1 scoring stroke for Gloucestershire thus far in the innings. 4 overs gone, 3 for 1.
There's the taller figure of Charlesworth having a chat mid-pitch with the somewhat shorter Van Buren. A little touch of gloves. And off they go to their respective ends, where De Lange will get to bowl at the right-handed Van Buren for the first time as he takes guard and scratches at the crease. 3 for 1. 6 wickets have fallen this morning for 39 runs. De Lange in, bowls, and that's defended by Van Buren, who plays back the bowler. De Lange threatening to throw down the stumps should Van Buren have overbalanced. I'll have to check this, but De Lange does seem to have cut down his run somewhat from last season. Maybe it's just the angle we're looking at, but looks a shorter run up as he bowls full length, and well fielded by De Lange in his follow through as Van Buren leant into the drive there. Timed it quite nicely, but good stop by the bowler in his follow through.
Yeah, positive looking start by Van Buren as well, which may well be tailored to the situation with wickets falling so regularly.
You may think there's a ball with your name on it. De Lange powerfully built. Bowls. Oh, there's almost a leading edge there as Van Buren got it in a little bit of a tangle, and the ball just dabbed down in front of him, and Graham Wagg sped in and has words with Van Buren as he was coming down for a little bit of a prod, and Wagg was under the viewpoint there that he was wandering out of his ground. Words may have been exchanged. 3 for 1. Reply to 116. You're listening to Stephen Lamb and Nick Webb on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website. As it's a full-length ball, nicely driven through mid-on by Van Buren. There'll be runs here, at least a couple. The chase is from Douthwaite, and he returns to the keeper's end after a slide in the outfield at long on. It looks quite a nice surface for players to slide on, doesn't it? As long as the feet don't go too early, they certainly won't jar themselves too much going down on this softish surface.
Yeah, he's left a divot behind as well.
Tut tut. Maybe thrown out of the golf club. Please replace your divots. 5-1 Gloucestershire, with Dent already back in the pavilion as Van Buren blocks this one back to the bowler. The cries a bold Shanna for Marchant de Lange.
Oh, okay.
South African former javelin thrower in his youth, which you may guess if you watch his action. There's a lot in the delivery stride. As he hurls one down leg side. It's well taken by Chris Cook, who makes absolutely no fuss whatsoever at taking one down the leg side that bounced a bit and was probably coming down in the mid to high 80s, but took that one utterly unobtrusively. 5-1, just one scoring shot off the over, and Charlesworth to face up to Van der Hoogten.
Yep. So will we see any change in Charlesworth's approach? Been quite passive so far. Van Buren more aggressive in style since he came in. Just brought him 5 runs. In comes Van der Hoogten, and this is down the leg side, and Charlesworth gets in position to play the leg glance, but doesn't eventually do so.
Cook with 9 dismissals at Worcester, wearing the 46 behind the wicket there, and he's really done very well over the last few seasons to take on the wicket-keeping mantle as well as his batting role. And now the captaincy. It's a high workload.
Here's Van der Hoogten to Charlesworth, who leaves. No play at Southampton. How many times have we said that over the last few days? In the Test match, it's the final day, of course, there, so that game looks destined for a draw.
Dribbling to a draw. It's a good job there weren't any spectators around to slow hand clap yesterday.
It's sunny up north. They're playing at Headingley. Yorkshire 395 for 5 against Derbyshire. Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Charlesworth, who leaves. They're playing at Edgbaston. Somerset 304 for 8 in reply to Warwickshire's 121. Somerset lead by 183. So they've got 3 bonus points out of that thus far.
Well, they're emerging as very much as early front runners in this group, aren't they?
Indeed, but they've been short of batting points in their first 2 games. Needed them from this one. At Hove, Essex have started badly as Van der Hoogten comes in and bowls. That's left alone. In reply to Sussex's 194, Essex 6 for 1. At Northampton, Northants 173 for 8 in reply to Worcestershire's 219. So they still need another 46 to achieve parity on first innings. Trent Bridge knots 332 for 2 against Lancashire as Van der Hoogten runs in towards us. The River Taff behind him. Charlesworth has to play at this and does, and pretty well in fact. He just pushes it up to the vacant mid-off area and takes a single, so he's off the mark. 6 for 1, and last game is at Canterbury, where they are playing. Middlesex 189 for 6 against Kent. I beg your pardon, there are a couple more. Start delayed at Arundel. Surrey 130 for 8 against Hampshire. That was no play yesterday in that one. And at Leicester, start delayed as well by rain. Durham 250 for 7 as Van der Hoogten bowls, and Van Buren plays that back to him. End of the over. Just the single off it to Ben Charlesworth. It's 6 for 1.
Yes, Van Buren has come out with a fairly positive attitude. And Graham Wagg tried that, didn't last for long. 10 Dowthwaite slapped a few boundaries in the company of the tail end before he ran out of partners. So 6 for 1 in 6 overs. We remarked on Glamorgan's slow progress. Gloucestershire equally constrained in these opening overs as De Lange bowls, and that one comes back a little bit. Left outside off stump though, quite comfortably by Charlesworth.
Yes, more oohs and ahs from the slip cordon and the keeper though. Seems to be something of a pastime.
Well, I've been known to refer it as the Amdram Society behind the stumps. It's behind you. De Lange right arm fast over the wicket, bowls and beats Charlesworth's defensive prod on that occasion. Through to Cook.
Yeah, that's the first time he's played and missed, Charlesworth. He's left quite a few outside the off stump, but certainly played at that. Yes. It's going to happen, isn't it? All the way through this game.
You'd have thought so. It's a test of De Lange's concentration as well, to see how consistently he can keep the ball well pitched up as steams in, bowls, and that one's driven slightly uppishly, but nowhere near carrying to Graham Wagg at cover. No run for Charlesworth. Yes, Hampshire against Surrey, you referred to the lack of play there. That, of course, is a Sussex outground normally, but Hampshire not able to use the Aegeus Bowl because that is being used for international cricket. And they haven't often played outside Southampton in recent years. De Lange into Charlesworth, leaves outside off stump through to Cook. Newport, Isle of Wight, they used, I believe, was it last season or the season before?
Yeah, it was recently.
Fairly recently. And they used to play at Bournemouth, but sadly no longer. 6 for 1. Gloucestershire in the 7th over, replying to Glamorgan's 1-1-6. As that one is, I think, left-ish. Left quite late.
Left of centre.
Whether he'd left the ball by the time it passed the bat, I'm not quite sure.
I think he left it.
We'll give him that then.
Not as convincing a leave as some we've seen from him.
In comes De Lange to Charlesworth, leaves that one definitely with bat high upraised above his head. It is the end of a maiden over from Marchant De Lange, who has conceded just the 2 runs in his 4 overs. 0 for 2, Van der Hoogten at the other end, 1 for 4, and it'll be a relief to the Glamorgan coaching staff, I think, to see Gloucestershire finding runs equally hard to come by.
Yes, the scoring rate at the moment is less than 1 and over. 6 from 7. As Tim van der Hoogten starts a new over from the Rivet half end. Bowls to Van Buren, who defends. Wagg is the fielder.
Yes, there's a further inspection at 10 to 1 at Southampton. England against Pakistan. I would say they'd be minded to pack up and go home early, but of course they're not allowed to go home. They won't be going anywhere anyway.
Indeed. We'll stay in the bubble.
With the next test starting on Friday.
At the same venue.
At the same venue.
In comes Van der Hoogten. This time Van Buren plays it out to mid-on. Again, there won't be a run. So Van Buren, who Played 2 scoring strokes so far. He's on 5. It's a bit of a fidget on the popping crease before settling. Still cloudy here at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. There's Van der Houten bowls. Good looking cover drive here. That'll be 4. That's going over the practice pitches away to our right and disturbs a pied wagtail, in fact, as it progresses rapidly to the boundary. Wagtail does the sensible thing, makes itself scarce.
Yeah, that was a wide half volley, really. Van der Houten straying offline and duly punished by Van Buren. Rare boundary in front of the square on the offside in this match.
Double figures for Gloucestershire.
Woo!
So, Van der Houten to Van Buren. Oh, a play and a miss here. That's a good delivery. Just in that corridor of uncertainty around off stump. Van Buren goes down to do some gardening. As though it were the pitch's fault, which it may have been, partly.
Checking up on the weather forecast, possibility of rain is just pushing back gently, and it's now 59% at 3 o'clock, but we may get away with it maybe for an hour or so after lunch.
Van der Houten in again to Van Buren, who leaves outside the off stump, and oohs and ahs follow.
It was somewhere near the stumps, in other words.
Which it is supposed to be, after
Indeed.
all.
Actually, with the benefit of a replay on the video stream, that was not very far over the top of off, so I think on this occasion we'll give them the chorus. The witches' chorus behind the stumps.
Fair enough. Van der Houten runs in towards us, bowls to Van Buren, who gets struck, I think, around the waist by that delivery that's homing in on him. End of the over, 10 for 1. Just the one scoring stroke again from Van Buren. He's on 9, and Charlesworth is on a single.
Well, it's good to see Van der Houten posing questions of the batsman from the Welsh point of view, because he had a fairly barren season last year in the red ball format, with just 15 wickets at 47, in contrast to his previous successful campaigns wearing the daffodil. 10 for 1 Gloucestershire in reply to Glamorgan's 116.
Change of angle for De Lange. Going to go round the wicket, I think.
To the left-hander. Graham Wagg is scraping away at the crease for some reason.
Before retreating to mid-off.
As De Lange comes round the wicket, bowls, and allowed to go through by Charlesworth, possibly on length more than anything. And he is making some quite fine judgments here as to when to leave, is Ben Charlesworth. Born in Oxford, teenager. Debut a couple of seasons ago. As De Lange pounds in and bowls, and Charlesworth plays this one comfortably enough to Douthwaite.
Yes, the half century he scored in the previous match was his 4th for Gloucestershire.
Looking at the records, 5 first-class matches last season. Averaged 24, which is probably not quite enough to keep you in the team, but it shows promise for a youngster. Delanger bowls and Charlesworth will get a single here as Wag goes down. They might come back for a second run as Carlson does the mopping up.
I think
in fact not.
There was a second there.
There was a very comfortable second there.
Van Buren wanted it, but Charlesworth wasn't interested.
It was a quick single as Graham Wag went down on the ball in the covers, missed it, dived over the top of it. Wag looks back and says, "Wasn't my fault." Slipped. And Kieran Carlson was there fairly quickly to, as it turned out, prevent a second, but there should have been two there. Puts Graham Van Buren on strike against Marchant de Lange. Balls now. It's a lovely drive and it's well intercepted at cover by the tumbling Wag. Age is just a number. The veteran Glamorgan all-rounder. Nice cricket, really. It's well pitched up ball, nicely driven and well intercepted by Wag with his right hand. Prevent at least a couple of runs. Wag is in one of those half and half positions, trying to cover both the cover position and mid-off. De Lange into Van Buren, who plays and misses. Pushing forward just outside off stump. And been impressed generally by the Glamorgan lengths with the ball. Matthew Maynard and David Harrison, his assistant, will be, I think, reasonably happy with the way that they've started, but can they make further inroads before lunch? De Lange bowls, short ball outside off stump. Van Buren steps back, has nothing at all to do with it. We will be having a sanitisation break at 11 for 1 after 9 overs here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website. Glamorgan bowled out for 116, Gloucestershire 11 for 1 in reply. But if we had 2 full days with the low scoring and these conditions, we might be in with a chance of a positive result. But if it hoses down again this afternoon, maybe just a battle for bonus points tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. It's hard, isn't it, after you lose a full day? And then we lost a session yesterday as well.
And it is so galling, isn't it, after we lost 2/3 of the season?
Yeah.
I think everyone thinks, hurrah, we can play cricket for 2 months at least. But then the first professional cricket here in Wales since Glamorgan defeated Leicestershire in the last but one game of last season. And we have been bedevilled by the weather. Bit of winding up from Dan Douthwaite, who will presumably be bowling first or second change.
Still Van der Hoogten in the meantime, bowling to Ben Charlesworth. Running in from the River Taff end, and Charlesworth covers up nicely and defends up to mid-off.
Adrian Thomas has been on Twitter with some stats. Lowest all-out first innings scores for Glamorgan against Gloucestershire in Cardiff, 1968 to 2020, which is very precise. This is the lowest in the last 50 years.
Here is Van der Hoogten. Charlesworth defends firmly back to him.
Glamorgan all out for 137 here just 2 years ago against Gloucestershire. So David Payne with his second best bowling figures of his career. 5 for 31 this morning.
Next delivery from Van der Hoogten is defended out on the offside this time by Charlesworth.
which gives you an easy interviewee whatever happens from now on.
Indeed.
At the close of play. Yesterday conducted on the terrace underneath our commentary points, since they didn't want to risk people getting wet on the boundary's edge, which it'll in normal circumstances be the interview position.
Van der Hoogten in. Charlesworth drives at that one, makes no contact with it. It looked a good shot, but it never looks quite so convincing if the ball just passes the bat.
Yes, it's the Eric Morecambe line, isn't it? I'm playing all the right notes, just not in the right order.
Yeah, we've got 164 bowling to another, bizarrely.
Yes, Van der Hoogten's is in memory of Philip Hughes, I believe.
Oh, right.
The late Australian batsman.
Running in towards us. Bowls and Charlesworth defends. Just pushes it out on the offside.
Good afternoon to Howell John, who is enjoying the live feed on the Glamorgan Cricket website, complete with replays of the main incidents and our commentary as well, if you're in a position to watch as well as listen. Although it being a Monday, I guess there'll be a fair few people listening in offices, surreptitiously maybe, if anyone works in offices anymore. Maybe they don't.
Van der Hoogten round the wicket to Charlesworth, who gets a full-length delivery, which he drives. It's well fielded at mid-on.
Sprawling Dowthwaite, going full length, not for the first time. And Dowthwaite looks as though he's got a bit of an Alice band going on there to tame his locks.
He's in a hurry about something. He's running right down to...
He's going to discard his cap. Because presumably he's going to be bowling either this over or the next. Wag is warming up as well, but is it going to be this over? De Lange still has his cap on, so it is going to be Dowthwaite bounding in to bowl from this Cathedral Road end here at Sophia Gardens. I suspect that we'll have lunch at 1:10 today, given that there are theoretically extra overs to be added to the day, although the chance of extra overs actually happening is fairly low.
They've got better at playing frisbee, cricketers, this this summer. They do it with their caps, they do it with their sun hats. Sun hats fly better.
Dowthwaite is into bowl. Van Buren off a thick edge down into the gully. Root stops. Yes, the aerodynamic properties of the sun hat. No sun hats on view, no sun on view here in Cardiff today on what is technically day 3, but is actually the second day of the action between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. Dan Dowthwaite with 5 wickets this season, but has been expensive on occasion. Need to be disciplined here. Full length ball allowed to go through outside off stump by Van Buren.
Yes, if the discipline is there, wickets do fall, as we've seen.
Play at Pompey. Rumour has it that Nick Webb won't want to come back in a future life as a cricket commentator based in Cardiff. Good afternoon as well to Steve West on Twitter. As we approach the lunch interval, and Dowthwaite is in and bowls, and that's angled down, and they'll go through for a quick single as Van Buren played that one down through the gully area. It was only half stopped, and good call from Charlesworth to hasten through for a single. 12 for 1 Gloucestershire, Charlesworth 2, Van Buren 10, which tells you that Chris Dent went without scoring. Court Cook bowled Van der Hoogten. David Payne will be the headline maker of the first session, certainly having claimed 4 out of the 5 wickets to fall today and complete his own 5 for Dowthwaite with a bit of sunlight above him. Bowls, and Charlesworth leaves outside off stump. A brightening of the playing surface in front of us for the first time this morning.
Yes, it's rather bizarre, isn't it? There's a lot of the rest of the ground is still in cloud.
Yeah, certainly plenty of murky stuff still around. But we stay dry for the time being as Douthwaite bowls to Charlesworth outside off stump. No shot played. 3 slips, gully, a point. Very thickly populated area. Square and behind on the offside. Cover wide mid-on, mid-wicket. And fine leg down on the ropes. Douthwaite with a little bit of sunshine on his back, wearing 88. Pounds in and bowls, and that's nudged away on the offside by Charlesworth. The end of the over. 12 for 1 after 11 overs now. Here at Sophia Gardens, Stephen Lamb at Lamb165 on Twitter. I'm Nick Webb 2017. You're listening to BBC commentary, either via the BBC website or app, or through the Glamorgan video stream as well. Murky skies over the centre of Cardiff. Been looking out at pretty dark clouds all morning. Just a brief burst of brightness, which is now, I think, leaving us, but the clouds not moving very fast overhead, as Stephen has been remarking.
Going to be a double bowling change. Graham Wagg is coming on from the river end. Bowling over the wicket initially, left arm of course. Bowling to the right-handed Van Buren, who drives, good looking shot, but straight to the man at mid-off. Marchant de Lange. What I like about Van Buren's approach is that it's been so positive. He may only be on 10, but he's been trying his best to keep the scoreboard moving. It's not easy. Wagg with 4 slips in, bowls to him again, outside the off stump and left alone. Same formation of 3 slips and then a 5th after a gap. Alongside the Glamorgan skipper, Chris Cook. Kieran Bull is at first slip. Nick Selman at second as Wagg comes in. Outside the off stump and left alone. Charlie Hemphrey is at third. And Billy Root at 5th.
So that's just a little bit of an adjustment from the priority order, I think, with Hemphrey not entirely reliable in that area in the first couple of games. Has not quite had the success in slip catching that he has in the past, so Salmon, more of a specialist as well, gets back in there.
Wagg bowls. This is driven up to mid-off again by Van Buren.
It's quite a wide delivery, had to reach to get to it and didn't really time it.
Yeah, slightly crooked bat in the end. Billy Root is somewhat hirsute under that Glamorgan cap.
He is, definitely. He hasn't seen a barber since lockdown.
Here is Wagg. Bowling to the right-handed Van Buren, and that didn't quite carry to 3rd slip off the outside edge.
Yeah, Hemphrey went down. Don't think it was a chance by any means. as that one pitched about a foot or so short of Emfrey, and he did well to block it and prevent it from scuttling through for runs. But a sign of hope for Graham Wagg to find the edge.
Here comes Wagg again then. This is pushed out to square leg by Van Buren. Cries of frustration from some of the fielders at the end of the over. So exactly 1 run per over at the moment, 12 for 1 off 12. And Van Buren has 10 of them. Ben Charlesworth has the other 2. The man out is Chris Dent, who was dismissed in the second over of the innings for a duck.
Well, Glamorgan tried at times a more positive approach when they resumed their innings today, but it didn't actually pay them dividends, because as they lost 5 wickets for 36 in 11.3 overs this morning. Douthwaite charging in, bowling to the left-handed Charlesworth across the face of the batsman through to the keeper. No shot. 5 for 36 on the second morning. There were bouts of aggression from Dan Douthwaite, who finished 30 not out. David Payne 5 for 31, Josh Shaw 3 for 13. The chief destroyers for the Shire. Douthwaite in to bowl. That's a decent ball, but decent leave as well from Charlesworth. Close to off stump, but close enough to leave. If you're just joining us, we're likely to get another 10 minutes cricket, I would presume, unless there's a subsection to the subsection on when you actually take the intervals. Usually an extra 10 minutes on each session when you get time to make up, as that's wide outside off stump. A bit of a wasted effort from Douthwaite on that occasion, as Charlesworth would have been foolish to launch at that one. We're waiting news of an inspection at Southampton for the test match. It is raining in Pontprenay on the outskirts of Cardiff, but the clouds are not moving very fast, so that doesn't mean it'll be raining here anytime soon. Maybe within a couple of hours. Douthwaite into Charlesworth, again wideish outside off stump, and again allowed to go through.
Yeah, this over is too wayward really for the conditions thus far. Just needs to home in more on that off stump.
Glamorgan fielders noisy and encouraging Dan Douthwaite. As in and bowls, and that's chopped away nicely through the gully area between point and gully. Carlson is off after it. Charlesworth has come back for a second run, and that will be all. Throw didn't quite reach Chris Cook, but it was on its way rapidly enough. 14 for 1 Gloucestershire in this 13th over of the innings. Douthwaite needs to tighten his line to the left-hander. Find that corridor of uncertainty. Douthwaite past umpire Blackwell. Bowls. A little bit tighter to off stump, but still no shot required. No shot offered by Charlesworth. And we will indeed continue for an extra few minutes here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website, because lunch will be postponed until 10 past because the extra overs that can theoretically be added to the day's play. Be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners in the next couple of minutes.
Yes, that brighter patch of weather has disappeared now, over towards the city centre. Cloud formation has got the better of it. as Wag runs in towards us to start a new over outside the off stump, and Van Buren has nothing to do with that. It may be a little bit darker than it was when we started. There's a slightly higher chance of rain later this afternoon, but the forecast is ever changing. Have another look at it in a second.
He's starting at Arundel at 1:30.
Wag on his way in from the River Taff end. It's defended on the leg side.
Gloucestershire 14 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 116, and they're finding life equally tough with Charlesworth 4, Van Buren 10. Tim van der Hoogten struck early, having the Gloucestershire captain the opener Chris Dent caught behind without scoring. Earlier Glamorgan lost their last 5 wickets for 36. David Payne claimed 4 of them this morning, 4 of 5 for Dan Douthwaite, top scored with 30 not out. Gloucestershire in reply 14 for 1.
Wag bowls, and once again Van Buren defends. Pushes the ball back down the wicket. Chance of rain at 2 o'clock 23%, 3 o'clock up to 59%, 4 o'clock up to 75%. So it doesn't look great, but it could be wrong.
Indeed, those minority percentages could still come to pass.
So just heading towards lunch here at Sophia Gardens. Graham Wag is on his way in to bowl to the right-handed Graham Van Buren, who just lifts his bat out of the line of that delivery. We have a couple more overs before the interval. You can hear the encouragement being addressed to the bowler by various fielders.
Excitingly, there's another inspection at Southampton at 1:40.
Wag bowls, and there's an appeal for caught behind here, not out, says Jeff Evans. Graham Wag has gone all the way up and is standing at a barely socially distance from Graham Van Buren. Gives him a hard look. Then it's as you were.
I think the noise might have been bat on pad. It was fairly close to the outside edge, but might have been just bat on pad rather than bat on ball. So if there were to be no play at Southampton, it would be the fewest overs bowled in a test in England since 1931.
This one from Wag is defended by Van Buren. Pushed out on the offside end of the over. 14 for 1. And Graham Wag showing again what a fierce competitor he is.
Absolutely. Throws himself into everything very wholeheartedly, does Graham Wag. Certainly one of the main voices in the dressing room, if you can put it like that. So Douthwaite will bowl what may be the last over of the morning session into Charlesworth, who defends that back, and there is no run.
We're back to a run and over now.
Yes. Despite Van Buren's brief, aggressive early efforts. As this one is driven back past the bowler, but Douthwaite got a hand to it, and Charlesworth decides that, although there may have been a run there, it probably wasn't quite worth it.
Yes, Delango was the second line of defence coming round behind the bowler, so it would have been a risky single.
Dowthwaite in bowls. Charlesworth pulls, doesn't time it, ends up at mid-on. Wag intercepted. Rick Wilton on Twitter. Glamorgan lads, noisy and busy, difficult batting conditions. He's enjoying the live stream as well. Afternoon to you, Rick. At Cricketman Wales on Twitter. And a blogger on the game. 14 for 1. Gloucestershire replying to 116 all out. 102 is all they have to score to get on level terms, but they too are finding it tough going, as Glamorgan did. Dowthwaite bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through.
Thanks to Darren Shepherd for a tweet saying the only good thing about being off work with a kidney infection is watching the Shire on the laptop. Get well soon, Darren.
Quite. If you want to tweet us, Slam165, NitWeb 2017. Dowthwaite coming around the wicket, the left-handed Charlesworth. And that's allowed to go through. Fairly close, fairly adjacent to the wickets, I suspect. Dowthwaite is down on his haunches in mid-wicket, and that was very adjacent to the top of off stump.
Left on length.
A couple of inches in it, I think. It certainly wasn't a comfortable leave. But his castle is intact. 14 for 1. As Charlesworth faces up and defends back to Dowthwaite, who gets a hand to it and diverts it into the path of Delanger at mid-off. No run. And that will be that, ladies and gentlemen, for an interesting morning session in which Glamorgan's last 5 wickets could only add 36, largely due to the efforts of David Payne, who finished with 5 for 31. Dan Dowthwaite top scored with 30 not out. In reply, Gloucestershire have crawled to 14 for 1 off 15 overs. Chris Dent given out caught behind off Van der Hoogten without scoring. Charlesworth 4, Van Buren 10. Just about Gloucestershire's session again, thanks to the efforts of David Payne, Stephen.
Yep, indeed. But the slow pace of scoring has been a feature of the match so far. Graham Van Buren, despite looking positive, has only managed to get to 10 thus far. Ben Charlesworth even slower, he's on 4. So whether there'll be any change this afternoon, we've got a threat of rain still. We've got players heading off in bright sunshine though at the moment, so let's hope we have as much of that as possible in the remainder of the day.
So commentary resumes on the Glamorgan website and on the BBC website and app at around about 1:50. Thanks very much indeed for joining us for the morning session. Glamorgan 116 all out, Gloucestershire in reply 14 for 1.
by Graham Wagg, so he's unchanged. He was bowling at the River Taff end before lunch and still bowling afterwards. This is his third over. Running in towards us. Left alone again.
At least it's only a few lights on the scoreboard that they have to replace, as opposed to the manual scoreboards that get used at club level, where if a number falls off, you're in real trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. No replacements.
Clunk, 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 as you pull on those strings in the back of the scorebox, or the back of the numbers.
I remember an amazing scoreboard at the Crabble ground in Dover, which was once upon a time a first-class ground. As Wagg is in again. Oh, that's way outside the off stump. No need to engage with that. But the main numbers were on, it was like windmills, huge, great circular things that were really quite difficult to push around. Must have been a very old scoreboard even then, and that was back in the 1980s. Shouldn't think it would still be there now. Numerous different designs of scoreboards these days around the county circuit and test grounds, but much more information than we used to have. Wagg bowls, way outside the off stump again.
The applause he's receiving from his teammates is not entirely justified. It's tempting, though. It's Graham Wagg putting it out there. Go on, have a go, have a go.
Yeah, well, there are still 4 slips waiting in case Van Buren should have a go and get a nick. He stands, bat raised, as Wagg comes in again, and he does play at that one and misses. That was better directed and past the outside edge of the probing bat. So, more overs bowled thus far than there are runs on the board.
Yeah, we thought Glamorgan's 1.5 and over for much of yesterday was slow. Gloucestershire have been even more cautious, but just the 1 wicket down so far.
This one from Wagg is defended firmly. Pushed out on the offside. And it's the end of the over. So 16 gone now. Still 14 for 1. What are we going to have to talk about this afternoon if overs go by just like that one?
The vicissitudes of scoreboards. Anyway, at least at this level they don't have to worry about hanging numbers on hooks, as we do in the lower reaches of the game. 14 for 1. Dan Douthwaite to continue his spell from around the wicket. We await, by the way, news of inspection at Southampton, which may put paid to the Test match.
Put it out of its misery. Mercy killing.
As Douthwaite bowls, that's down the leg side and clipped away nicely by Charlesworth. Easy single down to a fine leg. Douthwaite kicking at the turf, realising that that had gone offline. The latest news from the 1340 inspection is that there will be a 1420 inspection.
Dear, oh dear.
There was one heck of an overnight storm, with the Aegeus Bowl left almost underwater at one point. 15 for 1, Gloucestershire here in the Welsh capital. As Douthwaite is in to bowl to Van Buren, who pushes on the leg side. No run.
Just wonder how this wicket compares with the one in Bristol last week, which also produced cricket which was somewhat turgid at times. Quite difficult to get the ball away on both of them.
Douthwaite is in to Van Buren, who drives to mid-on. De Lange fields. No run. Yes, the build-up to this game didn't help preparations, I guess, with the wicket undercover Friday and Saturday when we had no play. They cut it fairly late, didn't they, before the start of play yesterday, which is understandable. Douthwaite turns, runs away from us at the Cathedral Road end. Nice rhythmical run up and bowls, and that's forced off the back foot by Van Buren, but straight to point where Carlson does the fielding. Carlson's got a bit of a mullet going on. Just a gentle mullet. Nothing quite 80s hair metal as yet. But certainly hairdressing appointments have been few and far between until recent weeks. Douthwaite is in and bowls, and that's played on the leg side by Van Buren. And there's no run, and I'm in need of a trim at the sides myself, I must admit. The top doesn't grow much, if at all, these days. Don't have to cut the top, basically, just watch it disappear. 15 for 1 are Gloucestershire in reply to 1-1-6 all out from Glamorgan. Douthwaite into Van Buren, who works that one away backward of square. He may get as many as 2 runs here, and he will, coming back fairly comfortably by the time Van der Hoogten has made ground round from fine leg. End of the Douthwaite over, and Gloucestershire a gallop pell-mell onto 17 for 1 in 17 overs.
Yeah, yes, they caught up.
They're up to 1 run and over with that too. Exciting stuff for me to report on the next radio bulletin in around 4 minutes' time.
We should have got through another wag over by then. He's ready to continue. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Charlesworth, just taking guard from umpire Evans. Settles. As wag is in. And bowls outside the off stump. And guess what? He's left it alone. Sun trying to come out again.
Looking around the country, I think unless there are contrived finishes and agreed declarations, I may not get any naturally ensuing results. And they're just about through the first innings at Northampton.
Wag in. And Charlesworth leaves. Ball that's outside his off stump. Wag goes up and gives him a rather long look from not very far away. Don't know whether he said anything as well.
Probably. Wasn't that far away from off stump.
Something like, good leave, old boy.
Absolutely. It was nearly even Stevens on first innings at Northampton, which is Glamorgan's next destination. Northants totalled 212 in reply to Worcestershire's 219. Barnard 4 for 46, the main protagonist for Worcestershire.
Here's Wag in to Charlesworth, who gets a single here as he just pushes that one in between the 2 run-saving fielders on the offside. Somerset,
well, they may not need a 4th innings to defeat Warwickshire, because they have reached 373 for 8, 252 ahead of Warwickshire. Stephen Davis has 110 not out. Jamie Overton is 98 not out.
That would be his maiden first-class 100 if he gets there. That would have been entertaining. Here is Wag, and Van Buren is hit on the pad here as he shapes to turn him away to leg. No run.
Yeah, Overton's 98 not out has so far come off 81 balls, and he's hit 13 4s and 5 6s. So You're missing a bit of entertainment with Somerset this week.
Neither Overton hangs around blocking.
No.
It's just not in their nature.
An effective swinging from number 10.
Here is Wag. Bowling to Van Buren, who drives. Good looking stroke, but only as far as mid-off, no run.
So, contrary to my earlier speculation, it very much seems as though Somerset are well placed for a result without any contrivance there. Taking bowl Warwickshire out a second time in a day and a half, if they get a day and a half between the rain.
Yeah, that's been the least affected by the weather, that match, of the ones in this batch. Wag, left arm over the wicket. In, and that's a good delivery, which Van Buren played at and missed, and Wag has another word at the end of the over. 19 for 1. Van Buren has 12, Charlesworth has 6.
Among the other standout performances of the round, a double century for Dawid Malan, 219 out of Yorkshire's 400 for 6 declared against Derbyshire. 39 without loss. Not often that we'll see first innings declarations with this 120 over limits this season, but Yorkshire pulled it in just over the 100 over mark, so a decent lick from them. In stark contrast to the slow scoring here in Cardiff as the sun comes out. And Douthwaite is right arm over, and Charlesworth takes at least a single off the first ball of the over. There will be only a single as it's fielded by Cullen towards the mid-wicket boundary in front of the pavilion. 19 for 1 Gloucestershire in the 19th over.
Go on, Dan. 5 rocks in this one, Dan.
Douthwaite into his 5th over. The openers bowled 5 apiece. Douthwaite is in to bowl, and that's driven through mid-off by Van Buren. I think it might well run to the boundary. The pursuit is on, but the ball wins it up towards the indoor cricket school, away to our left. And a rare boundary. Van Buren moves on to 16, and Gloucestershire on to 23 for 1.
Yeah, the boundary signalled by Ian Blackwell, who's the one man out there in a sun hat.
Perhaps it doubles up as a rain hat. In the event of sudden precipitation, that's the second boundary of the innings, both of them to Van Buren. Douthwaite bowls, Van Buren defensive this time, plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
I think Van Buren's mindset has been as good as any batter in this game so far.
Yeah.
He's always looked to be positive, even though it's not easy in these conditions. And he has tried to put bat to ball. And so far it's worked out for him. That'll probably be it now.
Commentator's curse. Douthwaite to Van Buren, who will... Oh, there could be a run out if that had hit. Charlesworth, I think, would have gone there. As it's played out into the covers. Carlson had a shy on the turn. And
I'm sure he'd have been out.
Charlesworth had, I think he'd given up. That was a risky single called by Van Buren. As, it probably wasn't there, that run. 24 for 1. Douthwaite running away from us in the media centre to the left-handed Charlesworth on 7 not out, and he pushes and runs on the offside, and that was a better judge single, I think.
Yes.
Carlson Fielding on that side, the wicket for the left-hander as well. Got to it, but they were safely through. 25 for 1. The score gallops on to.
Yeah, well, I was praising Van Buren's positive mindset.
Yes.
Maybe he was just a little bit too positive.
That one strayed a little bit, didn't it?
That call for a sharp single, and I'm sure if there'd been a direct hit, that would have been wicket number 2.
Douthwaite to Van Buren, and he dabs that on the leg side. It's a no ball. Gloucestershire will be grateful for the runs from anywhere.
Yes, they're scorching ahead on runs to overs ratio. 27 for 1. We're in the 19th. It's an expensive over, this one.
Douthwaite in, well, bright sunshine, I think we can safely say now. A little bit of blue sky around. Will it last? Douthwaite in to Van Buren, who defends that one back down the wicket, and there's no run. And the over, Charlesworth has 8. Van Buren has a magnificent 17. And Gloucestershire, in reply to Glamorgan's 116 all out, 27 for 1 after 19 overs.
And it may tell you something about the nature of this game that Nick has just referred to a magnificent 17.
It's one of the highest scores of the match. In fact, it's the 3rd highest score of the game. Beaten only by Root's 19 and Douthwaite's 30 not out, but 27 was a problem number for Glamorgan. It's when they lost their first wicket and started the slide.
Can Wag do something similar for Glamorgan as he comes into bowl to the left-handed Charlesworth? He gets behind this and pushes it out to backward point. It's fielded by Carlson.
Unlucky number, of course, for Rockstars as well. Number perished at that age.
Wag is back to his mark. Sun on his back at the moment. Turns and runs in towards us. Bowls, and that doesn't require a stroke from Charlesworth, and doesn't get one. Passes by his off stump.
A study published in the British Medical Journal in 2011 concluded there was no increase in the risk of death for musicians at the age of 27. There was an increased risk in the 20s and 30s generally.
Here comes Wag again, still with 4 slips alongside the keeper. Bowls to Charlesworth down the leg side, and no contact with the bat as it goes through again to the keeper.
Not sure what Van Buren was up to there, just seemed to be grubbing around at the non-striker's end. Maybe his gloves were getting a little bit slippery and he needs to get a bit of mud on them and on his hands.
A bit more grip.
Yeah.
Wag bowls, and Charlesworth is hit on the pad here. It goes out on the offside. It may have been a mixture of bat and pad, actually. Strangled appeal. Batting continues to be hard work, just as it was for Glamorgan yesterday.
Yeah, briefly Van Buren, briefly Douthwaite, thriving.
Wag outside the off stump. Again, no stroke from the batsman, who removes a glove. Ben Charlesworth.
We might get through till tea at 4 if we're lucky, but the forecast seems fairly determined that that will be it for the day.
Here is Wag. This is driven, and Wag gets a hand to it, and Van Buren alert to that dreaded possibility of a run out as the ball goes back to hit the stumps. Had grounded his bat in time.
Apologies to listeners on the stream who may be getting a few bleeps which we need to carry out to restore connections with the BBC.
Here is Wag. In again to Charlesworth, who leaves. Lets that one go past his off stump. Wag looks for all the world as though Charlesworth had committed a criminal offence. At the end of the over, conversation between the two batsmen, and it's 29 for 1. Charlesworth is 8 and Van Buren is 17.
Apologies to listeners on the BBC service who may have been away from us briefly. We are now back on the BBC website as well as on the Glamorgan stream, where this game is continuing to meander along in terms of the scoreboard. Douthwaite is in to bowl to Van Buren, leaves through low outside off stump, and there's no run. Around about 20 minutes we should get news of another inspection in Southampton. It's I think the 5th of the day at 2:20 p.m. and with the match in the state that it is, there may not be a huge desire in the dressing room to get out there. As Douthwaite bounds in, bowls to Van Buren, who drives nicely straight back down the ground past the stumps. He'll get at least a couple of runs. De Lange is after it. De Lange pulls it up inside the boundary, and De Lange has a quite powerful arm, and the batsman wary of that. They settle for 2 runs,
as you'd expect from a man who used to throw the javelin.
I wonder when his next bowling spell might be. Bowled 5 overs to start with, did De Lange. Douthwaite is now in his 6th. He bowls a short ball, and Douthwaite bent his back into that one and got a bit more pace. It's rare that we've seen a lot of pace off this wicket. It's just been awkward in other ways.
Yeah, you may have heard the grunt, which often emits from Douthwaite. That was a slightly louder grunt than usual.
Sharapova, eat your heart out. 31 for 1. Van Buren raced on to 19, and that's where he'll stay as he defends 1-2 De Lange at mid-on.
Yeah, it was Jimmy Connors who started the grunt off years and years ago when he was serving. Terrible noise he made.
Yes, it has bedeviled some tennis courts ever since, hasn't it? Dan Douthwaite perspiring away in past the umpire. Bowls driven nicely by Van Buren, but straight to De Lange at mid-on. No run this time, and De Lange has got his little finger strapped to the one next to it, and a big piece of strapping around the left rest of his left hand. He also wears a very large watch while playing. Presumably a sponsorship deal, although from this distance no one is going to know what sort of watch it is. Douthwaite bowls, a leave by Van Buren. Outside off stump, through to Cook, end of the over. 31 for 1, Charlesworth 8, Van Buren 19, This in reply to Glamorgan's low first innings total of 116. Over 8 minus 1. Which is not necessarily a worry, but Glamorgan won't want to see it drop further because they don't have any points from this game anyway, so to have -1 point from a game would be pretty bad. They'll be hoping to collect a couple of bowling points this afternoon or tomorrow anyway. Dependent on the weather and of course the potency of their attack this afternoon. Graham Wagg is going to bowl his 6th over as well.
Yeah, he bowled a couple of overs before lunch and has stayed on at that River Taff end since.
I really don't know why Kieran Bull is playing, not particularly because of him, but any spinner.
Wagg bowls, and this is driven by Charlesworth, and only as far as mid-off. Yeah, Gloucestershire made the decision. They did have a spinner in their squad, Tom Smith, who played in the previous game actually, but only bowled 1 over.
Quite.
And especially when this game was reduced to 3 days, and given the conditions, the weather.
Yes, I mean, these conditions would have benefited Michael Hogan. He wasn't in the squad. Lucas Carey might have come in though.
Wagg bowls outside the off stump and left.
Carey in the squad for the first time, but still looking for his first action of the season at county level anyway. Carey's turned out for Pontedillice. Wagg trudging rather, and this is 6 over. He retreats into the distance.
Before running in towards us. Appeal here for LBW. He's given out, playing no shot. Ben Charlesworth. Now, that nearly happened just before the lunch interval. It happened in the second innings of the match before this one, and it's happened again. Charlesworth has to go. The second wicket has fallen. Ben Charlesworth, LBW to Graham Wagg for 8, and Gloucestershire a 31 for 2.
Yeah, that was quite a bad misjudgment, I'm afraid, from the teenager. Just looked a reasonably straight delivery from Wagg, bowling left arm over to the left-hander. Hit him round about the knee, and could well have taken the top section of middle stump, I would suggest. Not that we have Hawkeye facilities here, but Charlesworth is off, and I think can have few complaints about that decision, as he finds the exit way up the right-hand set of steps as we look at the pavilion, and is replaced by Hankins or Lace.
It will probably be Hankins. Yeah, the walk back is even longer than it usually is, given the social distancing system back in that pavilion. Charlesworth has now finally disappeared from the scene, and we had a brief sanitation and drinks break as well. Looks like it's Tom Lace, the new batsman.
You don't often notice the sanitisation breaks, do you, when wickets fall, as they have done regularly today. There haven't needed to be any extra breaks. Tom Lace is down theoretically as 1 on the scoreboard, but is wearing a numberless jersey. The debutant.
Yep, this will be his first ball in Gloucestershire colours, to be bowled by Graham Wagg, who has one of the 2 wickets to have fallen. On his way in, bowls, and this is down the leg sides, an appeal for caught behind here, but Jeff Evans isn't interested. Good take by Chris Cook, diving to his left.
It was acrobatic, wasn't it? As he went to play it on the leg side, now it flicked the pad on the way through, and I think the peel was more from the slips than either bowler or keeper. And the slips, of course, being those with the worst vantage point, as they wouldn't have known what it hit.
Lace settles again. As Wag bowls, that's outside the off stump and he leaves alone. So we've got two right-handers in together now. Tom Lace, 22 years of age, signed from Middlesex last week.
It's a strange time of the season to be changing clubs, isn't it, really? Yeah, I thought it happened before the start of it, or not at all.
Yes, it was the lure of a longer-term contract which attracted him. Wag bowls and he leaves this outside his off stump again. Signed on a 3-year contract.
Well, at this uncertain time for professional cricketers generally, you can forgive players for looking for the longest possible deal, even if it doesn't actually carry anything more in the way of financial reward. And you suspect that many counties will be carrying smaller staffs next season.
Yeah, and some counties at present, and I'm sure it'll continue, have bigger squads than others, and Middlesex are one of them.
Yeah, I mean, Glamorgan have got a big squad. It's not necessarily an expensive squad, but it's relatively large in numbers. Douthwaite in to bowl, allowed to go through by Van Buren. And there are some difficult decisions to be made by the Glamorgan management in terms of reducing squad numbers for next season, which I think would have been reduced anyway were it not for the pandemic and the drop in income. Douthwaite from the Cathedral Road end bowls a full toss that rather surprises the batsman. It wasn't too high a full toss, but he missed out really, did Van Buren there.
Yes, it was a bit of an offering, wasn't it? Could have got that away. He actually played it straight to the one man fielding at square leg. If he got it a yard or two either side, then that would have been through, potentially to the boundary.
Douthwaite. That's a better delivery, and Van Buren is forward playing a textbook defensive shot out on the offside, no run.
Mixture of sunshine and cloud at the moment over Cardiff.
It seems to be brightening up a little bit this afternoon, which is not what the weather forecast is suggesting. Douthwaite, past umpire Blackwell, balls driven by Van Buren, nice shot, but well intercepted by Wag at mid-off. And there is no run. Well, Gloucestershire's batsmen have done, by and large, fairly well to avoid the edges that Glamorgan offered up. Chris Dent given out caught behind, possibly off the glove area. As Douthwaite bowls and Van Buren plays it down into gully, where Carlson from point makes a diving stop and there's no run. 31 for 2, 23rd over here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website.
Somerset have secured all 5 batting points at Edgbaston, 410 for 9. Jamie Overton did go through to his maiden first-class 100, eventually dismissed for 120.
But that was entertaining. Douthwaite in, Van Buren defends. So apart from the full toss, that wasn't a bad over from Douthwaite, forcing Van Buren into respect. 31 for 2. Lace yet to open his Gloucestershire account, and Graham Van Buren, who has been going pretty well with the bat this season. A couple of half centuries to his credit. If he scored one here today, that really would be significant in this low scoring match.
So, still to be Graham Wagg from the River Taff end. He's deploying some sawdust at the end of his run, or near the end of it. It's one of his footmarks, perhaps, causing concern. Runs in to bowl to Lace, who defends. Wagg fields and again follows through quite expansively. Gives Lace a long look, almost as if to say, where's your first run for Gloucestershire coming from then?
Stay tall. Don't swing. Stay tall. No shake.
In again. Wagg outside the off stump and left alone. The odd thing is that the sawdust that he put in the footmark, it wasn't his own footmark.
Right.
Unless he's adopted a slightly more angular approach.
Wagg does come in at a bit of an angle.
Yeah, but there are two sets of footmarks, and the ones that are his in this over haven't got any sawdust to do with them.
Just putting him off, maybe.
On his way in again. This is off a leading edge, but all along the ground, out to Carlson at point. No run. Nervous moments these, probably, for Tom Lace. Playing his first innings for Gloucestershire, yet to get off the mark. Right-handed. Sun disappears behind a cloud as Wagg sets off once more. Bowls, this is off the outside edge, going down to third man, and will be Lace's first runs for his new county. He gets a couple, in fact he wants 3, and will get 3. So that's a good moment. It may not have been quite where he intended, but he is off the mark, and he's taken the total to 34 for 2.
It's off the edge, but it was a safe edge, nowhere near carrying. And in the end, shot past the right hand of Hemphrey at third slip there.
So, Van Buren now on strike as Wagg is in. Drives, good looking stroke, will bring him at least 2 here. Going in the direction of the long off boundary. It's pulled in 20 yards inside it. They take a comfortable 2. Van Buren into the 20s. 35 for 2, Gloucestershire. In response to Glamorgan's 116.
Interesting exam news for Welsh students. A-level and GCSE students will be awarded the grades predicted by their teachers.
As Wagg runs in again. This is turned down to long leg by Van Buren, will be a comfortable single, no more.
So that may be good news for any teenagers listening, or indeed those with teenagers in their families, that the dreaded algorithm won't be applied to Welsh students, it seems.
End of the over. Van Buren's gone on to 22 with that single and kept the strike. Lace is 3, 37 for 2. Gloucestershire, so still slow going. given that 24 overs have been bowled. We've got potentially 59 left today.
Dowthwaite bowls the first of those 59, and there's a misfield by Carlson at point, and there's a single to Van Buren as a consequence, chopping the ball away square off the wicket. Somehow managed to elude the grasp of Kieran Carlson. So Dan Dowthwaite is into his 8th over now, but there were a couple before lunch, I think 3 before lunch and now 5 afterwards, so it's not an uninterrupted spell from the young all-rounder who is in now and bowls, and Lace drives gently to mid-off. There's no run. But I really don't understand why Morgan played a spinner in this match, given that it was down to 3 days by the time that they had to choose their team, and given that chunks of those 3 days were likely to be taken out by the weather. Maybe Kieran Bull will prove me wrong, come on and get a hat-trick, but don't think he's going to have a major part to play. Dowthwaite past umpire Blackwell. Bowls a short delivery that Lace ducks underneath. Dowthwaite has got some variation of speed. Some of his deliveries medium pace, but when he bends his back into it, he can produce a useful bouncer and faster delivery generally. Dowthwaite still with 4 slips there, and Lace defending again out on the offside, no run.
Just the 4 bowlers used so far. Both of these 2 into their, well, Dowthwaite's into his 8th over. Graham Waggs bowled 7.
There's Dowthwaite in, bowls, and that's defended by Lace on the back foot, back up the pitch. The trouble is with this particular Glamorgan lineup is that there isn't a natural backup seamer, as Tom Cullen is batting 6 and doesn't bowl, being a keeper by trade. So the balance to the side that's given by Vice-Captain David Lloyd is absent. Dowthwaite bowls, and that's played defensively by Lace. Out in the covers, no run. Wag does the fielding. Lloyd, who'd normally bat at 4 and bowl those backup seam overs, and he is unlikely to play this season, it appears, after breaking his foot stopping a return drive in Glamorgan's very first warm-up day of the season when they started playing in practice matches. Wag has gone off the field, possibly just for a change of boots, and Van der Hoogten will return from the River Taff end.
Yeah, he took the new ball from there this morning, bowled 5 overs with it, so second spell, same end, and he'll be bowling to Van Buren, one Van to another.
The football sponsorships from van companies, haven't there been? Yeah. Various minor cups.
Yes, some strange names we've had over the years. As Van der Hoogten bowls outside the off stump, it's left alone. The Freight Rover Trophy, you remember.
Various van companies as well. Or was it one of the minor leagues that rhymed with Bananarama? As they're known in Cardiff, Bananarama.
Here comes Van der Hoogten. Outside the off stump and left alone. Oohs and ahs, but that was a reasonable leave, I think. That went over and outside the off stump.
Yep, and quibble with that one. It certainly did come back a little bit. But there have been one or two finely judged leaves in this particular game. If you want to contact us via Twitter, NickWebb2017 or at Lam165.
Here's Van der Houten bowling to Van Buren, who's going to pick up a single here. As it's a leg by, in fact. It's off the pad, going down to long leg. It's where he was shaping to play it anyway.
Exciting news from Southampton. Restart at 3:20.
Not really.
Yeah.
Painful.
Once a bit more drying's been done on the run-up at the hotel end. Wonder what time tea is.
Van der Houten, right arm over the wicket, bowling to Tom Lace, who nearly laced that one past backward point. Sorry, it had to happen. That's one for the day. Couldn't quite do it though. Carlson, the fielder, no run.
That Somerset partnership apparently was 180 runs off 173 balls for the 9th wicket. Davis and Jamie Overton.
Some partnership. Here is Van der Houten. Bowling. This is driven by Lace. It's not quite where he was planning on hitting it. I think he was looking to drive it square on the offside, and it's gone down to third man. It was in the air for a while as well. So he's got away with it to a degree.
Yeah, flew aerially over the gully area, but comfortably between point and that 5th slip position that is being preferred to the gully in this match.
Talking earlier about how entertaining both the Overtons are when they bat, Steve Davis comes into that category as well. He's a wonderful offside player, has shown it for 3 different counties. Worcestershire first, then Surrey, and now Somerset. Van der Houten in, and Lace will pick up more runs here in the same direction, and that was intentional. That was opening the face of the bat and running it down in between 3rd slip and 5th slip, in that gap between them, and picking up a couple more. He goes to 9, 45 for 2 at the end of the over.
So as someone who has covered Somerset regularly yourself, you'll be, of course, fully cognisant that that stand of 180 for the 9th wicket was only 3 short of the record.
Entirely, but thanks for mentioning it.
Jointly held by Greetham and Stevenson in 1963. 1990.
Didn't cover that one.
1990 you might have a chance of remembering in your youth.
1990 in my youth. That's
1990.
Very good of you.
2 batsmen involved. One was a test player and not necessarily known for his dashing approach. And the other is a seam bowler turned umpire.
Right. I'll come back to you on that one.
Sorry, this is unfair. De Lange bowls and played on the leg side by Van Buren. No run, 45 for 2.
A seam bowler who became an umpire.
I think he's still around. Yes, he's still on the list.
Palmer?
No.
No? Oh. I think you're going to have to put me out of my misery on this.
As De Lange is in. And bowls, that's nicely driven, but straight to mid-off. No run for Van Buren there. Neil Mallender is the seam bowler turned umpire, who had
joined Somerset from Northamptonshire and late career.
And went back there for a couple of years.
Yes, that's right.
And batsman was Chris Tavray. In comes De Lange, bowls, that's played away on the leg side no run. One more run.
It's hard to think of Chris Tavares
As
as a Somerset player, although I did see him play a wonderful one-day innings. It was a semi-final, actually, of the 50-over competition. He made 100, and it was Tavares and the word entertaining don't always go together, but he was that day. They were narrowly beaten by Essex in the end, but it was a fine attacking innings.
As De Lange bowls, that's off the edge, but bounces before it gets to slip, and Lace survives. De Lange back into the attack then for his 6th over at this Cathedral Road end. That was just about on the second bounce down to Hemphrey at slip.
There was a pop group called the Tavares, wasn't there?
Heaven must be missing an angel. As that's down leg side, and no run. Might have been just a little differently pronounced, but same spelling. Very good. Yes, I don't think they were named after the England batsman. In fact, they probably would have been before his, or around about his prime.
Yeah, you can imagine the DJ saying, well, we're getting underway this morning with the Tavares. It's going to be a slow start.
De Lange to Lace, who plays it to point where Carlson fields. And there's no run. Carlson looks happy with life, but he does generally. He's a bouncy fielder around the place, and credited by Matthew Maynard as being generally good for the dressing room, I think. 46 for 2 are Gloucestershire off 27 overs, having lost Dent, Court, Cook, bowled Van der Hoogten for 0. Charlesworth, a leg before to Wag for 8. That was with the score on 31. It's now 46 for 2. Lace 9, Van Buren 24. Will he become the game's top scorer? Douthwaite with 30 holds that at the moment.
And Van der Hoogten is going to continue from the River Taff end. Right arm over to start. There's a nice drive from Van Buren, but he's found a fielder again. It's happened a few times in recent overs. Some attractive shots have found one fielder or another. That was fielded at mid-off by Charlie Hemphrey. Van der Hoogten in again. Outside the off stump and left alone.
There will be no tea interval in the test match. Shocking. Play to resume at 3:20. 56 overs left in the game, theoretically.
That'll be a long session then.
I think there may be a handshake sometime before that. Darren Stevens has got a 5 for Kent against Middlesex.
In comes Van der Hoogten to Van Buren, outside the off stump, left alone.
Darren Stevens in his prime at 44.
He's the oldest man standing in the first class game now. It was the start of last season, it was him and Marcus Trescothick. Trescothick now retired, of course.
Yes, Pete Trigo up there.
In comes Van der Hoogten. Inside edge onto pad, I think. There was an appeal for LBW, but I heard 2 noises.
Yeah, I think the appeal was a strangled one. They didn't quite follow through with it. Trigo is 39. So is Michael Hogan here, but not involved in this particular match. In fact, Hogan is about a fortnight older than Trigo.
Van der Hoogten in, and Van Buren, oh, he's found a fielder again. That's a good diving stop that time, actually, by Kieran Carlson. I thought that might get away, but it didn't.
Yeah, Carlson virtually always on duty in that point gully area of the field. The first class level, you tend to find your better fielders.
Yeah, we've got a Seagull heading for the third man boundary as Van der Houten bowls to Van Buren, defended. Yeah, that gull is progressing at a stately pace.
Like the innings.
He's about to reach the boundary rope. I wonder what he'll do when he gets there. It's the end of the over. We're going to have a sanitation break, which gives us a chance to see whether... No, it's changed course,
yeah.
The gull.
It's heading from right to left as we look at it at this Cathedral Road end. Now turns towards the boundary for a couple of paces, a quick peck, and he's off once more in the direction of the indoor cricket school. He's about, 3 or 4 metres in from the boundary?
Something like that. And he's keeping the same distance from it pretty well.
Oh, turns infield, about to get in line with the wickets.
Yes, where do you want me, Skip?
long on, that'll do.
Conference between the two umpires. Is that a light meter that's come out?
Well, as I say, we've got the potential of the floodlights for this match.
I don't think the light's too bad at the moment. Maybe it wasn't, maybe it was some other piece of machinery. Anyway, it's... Yeah, Ian Blackwell has it in his left hand. No, it's the ball now. He's put whatever else it was into his pocket.
Well, we may just about get on after tea. The weather percentage of rain at 4 o'clock, 1600, is now reduced to 42%. So this match may get into a third session of the day if we're lucky. And Gloucestershire may get the chance to edge into a first innings lead. Who knows, put a bit of pressure on Glamorgan's second innings sometime tomorrow if they avoid the worst of the weather here. Marchant de Lange has won South African international honours. He's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 4 so far, as he makes sure his fine leg in the distance is where he wants him. Thumbs up. De Lange to lace, that is down leg side, over pitched as well and well dealt with by Chris Cook. Like his predecessor with the gloves, Mark Wallace just makes difficult takes look easy.
Mark Wallace is director of cricket?
Yep.
Saw after the interview you did with him on the washout day.
Yes. Had quite a long chat with him then. As De Lange is in, bowls and laces forward, defending to Dowswaite at cover, no run.
He was involved, maybe still is, with the PCA, wasn't he, Mark?
Yes, that was his full-time job once he left the game. Could have continued playing at least for one more season, but when that job came up, he was the chairman and then went on to work for it as well. As De Lange bowls, and that one's 4 runs to lace. The ball skimming away down through backward points and reaching the boundary very quickly, since it's arrived very quickly at him. And that was a nice shot by Lace.
Yeah, I think all his runs so far have come in that arc between point and third man, and not all of them exactly where he intended, but that was a lovely shot, actually.
Yes, a slash away backward of square on the offside. Ball racing down towards the pavilion ropes. Here's De Lange. 50 up for Gloucestershire, just 2 wickets down. That's a poor ball way down leg side, and Cook doing really well as he just gives a little rueful look at Marchant de Lange. Keep it a bit straighter, mate.
Just carried on going, didn't it? Started off well outside leg stump.
Zalanger, left hand heavily strapped. Ball returned to him as the light just dips a little bit. Zalanger in to Lace, who plays it to point, no run. 50 for 2. These two have put on 19 for the third wicket. Came together in the 22nd over, so relatively fast stand in the context of this game.
Yeah, another landmark in Tom Lacey's Gloucestershire debut. He's got into double figures.
Average 43 for Derbyshire last season, so did well at second division level. As that one beats him squared up and pushing rather vaguely at it. And that was right through him and into the gloves of Chris Cook. As Lace was beaten there for pace, and that ball I think might have gone over the top of middle and off. Chris Cook left wondering how it didn't flick the bails on the way through. Just a little bit too high, as Marchant Zalanger will tend to produce, given his height and the speed with which he bowls. 50 for 2, 29 overs were through, and have, if the weather holds, around about 70 minutes until the tea interval.
Still to be Tim van der Houten. Running in towards us from the River Taff end. And Lace wanted a single there and was halfway down. This was played to mid-wicket. I don't think there was a run there.
Might have been if they'd both been committed, but doesn't seem an awful lot of point in taking the risk at this point of the game.
Yeah, Van Buren certainly wasn't.
They weren't on the same wavelength, and that's the problem there.
Warm afternoon, cloudy at the moment as Van der Houten comes in, and this is outside the off stump and left alone. Number of slips has been reduced by 1. Got a first, second and fourth now. And 3 run-saving fielders in a ring on the offside, 2 on the leg. As Van der Houten bowls, and this is driven by Van Buren, finds the gap between 2 of the fielders in that offside ring. They take a single. Van Buren goes to 25, 51 for 2. In reply to Glamorgan's 116. Here comes Van der Houten, and Lace defends. Going around the grounds again, Headingley. Derbyshire 59 for 2 in reply to Yorkshire's 400 for 6 declared. Van der Houten on his way to bowl to Lace, who plays at that and misses outside the off stump. At Edgbaston, Somerset eventually declared on 413 for 9. And Warwickshire, who need 292 to win, I beg your pardon, 292 to level things off.
Avoid the innings defeat.
Exactly. Are 8 for 1. At Hove, Essex 67 for 5 in reply to 194 from Sussex. So they're struggling. Essex at the moment. Last ball of the over is pushed out defensively into the offside. 51 for 2. Lace 13. Van Buren 25. So just the single off the over. At Northampton, Worcestershire bowled Northants out for 212. So a 7-run deficit for Northants on first innings. And Worcestershire 26 for 1 in their second. Trentbridge, Nottinghamshire 391 for 5 against Lancashire. Canterbury, Kent 1 for no wicket in reply to Middlesex's 269. Arundel, Hampshire 13 without loss in reply to Surrey's 172.
Full toss from De Lange that's driven by Van Buren, but to mid-on. Missing out slightly there as he clipped it straight to Dowthwaite.
Play abandoned for the day at Leicester. Durham 250 for 7.
De Lange under cloudier skies once again now. Bowls, and that's flicked something down the leg side, but Bullet first slip was the only man to appeal and looked slightly embarrassed, as no one else did. Van Buren 25 not out, second top score of the game for the all-rounder, although we didn't see him in action with the ball. 5 seamers is not surprisingly what Gloucestershire relied on. De Lange bowls outside off stump and had to go through.
Kept a little bit lower than the average delivery.
And De Lange, Van Buren now has faced more deliveries than anyone else in the match. 84. De Lange passed umpire Blackwell. Bowls. Leave this time by Van Buren. Outside off stump. 51 for 2 it remains. We're in the 31st over. But Gloucestershire be too worried about the run rate in the context of the game. If this partnership can prosper, then they might look to push on a little bit with the aim of putting a bit of second innings pressure on Glamorgan at some point tomorrow, but that is a long way away yet. And still 65 runs behind on first innings with 8 wickets in hand, so the visitors would be favourites to take a first innings lead as De Lange bowls, and that's run down through a gap between slips and gully by Van Buren, who will get a couple of runs and turns for a possible third, but good throw from Carlson, picking the ball up just inside the third man boundary. And Van Buren there, I think, recognising that there's a little bit more of a gap there. That fifth slip has been taken away. So just the 3 slips and a point allows a bit of a gap for the angled bat deflection. Carlson getting his flannels even muddier. 53 for 2. De Lange bowls, turned neatly on the leg side, but well stopped in a scrambling fashion by Cullen at backward square to end the over. 53 for 2 in reply to Glamorgan's 116. Lace has 13. Van Buren is 1 blow away from being the game's top scorer. He's 27 not out.
Yep, and just doing a bit of work on his pads and gloves. Something not quite right. I think he's got it sorted now. Glove being put back on. So Lace on strike. Be facing Tim van der Hutten. 4 slips back in now as Van der Houten comes in. This is defended up to cover. No run.
Yes, these 4 are going to have to share the brunt of the work in this innings, you would suspect, because any entrance of a spinner is likely to lead to a bit of an assault, you would have thought, by batsmen wishing to make the most of temporary absence and relentless seam.
This from Van der Houten is outside the off stump, left alone.
I suppose there has been a decent interval since the last time Glamorgan's bowlers were called into action. Only been bowling since last Tuesday morning, so should have a few overs in their legs at this stage in this very short season.
Yes, this is Van der Houten's 9th over. 2 spells. In. Oh, there's a play and a miss here. Just fenced at that one outside the off stump. Through to Chris Cook. Little patch of sunlight on one side of the ground at the moment. Not on the pitch at this stage. Gradually spreading. Might get there. Fitful, I think you could call the sunshine at the moment.
Good word.
Van der Houten in to bowl to Lace, who gets another run on in that same arc I was talking about earlier, down to backward point. Fielded by Wag, who had to cover a bit of ground to get there. That was what enabled them to take the single. Lace goes to 14, 54 for 2. They've put on 23, these two, so far.
It's a big partnership in the context, isn't it? At 31 for the second wicket. Relative prosperity for Gloucestershire.
As Van der Houten comes in. This is well outside the off stump, and Van Buren just lifts the bat out of the way.
And Gloucestershire are 54 for 2 in reply to Glamorgan's 116 all out. So just 62 runs in arrears. Glamorgan lost their last 5 fairly cheaply this morning. David Payne claimed 5 for 31. Dan Douthwaite top scored with 30 not out. There's been a wicket apiece for Tim van der Houten and for Graham Wagg in the Gloucestershire reply. Tom Lace is 14, Van Buren is 27, and Gloucestershire moving on now to 58 for 2.
Imperious square cut from Van Buren to complete that over. That was rifled backward of square on the offside. Good shot and a nice way to become the top scorer in the match so far. Van Buren 31 not out, 59 for 2.
So Glamorgan, although they have threatened the stumps, they've threatened the outside edge, not quite able to match the same overall consistency of threat. Do you think that's fair to say with the ball?
Thus far, I think that is fair. Yeah, there have been maybe a shade more offerings. That certainly sat up nicely, that last delivery of the over for Van Buren to play the cut shot.
And we're going to see some spin from Kieran Bull.
Well, first spin of the game.
Well, I did express some doubt as to what role he might play, but seamers have all had a reasonable blast, and Glamorgan turned to spin in the 33rd over. And it is Bull into bowl. Oh, that's a drag down to start with, and that is a real buffet ball. A help yourself for Tom Lace, and he duly does. Dispatched down towards backward square for 4.
Consecutive boundaries off the last ball of the previous over and the first of this one. But my word, that was a loosener.
Wasn't it just? As Jeff Evans wanders over towards point because he reckons he will get a better view with a short leg fielder in there.
He's worried about being in the firing line for deliveries like that.
62 for 2, Lace to 18. Ball in again, bowls, and that again is turning towards leg sides, and there's almost a threat of a run out as Van der Hoogten had a shy at the non-striker's end. There really wasn't a run there.
Van Buren thought there was, and he went a long way down. Sent back by Lace, and had to get his skates on.
Well, Van der Hoogten is in what would be a one-day fielding circle at backward square leg, probably for the top edge sweep. There's a short leg in as well as a slip. Bull operates off pretty short run, so should be able to get Glamorgan's over 8 back to par if nothing else. Can he get a wicket? Pushed too short leg as Billy Root flicks it back. Root under the lid despite not being the junior member of the team. Bull bowls and well, Lace almost getting in a tangle there as he backed away to try and force, I think, on the offside, and the ball followed him. Kieran Bull with 7 wickets this season, but they have come at just over 50 as this one is forced on the offside by Lace for a single down to point. Cullen doing the fielding.
Yeah, that's what he was planning to do off the previous delivery, and
didn't quite happen.
Yeah. Got it okay that time.
63 for 2. Glamorgan with no runs to play with at all, if they're to avoid being put under pressure on the final day. Oh dear, that's another drag down, and it almost provided a catch for Van der Hoogten at backward square. That was pulled away hard by Van Buren, and we'll see if we get a replay on our monitors whether that one was a chance or just a great stop by Van der Hoogten. As that one was hit away hard by Van Buren.
No sign of a replay yet. Maybe we're not going to get one.
Last ball of that bull over, if we have time, would be welcome. But Van der Hoogten back with ball in hand now, in a bowling capacity.
On his way into bowl to Tom Lace, who turns this away down to fine leg. He's going to get a single, wants 2, in fact gets 2. Any bat on it? No. Leg byes signalled by Jeff Evans. So although the total advances to 65 for 2, Lace stays on 19 and on strike. So Van der Hoogten tries again. Lace leaves. Here it goes to Chris Cook, who's directing operations from behind the stumps. Glamorgan captain.
Never off duty, eh?
Kieran Carlson is going through his bowling action at the moment at backward point. As Van der Hoogten comes in, there's a good drive from Lace. That's his first runs in front of the wicket and elegantly stroked up to long off and the boundary. Good stroke to take him to 23.
There are just signs, aren't there, in this partnership of 38 now that the bat is starting to get on top of the ball for the first time in this game. Glamorgan didn't manage it. Very slow going at the start of the Gloucestershire innings, but they've now got a little bit of momentum.
Van der Houten in again to Lace, who gets that, well, doesn't get it, in fact. It was going down the leg side, and he was interested in helping it on its way, but no contact with it, and Cook took. Van der Houten into his 10th over, so the first spell was of 5, so he's had 2 spells of 5 each now. Running in, straight approach outside the off stump, and Lace left that alone.
Yeah, I wonder if Carlson will bowl a bit of seam. He's definitely
looks like he's getting ready, doesn't it?
Either getting ready or suggesting to the captain that he'd like to bowl. But I understand that he's bowling seam now. I haven't seen him do so in the first team game.
Van der Houten, in the meantime, is again bowling outside the off stump, and no contact with the bat. The ball is with Carlson at the moment. Will he hold on to it?
Well, for the time being, because it's a sanitisation break.
Just giving it, he's lobbed it to Ian Blackwell, who takes a comfortable catch.
Oh, he's definitely keen to bowl Carlson. So he went through an imaginary action at the crease there on his way over to pick up some hand gel.
So various kit has been dispensed with by the batsman for the moment. Gloves and helmets lying on the grass as they take a well-earned drink.
Yes, on Twitter, Chris Drew, I think, got to the Tavares and Malander combination that hold that joint Somerset 9th wicket stand. Richard Black, happy birthday. Following along on the TV as I have a birthday day off. Am I going mad? But are all the seats missing at the TAF end? Well, not all of them, but certainly a big block either side of the sight screen. But there is a block of blue that you can see on the right of your picture if you're watching at the moment. There are quite a few seats missing at the moment for refurbishment or replacement, not quite sure which. Bull starts his second over with another half tracker that Van Buren is comfortably able to cut away for a single. 70 for 2. Van Buren 32. As Bull bowls and it's turned down to backward square. Van der Houten fields, and there's no run. So yeah, there are also a few seats missing next to the cricket school as well, but not as many as at the River Taff end. As that's dragged away by Lace, and that will go for 4 down towards backward square. And sorry to say, this is not an auspicious start by Kieran Bull. He's dropped short, and with the ball turning towards leg, it is not quite a free hit, but almost on that leg side with the spin.
Well, 2 boundaries have come for Tom Lace already, haven't they? One off the first ball of his previous over, and then again there. Lace has gone on 27, 74 for 2. Gloucestershire threatening at the moment.
So Bull is coming around the wicket. to try and eliminate that particular outcome. Root is at short leg. There's also a slip as ball bowls, and forward comes Lace rather more respectfully. Lace 27, Van Buren 32, Gloucestershire 74 for 2, and now just 42 runs in arrears already. As that's tossed up and driven back to the bowler, no run. Bowler's not a bowler who's afraid to give the ball a bit of air, in the hope of inducing the miss-hit drive. And over pitches that one, driven to mid-off Selman Fields. No run, 74 for 2, 42 in arrears here on BBC Sport Online, and also via the Glamorgan website, as Sophia Gardens continues to defy just about the weather predictions.
Yes, a big grey cloud above us at the moment, but it's not depositing its contents, happily.
If you want to contact us via Twitter, Lam165, Nick Webb 2017 2017.
So Van Buren on strike now to Tim van der Houten, starting a new over. First ball is on middle and off and just defended back to him. We've got a slip taken out for Van Buren. Extra protection on the offside in run-saving positions. 2 slips and, well, first, second and fourth slip at the moment, as Van der Houten bowls outside the off stump. But, a substantial amount of hair under Billy Root's cap. Looks rather as though it might be grey, but it can't be, can it?
No, no, no.
Blonde?
Yes.
Well, I suppose it would be, wouldn't it?
There we are. Yeah. Definitely not the grey. No, I've seen him close up this season.
Here comes Van der Houten again, and that's defended. That was very helpful, the way that appeared on the screen, right on cue.
Absolutely. As if they're even listening to us downstairs in the van. Afternoon, boys.
That's another van. We've got a van bowling, we've got a van batting, and we've got a van
controlling the camera, the TV feed, which is available on the Glamorgan website with our commentary, if you're wondering why we're discussing it.
Here is Van der Houten. Bowling to Van Buren, has bowled him. That is the end of Van Buren. He went forward to defend it and looks like he's been bowled through the gate between bat and pad. So Van Buren's handy knock comes to an end. Highest score of the match, as we've said. He's gone for 32, bowled by Van der Houten.
Yes, your initial impression was correct. It was through the gate. It did nip back a little bit, and Van Buren will be regretting really leaving that gap there. But it has been a good knock. It's got his side on the front foot. Strange it may seem to talk about an innings of 32, but top score of the match so far as Graham Van Buren trudges off, picking up his spare pair of gloves on the way back to the dressing room, as Van der Houten was left celebrating. It's been a decent effort from Van der Houten, and it's good from the Welsh point of view to see him moving back towards his accurate best. 2 for 24 he's got at the moment. Wag 1 for 9, the wicket takers. De Lange difficult to get away, 8 overs, 0 for 10. Douthwaite, 8 overs, 0 for 18. And can Kieran Ball bring spin to the party? Two overs so far, 0 for 10.
So Tom Lace is on 27 not out. He will probably be joined by George Hankins. I think that's who the new batsman is.
Good from a Gloucestershire point of view to see 3 young English players in the top 5 of their order.
Yeah, it is Hankins.
Hankins, Lace and Charlesworth. Experience of Chris Dent. And just departed South African Graham van Buren.
So success for Van der Houten in his 11th over. Coming into bowl to Hankins, who pushes at that one outside the off stump. No contact with it. That could easily have been 2 in 2.
Yes, that wasn't an entirely convincing first shot from young Hankins. 30 and 69 in the first game.
Yes, it was a it was a watchful 69. Took time, but it was a strong mental knock. Plenty of concentration required and given. Last ball of the over is left alone. So it's a wicket maiden for Tim van der Houten. Well bowled, 74 for 3. It's an important breakthrough, that, because Gloucestershire was certainly getting on top. They still may get on top with just 3 down. But that may just take away some of the momentum they were building.
Well, Glamorgan certainly wouldn't see Gloucestershire ahead tonight with any momentum. As Bull bowls, oh dear, it's another short ball and it's another 4 runs, and Glamorgan really can't afford that. As Bull wanders back to the marker.
One and over so far.
Mopping his brow, and Lace moves on to 31. It is virtually a free hit, isn't it, when it's spinning towards leg stump.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be furious to miss out on a delivery like that.
Van der Houten now is being moved back to the boundary from his earlier position at backward square leg, about 30 metres from the bat. 78 for 3. And, well, you wonder how long Chris Cook can afford to leave the spinner going.
2 men on the boundary.
Yes, mid-wicket's on the boundary as well now. For the pull with the spin. That one is forced against the spin to mid-off by Lace. And
yeah,
no run.
I mean, those field changes really on account of the bowling rather than the batting.
There's Bull bowls. Oh, that's another one down leg side. It's helped away by Lace. There'll be a couple of runs this time as Van der Houten picks it up inside the fine leg boundary. But really hasn't got his line right at all yet. The young spinner from Pembrokeshire.
And Tom Lace is now the highest scorer of the match.
What honours. On debut. 33 to Lace, 80 for 3. Gloucestershire just 36 in arrears as he pushes forward as Lace, and they sit on the pad. Bull bowling around the wicket with a slip and a short leg, a shortish mid-wicket as well. And that's another one down leg, and again hit away, and Van der Houten cannot get down fast enough. The slide on the boundary, the ball going through him.
Lace on to 37, 84 for 3.
And Van der Houten is trotting away and leaving someone else to pick up the ball.
Must have hurt himself.
He is holding his hand. Whether he's popped the finger out in that slide, I'm not sure.
It sometimes happens, doesn't it? I've seen players going off and having them put back.
Well, we were under
position.
We were under the impression that it happened to Dan Douthwaite last week, but it turned out to be a wasp sting.
Yeah. But on this occasion, it must have been while he was fielding that ball, or trying to field that ball.
Van der Hoogten heads off towards the dressing room for treatment, so he'll be out of the attack. Douthwaite had to go and retrieve the ball. Tom Cullen is dispatched down to backward square in Tim van der Hoogten's place. That's the last thing Glamorgan wanted, really. As Bull is in to bowl, and that one has gone through everything. I think that's byes. As it runs down towards the boundary. Come back for a second. Indeed, byes signalled by umpire Blackwell. So that was a bit more interesting from Bull's point of view. As he turned one through the gap. Gets his cap back. Not looking happy with life. 86 for 3 Gloucestershire. Just 30 runs in arrears, and very black sky overhead, and in the distance the ground staff at the River Taff end of the ground are seated on the hover cover.
It's always a bad sign, isn't it, when you see that? They've got a pretty good idea, the ground staff, of what the weather's doing, where it's coming from.
Yesterday they were quickly into action at the tea interval, and they proved right. No more play for the day. 86 for 3, 30 runs the difference between the two sides. So Marchant de Lange is called back into the action rather more quickly than the big man was probably expecting to take over from Van der Hoogten.
Yeah, certainly hope for Glamorgan's sake and Van der Hoogten himself that that injury is a minor one and that he's swiftly back on. De Lange comes in, and this is turned elegantly to leg by Hankins, going out towards the boundary, and they've taken 3. Jeff Evans is asking whether it crossed the rope. I think the answer was negative, because he's not signalling the boundary. It looked touch and go, but Hankins has 3. Anyway, nice way to get off the mark. 89 for 3. 27 behind Gloucestershire.
Elegant little leg glance there.
Lange in. And oh, that wasn't the shot for that delivery. He got terribly cramped for room, Lace, as he tried to run it down to third man. It's too close to him.
Yes, the only shot really there to be played was an uppercut, and I'm not sure whether you want to risk that at this stage of the match.
Lace settles again. De Lange is on his way. And that's better, that's firmly defended. Back down the wicket.
Ground staff poised. I think they'll possibly get the hover cover on in the tea interval anyway, just as a precaution.
It is quite gloomy out there at the moment. There's a large grey cloud overhead as De Lange comes in, and it's just fended down to 4th slip by Lace.
No sign of the umpires signalling for the lights as yet.
Do we have a substitute on for Van der Hoogten? Just waiting.
We do. He's wearing Lucas Carey's shirt. It may well be Lucas Carey.
Here's DeLanga. And Lace is defending again. Back to him, and some football from the bowler. Propels the ball to Graham Wagg, who's at mid-wicket.
I was told that 17-year-old batsman Harry Friend may also be performing some 12th man duties today. Carey and Callum Taylor, the players who were included in the 13 but not the 11.
DeLanga running towards us. Bowls to Lace, who gets an inside edge here. Was lucky to survive that. That could have gone anywhere. The stumps included. Fetched up at square leg.
He didn't know where that had gone, did he? Ended up with one hand off the bat as the ball trickled down behind him to Cullen. So you're listening to BBC Sport Online on day 3 of this Bob Willis Trophy match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. Glamorgan managing just 116 all out, and Gloucestershire already well placed for a first innings lead at 89 for 3, although it has been difficult going for them as well. The scoring rate now is over 2 runs and over. The light is not great, and I think
they're going to come off.
They're going to come off in the expectation of a shower.
The hover cover's been started up. You can probably hear the roar at the other end of the ground.
And down comes the rain. It is going to be a heavy shower, and this may well be an early tea if nothing else. As foreground staff nearly knocking over the nearest fielder. Get the hover cover into action. The players head for the pavilion. And this is quite a heavy shower. Not sure if it's going to be heavy enough to delay play, but if they get the sheets over the square, which I think they'll have to, and obviously that does delay things while it's taken off again.
Yes, the chance of rain at the moment rated at 22%. Goes up to 81% an hour later, so this could be the start of something more persistent, but let's hope not. Let's hope it's just a shower. Let's hope that they can take tea and get back out there.
89 for 3 then, 27 runs in arrears with the progress of this particular innings. Chris Dent given out caught behind in just the second over. Caught Cook bowled Van der Hoogten without scoring. Then Ben Charlesworth lasted an hour and a half and faced 67 balls, but just 8 runs to his credit when he was trapped pretty plumb leg before to the left arm seam of Graham Wagg. And then Van der Hoogten bowling well, getting one through the gate of Graham Van Buren, who'd hit 3 fours in his 32. That lasted 97 balls, so although he was looking at times to play positively, he was only a run every 3 balls. Tom Lace then has rocketed along with 37 not outs off 58 deliveries, including 7 fours, which is most of any batsman in the match. George Hankins 3 runs off 3 balls, and the bowling figures: Marchant de Lange 9 overs 3 maidens 0 for 32. Tim van der Hoogten 11 overs 4 maidens 2 for 24, though he had to go off the field clutching his hand just before tea. Dan Douthwaite 8 overs 2 maidens 0 for 18. Graham Wagg 7 overs 4 maidens 1 for 9, most economical of the bowlers. And then Kieran Bull, the least economical, 3 overs for 20 runs from the spinner. I'm not sure that we will see him continuing when play does resume.
Yeah, he bowled several 4 balls, didn't he, basically? And Tom Lace was the beneficiary, mainly down to deep square leg.
Good afternoon. This is Sophia Gardens calling. Nick Webb and Stephen Lamb with you on day 3 of this Bob Willis Trophy match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, with the visitors in the ascendancy as we resume, slightly to our surprise, after tea. It is raining elsewhere in Cardiff, but not in Sophia Gardens at this moment. A short, sharp shower took them off early for the tea interval. And theoretically, there are 45 overs remaining to be bowled on day 3 of this match. Gloucestershire 89 for 3. They're only 27 runs in arrears. And Graham Wagg into the attack in place of Kieran Bull, the spinner whose 3 overs did not bring him undiluted joy.
Nor did they inspire any confidence in his captain, one suspects. There were too many 4 balls, and Tom Lace in particular taking advantage in going through to 37 not out in his maiden innings for Gloucestershire. And he's the highest scorer of the match so far. So can he add another 13 to make the first half century of the game? He's at the non-striker's end at the moment, as Graham Wagg's going to be bowling to George Hankins.
Wagg then, left arm, medium pace, over the wicket, in, bowls to Hankins, who plays out onto the offside. And there is no run. Lace with a sleeveless sweater on. Hankins just the short-sleeved shirt as he wanders down for a little prod of the wicket. 89 for 3.
Extraordinary sky we've got above and around us. There's heavy rain to the south of us. There's blue sky to the west.
As Wagg bowls and Hankins allows to go through outside off a stump, and Van der Hoogten has not reappeared after apparently damaging a hand, it seemed, while sliding to try to stop a ball on the boundary. The weather remains uncertain in the Sophia Gardens area, in the centre west of Cardiff, as it has been all day. Wagg, 2 slips in a gully, bowls, and that's edged and caught at second slip. As Nick Selman holds the ball up, George Hankins has gone for 3, and Graham Wagg has his second wicket, and Gloucestershire are 89 for 4.
Yeah, just one scoring stroke from George Hankins before the interval, and he's gone almost immediately afterwards, so disappointment for him. And the 4th Gloucestershire wicket to go.
Hard hands, probably didn't need to play it necessarily. Just got a bit too far from his body. And Glamorgan with ambitions of limiting the damage in this first innings.
And a second wicket for Graham Wagg as well. Straight after switching ends for a new spell. So plenty of encouragement for him.
There may be a lot of work for Graham Wagg if Tim van der Hoogten is incapacitated by that injury.
It's got to be a bad sign, hasn't it, that he hasn't come back out after the tea interval. If it had been something straightforward, something that maybe had come out that needed to be put back in, then presumably he'd be back on by now.
You would have thought so. As Selman with a nice, neat knee-high catch, and that brings a reinforcement of the slip cordon for the new batsman.
Now I think that it's Ryan Higgins who's come in to join Tom Lace.
That would be the batting order from the last match, wouldn't it? With Lace coming in at 4. Higgins dropping down to 6. board hasn't yet changed it.
It has now. Just come up now.
Higgins it is on strike. Graham Wagg to bowl. It's 89 for 4. As he bowls a short ball, and that is brilliantly saved by Cullen at mid-wicket. It was smashed away, a poor delivery, and Higgins latched onto it and was looking away to the boundary, and Cullen managed to get in the way of that one, which was a bit of a half-tracker from Graham Wagg, and Cullen did well. Wagg's slower bouncer these days is often more effective than his quicker one. And he comes, left arm over, bowls, and Higgins leaves to go through to keeper Cook, no run. So if Glamorgan, they've got basically a 5-man attack. One member of that, Van der Hoogten, is off the field, and Kieran Bull has gone for 20 in 3 overs.
Which makes them a 3-man attack.
It's a 3-man seam attack at the moment. Kieran Carlson was seen winding, somewhat optimistically, in the afternoon session. Wagg is in, bowls outside off stump, and beautifully played by Higgins to get off the mark with a boundary. Glorious cover drive that batsman will be proud of at any stage of the innings, let alone having just come to the wicket.
Yeah, and Higgins having hoped to get off the mark in style off his very first ball, and unfortunately for him, finding a fielder making a brilliant stop, has done so even more elegantly on the offside. He's in form with the bat, made a half-century in the previous game, and the attention now shifts to Tom Lace, who will be facing the bowling of Merchant Delanga from the River Taff end. He's ready. Grey skies behind him as he runs in to bowl, and Lace just fends that down on the offside. It's fielded at backward point by Carlson.
Well, Cricket Pod on Twitter, Tim van der Hoogten has lovely natural shape away from the right-hander. The ability to nip one back makes this a powerful combination. He did nip one back to Van Buren, but sadly Tim van der Hoogten is off the field.
Delanga in to Lace, who lets that one go by. He's off stump. Potentially 44 more overs remaining today, including this one. Could be a long session.
It could be, if we're managed to dodge the weather somehow. With the rain percentages just receding gently at the moment.
As Delanga bowls, and that's bat onto pad, and then out on the offside.
Surprised the lights aren't on. It's a very dark cloud overhead at the moment. As Gloucestershire race along now at over 2 runs and over. Having started off at 1 and over for the first hour and a bit of their innings.
Delanga in. Bowls, and that's firmly defended by Lace, back to him. Wonder what's going on at Southampton. A little bit.
Cricket has broken out.
England have moved on to 34 for 1.
Woohoo.
In reply to Pakistan's 236. Derbyshire at 96 for 2 in reply to Yorkshire's 400 for 6 declared. Delanga bowls, and Lace defends. The ball just drops down in front of him. Warwickshire 48 for 3, still trailing Somerset by 244 runs. So Somerset look to be heading towards their 3rd win off the reel, having secured maximum batting points earlier today. Essex 117 for 6 in response to Sussex's 194. Delanga in. That's short and left alone by Lace. Worcestershire lead by 85 at Northampton, 78 for 1 in their second innings.
Could be an interesting finish there if the weather lets them.
Nottinghamshire 472 all out now at Trent Bridge against Lancashire, having tea there. Canterbury, Kent 57 for 2 in reply to Middlesex's 269. And Hampshire at Arundel 68 for 2 in reply to Surrey's 172. Finally, no more play today at Leicester, where Durham are 250 for 7 against Leicestershire.
The perennial cries of "Come on, Waggy" echo around Sophia Gardens as Graham bowls to Higgins, who plays on the side, Douthwaite Fields, and there's no run.
"23 runs now adrift of that Glamorgan first innings total of 116.
Update for Radio Wales listeners to come very shortly, as Wag is in to bowl to Higgins, who defends on the offside, no run. Gloucestershire are 93 for 4. That's just 23 runs adrift of Glamorgan, but the bowlers have by and large kept things under control. 2 wickets apiece for Graham Wagg and Tim van der Hoogten, who is off the field with what looked like a hand injury. So Glamorgan a bit light on bowling at the moment. The weather is just staying away at the moment from central Cardiff, despite heavy dark clouds around the ground. And Gloucestershire are 93 for 4 in reply to Glamorgan's 116. As Wag bowls, and that's defended on the leg side out to Douthwaite in mid-wicket. Higgins on one's on strike as there's a flash of lightning in the distance.
That would be a concern, wouldn't it, for the umpires?
Yes. If that is repeated, it might mean that they take the players off anyway for safety reasons.
Ground staff are still on alert by the hover cover.
Thunder in the distance. Wag bowls and a play and a miss from Higgins. 93 for 4.
All looks rather ominous, but we're still playing.
We're still playing, yeah. The afternoon session just about won by Gloucestershire. 75 runs for the loss of 2 wickets between lunch and tea. Been talking about the weather most of the day, but although we took tea early, we didn't actually lose any time because of that. As Wag bowls to Higgins outside off stump and hit down into the ground, bounces up to Carlson at point. No run. 93 for 4. So 1 wicket since tea, that of George Hankins. Court Selman bowled Wag at second slip for 3. 89 for 4. Hankins didn't get going. Wag wanders back to his mark, chatting away as ever. This time to Lucas Carey, substitute fielder. At mid-on. Wag bowls. That's driven nicely through the offside by Higgins. He'll get a couple of runs at least. The pursuit is on down towards the boundary. It is Carlson, as so often, who picks it up and does the boundary fielding. And 2 runs, comfortably enough to Higgins, takes him on to 6. 95 for 4 are Gloucestershire. 21 runs behind, and Tom Lace is the top scorer of the match with 37 not out. And it's getting dark out there.
Just inching their way towards that Glamorgan total in search of a first innings lead, and probably Gloucestershire's only chance of winning this game is to secure a significant first innings lead and put Glamorgan under pressure tomorrow afternoon. Delanga's on his way into bowl to Lace, who turns this one neatly down to long leg, gets a single. So that's his first run of the session, goes to 38. 96 for 4 Gloucestershire, so 20 behind. Delanga gives the ball a polish before heading in again to bowl, this time to Higgins, who plays an almost identical shot to the one played by Lace off the previous delivery.
Good fielding by Cullen down towards the backward square leg boundary there.
Another single. Higgins goes to 7. Started with a bit of a flourish as Ryan Higgins. 97 for 4. Delanga on his way, straight approach. Bowls, and this is cut brilliantly fielded at backward point. That was a superb stop by Carlson. That's probably the fielding effort of the game so far.
Absolutely, it was hit hard down towards point, and Carlson diving and getting a hand to it on the first bounce.
He's now looking rather ruminatively at the hand. Hopefully he's
Just
okay.
sting a little bit.
That was a blinder. Delanga in again to Lace, who this time pushes it straight at Carlson. Rather an easier fielding challenge.
Carlson with a small towel flopping off the back of his trousers. I wonder if it's a beer mat. You know, one of those
a bit
little
like
beer
one.
towels that you get. It's got some writing on it. Can't read it at this distance.
Delanga bowls, and it's going to be another single here for Lace. Down to deep backward square. Cullen the fielder. So progressing in singles in this over.
Talking about the weather nearly all day, and we've had about 5 minutes of rain so far.
Yeah. Perhaps that's the answer.
Talk about it and it won't happen.
Take an umbrella and it won't rain. Here is Delanga, and another single for Higgins this time, as Cullen runs around from that position at deep backward square, in the other direction this time. And
Straying a little bit towards slag, isn't he, Delanga?
Yeah.
Giving the batsman the opportunity to work it round, as Gloucestershire are on the verge of 3 figures, 99 for 4 in this after 42 overs of the game. BBC Sport Online, also with you via the Glamorgan website. Glamorgan have got their over rate back up to 0, so no danger of being docked the point that they haven't got from this game. Oh, they have got one now, haven't they, with 3 wickets claimed at the ball.
yes,
So
yeah, their first bonus point of the match.
they have a bonus point. Gloucestershire 3 with the ball. Graham Wagg will just have to keep on bowling, as Jeff Evans is not satisfied with something. Have the bails come off?
Yes.
Bails have got knocked off somehow, and the batsman these days is not allowed to touch the bails, which, considering the batsman's wearing gloves, I'm not quite sure of the logic of. But umpire Evans has a few more steps for his daily collection. As Wag in, bowls and a play and a miss from Higgins, outside off stump, drawn forward. And the ball through to the keeper.
In terms of overs, we're just over halfway through the day. at rather a late stage.
You've got to add the ones in the
of course,
Glamorgan
I beg your
innings.
pardon. Yeah.
Halfway through the allocation for the Gloucestershire innings,
Yep.
but we had 11.3 plus the 2 off, so 14 effectively. Wag bowls, and that's played nicely by Higgins down towards third man. The ever-willing Carlson is off in pursuit. Fields slips, recovers, 2 runs. 101 for 4. The century is up for the Shire.
And Higgins has moved rapidly into double figures.
Rapidly in relative terms, yes. Played that one deliberately, I think, between slips and point. Just angling the bat. And Gloucestershire move within 15 of Glamorgan's first innings total. And Wag has further conversations with De Lange at mid-off. There's a little hold-up in the game with Hemphrey, in fact, who's moved into that mid-off position that De Lange was in earlier. Hemphrey seems to be one of the chief ball polishers of the side. 101 for 4. No spit these days, of course. Wag in, bowls wide ball. Higgins plays a poor shot and is lucky not to get an edge on it as the thunder rolls round Cardiff.
He couldn't resist the temptation. Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, Graham Wag, I think, picks up quite a few of his wickets by tempting batsmen. Go on, nice juicy ball. Have a go. Go on, you know you want to. Glamorgan spirits are certainly high from the sound of it in the field. Plenty of bants echoing around. 101 for 4. Much of it, no doubt, unintelligible to anyone apart from the squad. As that's driven again through third man, and that will be 4 this time, I think, for Ryan Higgins, as Carlson sprawls desperately after the ball. But this time, the ball eludes him. He was always on a losing battle there, I think, and that is 4 more to Higgins to move on to 14, and a total on to 105 for 4.
Yes, I think the dive was a tad over enthusiastic. The ball had pretty much beaten him to it already.
Never find Kieran Carlson short of enthusiasm in the field, but Glamorgan doing well to keep their spirits up, because really this is the third game in a row where they have given second best. Somerset, I think, understandable, although maybe not the margin of that defeat. Worcestershire, they're always chasing the game to some extent. Did well to scramble a draw in the end, and this game they look like conceding a first innings lead to the visitors, who are just 11 behind at the moment as Wag bowls, and that's cut hard down into the ground, bounces up nicely for Carlson this time. And he does the fielding. Examines his elbows slightly ruefully, and indeed his right hand's got a bit of a stinging square cut a couple of overs ago, right off the meat of the bat. There's Graham Wag wearing 8 red numbers for Glamorgan. Is into bowl and left this time by Higgins through to captain and keeper Chris Cook. 105 for 4. Wag exchanges the time of day with batsman Higgins. Inquires of his evening plans, what he's going to have for dinner, or something like that. 105 for 4. Gloucestershire now just 11 behind with 6 wickets in hand. By Jeff Evans, just looking a little bit concerned about something, whether it's the view behind us, from behind us, and the media box.
In comes De Lange, and This first ball of the over is pushed out to mid-wicket. No run.
Grey skies in front of us. A little bit of breeze now. Trees just waving gently.
As Delanga comes in, it's going to be a single here for Lace as he pushes it out to mid-wicket.
He did actually turn and look for a second there just in case there'd been a misfield, but Douthwaite was on the ball. 106 for 4, just 10 behind. Over 8 slipped to -1 again.
And Lace has moved on to 40. Good first effort for Gloucestershire. Delanga is walking backwards to his mark, unusually, I think because he's in conversation with Charlie Hemphrey.
Well, we need to get on with it on the over 8, I think. We're operating pretty much exclusively on seam.
Delanga in, and it's down the leg side. Higgins can't lay a bat on it. Goes through to Chris Cook. Down to 2 slips now for Ryan Higgins. As Delanga comes in, Higgins turns this straight to the man at mid-wicket, Graham Wagg, so can't get a run for that. Or to seagulls hovering in the air above the ground as Delanga runs in. And this time placement is good from Higgins for a single. Gets it backward of square on the leg side. And Tom Cullen comes in to field.
Yeah, it does appear to be a belt of rain over the Bristol Channel at the moment, looking at one of the weather maps, and it would be a surprise if we missed the north side of that belt of rain for much longer, to be honest.
Not too bad at the moment. The light's not a problem. There are sort of bands of grey cloud all around the place, but not too bad at the moment as Delanga runs in towards us. Bowls to Lace, who's going to pick up at least 2 here, driving it out into the covers. He didn't quite time it, but picks up a brace nonetheless. 42 not out he is now. 109 for 4, just closing in, just 7 runs between the two sides now on first innings. Gloucestershire, of course, have 6 wickets in hand, so they look certain to take a lead of sorts.
So how are Glamorgan going to get through another 39 overs today? I suspect one of the part-time bowlers may have to be used, whether Carlson bowls some seam. Hemphrey and Reuter, both purveyors of occasional spin. Don't think Cullen bowls to my knowledge, being a wicket-keeper. And Salmon, I think, I've only seen bowl a couple of times in the last 4 or 5 years. And one of those was when Northants were past 700 here in the first game last year. Graham Wagg past umpire Blackwell. Bowls and clipped down towards fine leg. There's just a single there for Higgins. As the throw comes in, it's a good one from Marchant Delanga. He does have that powerful arm. 110 for 4. Gloucestershire in reply to Glamorgan's 116. And I think the Gloucestershire seamers were just a bit more relentless in their line, weren't they? Nagging away, by and large, on or just outside off stump and getting their rewards. And Glamorgan now without the services of Tim van der Hoogten, off the field with injury since going off clutching his hand in the second session of the day. Glamorgan, not much luck with injuries at this stage of the season. David Lloyd injured in pre-season, and Rory Smith tearing a hamstring in the first competitive match. As Wag bowls and squares up the batsman there, Tom Lace. As it goes through to keeper. So Smith was looking in decent nick, 3 for 40 odds in the first game before he was forced off through injury.
Looks like Dan Douthwaite has been given the nod by his captain.
Yes. Don't think that was necessarily a decision that took an awful lot of thinking about it.
He's the only other
who's bowls.
seamer.
Yeah. Wag in bowls and beats the defensive prod of Lace again.
Just a question of who he comes on to replace, really, isn't it?
Yeah. As, that was again flirting with the outside edge, Tom Lace. Just playing down the wrong line. Who runs out of energy first? The veteran Wag or the paceman DeLange? Wag from this Cathedral Road end. Pitch just to our left as we look out from the commentary boxes, and that's played into the offside by Lace. No run. 2 slips in the gully, or first, second and fourth slips, depending on how you interpret it. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg on the 45 on the boundary. Polishing away is Charlie Hemphrey. As he lobs the ball back to Graham Wag. A friendly word or two. 110 for 4. Wag to Lace, who plays it back to the bowler. Wag fields in his follow-through and offers more thoughts about the price of fish to the batsman. It's possibly at times a good thing that we don't have a stump microphone in our range of technology, which is much improved for this home game. If you're listening on BBC Sport Online and you fancy watching as well, we're on the Glamorgan website.
I'm not sure whether anything he did bore criticism, Tom Lace. It was just an ordinary defensive push.
Wag in bowls and Laces hit on the pad as he tries to work on the leg side. No run. End of the over, 110 for 4. More verbals than actual. Graham Wag is now standing at the batting crease and rehearsing some sort of shot, and maybe suggesting that Lace's shot was inadequate in some way. Oh dear, we ought to have a Wag cam. That would liven things up sometimes. 110 for 4. Possibly with a lip reader.
Looks like is DeLange going to continue? I think he is. Although Douthwaite was getting ready, getting loose. Oh no, it is going to be Douthwaite from the River Taff end. So DeLange is having a rest. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 21. His figures. So Douthwaite, who previously bowled from the Cathedral Road end, is running in towards us now. To bowls outside the off stump, left alone.
Yes, it's not quite as prominent an Alice band as that sported by Stuart Broad and briefly by Jimmy Anderson. Was it Anderson who had, someone else had it one in the England
Anderson
attack,
had, had a
yes.
black one.
Yes, it's
Broad a
bit,
white one.
Yeah, it's white. It's mostly hidden under the floppy locks.
In he comes. Right arm over the wicket, and this is in the air but safe. Out to deep square leg. Higgins takes another single. It's been pretty proactive, Ryan Higgins, since he came in. Batted rather in the style of Graham Van Buren earlier. Looking to score all the time, which is a good approach. Nelson time for Gloucestershire, 1-1-1 for 4.
Hop, hop, hop.
Indeed.
David Shepherd, the late umpire, on one leg, with that on the board.
In is Darthwaite, and this is down the leg side. Well taken by Chris Cook.
England 49 for 1 in reply to Pakistan's 236 all out. Sibley 20, Crawley 24. Just trying to bat out the day until they can decently shake hands and head back to their hotel.
Knowing that they can't lose the series.
Indeed. And that the hotel is on the edge of the ground.
So not far to walk. In comes Darthwaite. Driven. Oh, another great stop in the covers.
Graham Wagg, hold the pose. Oh, unless he's done something to himself. He waited for Carlson to pick the ball up. And he's just taking his time getting up, Graham Wagg. There was possibly a bit of impact as he hit the ground there for the Glamorgan veteran.
Still down.
Glamorgan can't afford to lose another bowler. There's a tumbling stop from Wagg. Probably came down slightly awkwardly on the left shoulder. And
he's up now.
He's up. He'll fight on.
Walking wounded. Here is Darthwaite. That's well outside the off stump, and no need for Lace to play it. Yeah, I think Wag's okay. Moving reasonably freely.
50 partnership now between Sibley and Crawley up for England. Not that it matters apart from their batting averages.
Here comes Darthwaite. Bowling to Lace, who gets inside out on that. Looking to play it to leg. It went out to point. Won't be a run. It's fielded by Carlson. So Gloucestershire stay on Nelson at the end of the over. 111 for 4. Lace 42. Higgins 17. So just 5 runs now between the two teams, and we're going to have a sanitation break.
Looks like a third victory on the way for Somerset. They've reduced Warwickshire to 57 for 3 in their second innings. Still massive 235 runs adrift. There was 123 not out for Steve Davis, the keeper, and 120 from Jamie Overton, career best off 92 balls, including 15 fours and 6 sixes for Jamie Overton, who was one, along with his twin brother, terrorised Glamorgan in week 1 of this competition. But that sounds as though that might be an innings worth catching the highlights of somewhere on social media this evening. The other game in this group, Northants against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 88 for 2 in their second innings, now leading Northants by 95 runs after it was pretty much all square on first innings. Mitchell on 39, made 39, Tom Fell is on 35, not out. 111 for 4, 5 runs behind.
So no rest for Graham Wagg.
No, I think Morgan would probably be quite grateful to get a downpour now. which remains likely rain by 5 o'clock. Wide balls down leg side. That's flicked something on the way down, but only elucidates an appeal from the slips, not bowler or keeper. There's Higgins trying to work it down. May not have touched anything. In fact, may have been the natural swing of the ball from the left arm bowler. Wide approaching the 250 first class wickets mark for Glamorgan, just a couple short now. So it bowls outside off stump and played down into the point area. Higgins getting rather on the top of that.
Mistimed it. Aggressive intent.
Yeah, he's taken over really the mantle, hasn't he, from Lace. Higgins has scored 17 of the 22 runs since he's been at the wicket. Wag de Lange and Douthwaite is the Glamorgan seam attack with Van der Hoogten off injured. As Wag turns that one through, sees that one turned through square leg by Higgins. He'll pick up a couple of runs. Doesn't have the legs to reach the boundary. De Lange does the fielding. 113 for 4 Gloucestershire. Just 3 adrift of Glamorgan's first innings total.
Yeah, another positive shot from Higgins. He's had more of the strike since he came in as well. That may be one of the reasons why it's been the freer scoring of the two. He's already faced 23 deliveries, but 17 from 23s or 19 from 24 is pretty good going in the context of this game so far.
Wag in bowls. Higgins drives back down the ground to get runs here, maybe 4. As the ball runs up the ropes in front of us at the Cathedral Road end, it's just palmed back in field by Carey. Hemphrey completes the fielding. And did they take 3? They did.
Yeah.
Higgins moves on to 22. Lace is on 42. Lace was having a little difficulty with Graham Wag in the last over. Carey gets his whites stained for the first time.
This is quite a long chase.
Scores now level. Yeah, Carey stationed at mid-off. Just about reached it inside the boundary. Carey on for Van der Hoogten. Wag bowls, and that's caught an edge, and it's gone through to the keeper, and Tom Lace has gone for 42. Graham Wag has his 3rd wicket, and with the scores level, Gloucestershire are now 5 wickets down.
Yeah, so the end of Tom Lace, but that's a promising start for him. His first innings in a Gloucestershire shirt. It's a shame he couldn't get through to a half century, but 42, well, highest score of the match so far. And would he have settled for that at the start of the day? Don't know. But it's better than a duck. A lot better.
It's his, more or less his average for last season, which was 43.
Looks disappointed, but plenty to work on there in the coming years with Gloucestershire. Signed a 3-year contract last week and has contributed in his first innings for the county.
Graham Wag's 249th first-class wicket for Glamorgan. 116 for 5. Wag's contributed with bat and ball in all formats of the game since his arrival from Derbyshire. Has opened the bowling quite often. Now tends to be used as a change seamer. Arrived here in 2011, in fact, so this is his 10th season overall.
So Gareth Roderick is the new batsman, coming in at number 7.
It's a useful man to have at 7, isn't he?
Very much so.
Given that he's been, what, 3 or 4 for long periods?
Yep. And in his last season with Gloucestershire, moving to New Road next year.
Innings of 39 and 13 last time out, as Wag is in to bowl to Roderick, who's defending up to mid-off, where Cullen makes a sliding stop. No run. And the Wag over, 116 for 5. Gloucestershire scores level here at Sophia Gardens on day 3 of this Bob Willis Trophy match, where the rain somehow continues to skirt around Sophia Gardens. But the BBC tells us, and who would dare question its authority, that there's 90% chance of it raining in Cardiff. Maybe it's at 5 o'clock, maybe it'll be in other parts of Cardiff, maybe the 10% will come good.
Yes, it feels, looking at that forecast, it feels like we'll be very lucky to get through, but who knows? We've had a good spell of cricket today already, as Douthwaite is in to start a new over. Higgins pulls down to deep square leg, will get a single. So Gloucestershire are in front, but just by the single, but that's a lead that they can build on. Higgins on 23. And that will bring Gareth Roderick onto strike. He is already, having taken guard, settles, and Douthwaite's on his way in to bowl to him. As he plays firmly straight to mid-wicket, and Billy Root, won't be a run there. Three slips put in now for the new batsman. Rather attractive cloud formations in parts of the sky. Puffy clouds, bit of blue sky, bit of grey. Douthwaite in and defended back to him. Not quite sure how to name all clouds. I know that cumulonimbus are the heaviest ones. If you see one of them, then you expect rain.
That's one for Dr. Chalker next door, Dr. Hignell, the weather specialist.
Douthwaite's on his way from the River Taff end. This is pulled by Roderick. It's going to get him off the mark as it goes down to long leg. So total moves to 118 for 5. And Ryan Higgins is on strike. One of the slips goes down to third man. It's Charlie Hemphrey as Douthwaite runs in. And this is up and over the head of Chris Cook. It's going down as runs. Oh no, byes, I beg your pardon. Signalled by umpire Evans. That was impossible for Cook to take. It's well over his head. So rather harsh.
Absolutely. I think anything that a keeper can't decently get to should go down as wides rather than byes. It was banged in very short and may well have been out of the batsman's reach as well as out of the keeper's.
1, 2, 4 for 5. Douthwaite in, and that will move to 125 for 5, because Higgins has pushed it out to Billy Root at deep square leg. Keeping it ticking in this over, Gloucestershire, with a bit of help from the bowler, should be said. Douthwaite sets off again. Roderick defends, pushes it up to mid-off. End of the over. 125 for 5, so the lead is 9. Nothing significant yet, but a chance of that. Roderick on 1, Higgins 24. Warwickshire are sliding towards defeat at Birmingham, 58 for 5 in their second innings, still trailing by 234.
All-conquering Somerset at the moment. Graham Wagg to Higgins, who works on the leg side, but De Lange stops, doesn't field cleanly, but there's no run.
They're not having a great tournament, Warwickshire. They had high hopes of a win in their first game against Northants at Edgbaston, only for a double-century match-saving partnership on the last day between Adam Rossington and Luke Proctor.
Wagg is in to bowl, full length ball driven through mid-off, runs here, possibly 4. Chase for Carey, the substitute fielder, up towards the boundary, picks it up or knocks it back and has to turn and pick up, and they've come back for 3 runs. Higgins under 27, 128 for 5 now. Gloucestershire looking to push on and maybe put a bit of pressure on Glamorgan on this on the final day tomorrow.
Yeah, so that first Warwickshire game, which they hoped to win, ending in a draw. Another one they hoped to win last week at Bristol, which they actually lost in the end on the final day. Looks like they're going to lose another one, which would surely end their hopes.
Graham Wagg, 128 for 5. Lead is 12 runs, and that'll be a few more now as that's punched through mid-off. This one may just go all the way. Yes, it will, as it's a despairing chase by Carey up towards the indoor nets, the cricket school, away to our left. 132 for 5, and Glamorgan starting to look a little bit weary in the bowling department at the moment.
Yeah, well, with only the 3 seamers in operation, it's understandable.
Yes. Well, it's not hindsight, because we suggested at the start it was surprising that Glamorgan didn't follow Gloucestershire and omit the specialist spinner because of the conditions in the 3-day game.
Yeah, and that's been put into sharper relief by Kieran Bull's performance in the few overs he bowled before tea.
You're not able to get a length straight away, or a line rather, as Wagg in balls, and that sees Roderick pushing at it initially at least, and goes through to Chris Cook. As Wagg, yes, Roderick just definitely chased that, although he may have feigned to withdraw his bat. He did push at the ball first. 132 for 5, 16 in the lead Gloucestershire, potentially 35 overs if the weather were to hold out. Wagg bowls up in the block hole, and he's getting a little bit expensive now as this is clipped through mid-wicket for 4 more runs. Wagg stands in mid-pitch and ponders The essential unfairness of life.
Well, yeah, I mean, if the rain does hold off, it presents a real problem for Chris Cook, doesn't it, the Glamorgan captain, with only these 3 seamers operating, plus Bull, in whom he's not going to have a huge amount of confidence. And there are still 35 overs left to be bowled today.
I wonder if he'll have to turn to one of his part-timers, either Carlson bowling a bit of gentle seam, or Hemphrey to try his luck with the spin. Wag in, bowls and beats the bat, shows he's not beaten yet. Roderick pushing at that one. Roderick 9, Higgins 27, 136 for 5, and Gloucestershire's lead just starting to accelerate away. It's 20 runs now on first innings.
Yeah, Graham Wagg has bowled more overs than anyone now. He's bowled 13. DeLanger's bowled 12. Tim van der Houten, who's off the field, injured, has bowled 11. Still to be Douthwaite from the River Taff end. He's bowled 30. No, he's bowled 10, beg his pardon.
Number 88 on his scoreboard.
It's quite useful, that line on the scoreboard with overs bowled by each individual bowler. Douthwaite in. This is cut by Higgins, but not timed. Ball goes out to Gully. No run. So a wood pigeon flies onto the roof above us. A variety of birds you've got here in Cardiff.
You're opening my eyes to it.
Douthwaite then. Past umpire Evans, bowls, and Higgins will pick up another comfortable single here. Just turning it out to deep square leg. Cullen the fielder, and Higgins moves to 28, 137 for 5. Douthwaite turns and accelerates in again, lengthening strides, and Roderick cuts at this one. He's been caught behind. 6th wicket goes. Roderick getting a wide delivery, which he didn't have to play, but Gloucestershire have been looking to accelerate with these two, and that is the end of Gareth Roderick for 9, caught by Chris Cook off Dan Douthwaite. That is Douthwaite's first wicket of the innings.
Not the best shot of Gareth Roderick's career by some way. That caught a bit flat-footed and ended up just waving his bat as he tried to flat bat it through the offside. But the keeper does not last long with the bat before providing a third victim of the innings for Glamorgan keeper Chris Cook, chasing a wide one, trying to smash it through the covers, but in the end a pretty routine catch for Chris Cook. 137 for 6.
Yeah, a bit of a soft dismissal in the end. So George Scott is listed to come in next. I'm pretty sure that is him, emerging from the pavilion. Made 44 not out in his previous innings for his new club. Winter signing from Middlesex. Where else? So 137 for 6. The lead is 21.
Hello, is that Lords? Yeah. Got a all-round seam bowler inside. Yeah, right. Yeah, we'll have another one, thanks. Last one you sent us was quite decent. We'll have another one.
Yeah, and for good measure we'll have a batter as well. So Douthwaite with a wicket in his bag. 2 slips in for George Scott. And he's pretty much ready, just looking around at the field before settling. And Douthwaite is in again. It's a grunt as that one leaves the hand and passes by the off stump. The grunt is the sign that maybe he's put a little bit more into a particular delivery. Doesn't do it every time. Tries again, Douthwaite. In, and Scott defends this time. That's on around middle and off. It's pushed out to Graham Wagg. Jeff Evans and Dan Douthwaite have a brief exchange of words before Douthwaite trudges back to his mark. In again. And Scott gets into a bit of a tangle here as he gets a ball that's just outside his off stump, looking for the drive, but not getting hold of it at all. Squirts out on the offside and ends the over. 137 for 6. Scott yet to get off the mark. Higgins 28. Over 8, 1 below par.
Not good. Of course, you can lose bonus points if your over 8 remains negative at the end of the game. Glamorgan wicket takers, Van der Hoogten 2 for 24, but he's off the field with injury. Douthwaite now 1 for 25 and Wagg 3 for 38. 249 first class victims. As Chris Cook has gone to get a helmet, so we could be seeing Bull back into the attack, and the spinner is being given another chance after bowling 3 rather wayward overs in the afternoon session. But there are just 3 fit frontline seamers at the moment. Glamorgan have turned back to spin, and Bull has men deep at mid-wicket and at backward square leg, and they are both about 5 to 10 metres off the boundaries. Bull is into bowl to Higgins, who's working that one down to backward square, runs the first one very fast indeed, but Douthwaite is in, fields safely, and returns to the bowler in these health conscious times. 138 for 6. As Scott takes guard for the first time at the far end from us. As Bull bowling from the Cathedral Road end, right arm around the wicket with a slip and a short leg, tosses it up and it's driven straight to Carlson at short mid wicket, and there's no run. Come on, Bulldog, is a shout. As Bull is in bowls, and that's nurdled just past short leg down towards backward square, but backward square is in, saving the single for the new batsman. 138 for 6, 22 is Gloucestershire's first innings lead, as that's driven back to the bowler. Scott yet to get off the mark.
This will help the over 8, the introduction of the spinner.
Yep, if Bull can just eliminate that one half tracker and over. It's driven by Scott, but a sprawling stop by Salmon at mid-off. No run. 138 for 6. Tom Lace 42, the top scorer. Graham Van Buren 32. Ryan Higgins 29. Ball bowls, and a defensive shot by Scott, who looked as though he was going to launch a drive there, but maybe at the very last moment thought better of it and just killed any spin. As a cap is restored to Kieran Bolt. To be honest, in this weather, you could quite happily field without a cap, surely. Sunglasses go on the back of the cap, even more redundant. Graham Wagg, of course, could turn to spin if necessary to prolong his bowling abilities today. He has bowled a few overs of spin this season. But it is Douthwaite, having succeeded in his last over, who will continue from the River Taff end as Gloucestershire look to get this lead up towards maybe 3 figures if play continues through the evening.
Douthwaite in then, and bowls to Higgins, who defends up to mid-on. Yeah, I was just looking at the latest. It is saying that at 5 o'clock there is a 96% chance of rain. Well, it's 2 minutes to, and there's no sign of any.
Well, Cardiff's a few miles in either direction, isn't it? Raining somewhere in Cardiff, but the sky is not looking at their most threatening at the moment.
As Douthwaite runs in towards us. Higgins thought about a single there, but it wasn't on. Pushing it up to mid-on again.
I think if you offered Chris Cook a quick downpour, then the Glamorgan skipper might be, although he wouldn't admit it in public, might be willing to do a little rain dance.
Yeah, he's got his hands crossed behind his back at the moment, standing there, keeping wicket. The Glamorgan captain. As Douthwaite comes in, and there's a cut here for 4. Backward of point. That's a good shot from Higgins. Got into position very well. Douthwaite dropping fractionally short, and Higgins seizing on the opportunity. Good shot. 142 for 6. So the lead now is 26. Creeping upwards. Douthwaite. This is his 12th over of the day. Running into bowl to Higgins again, who leaves. Ball that's outside his off stump. But similar to the one that Gareth Roderick had a dart at and nicked. Higgins not being tempted. Douthwaite bowls and Higgins drives, won't get a run for it. It goes up to the man at mid-off.
A lot of scrambling around in the field, isn't it? I think the surface must be pretty soft, as Humphrey it was who went down for that one. Douthwaite bowling with just 2 slips. Glamorgan miles away from a new ball.
In again, and that's a bouncer, which Higgins doesn't engage with. End of the over. Higgins 33. Scott yet to get off the mark. 142 for 6.
Even a taller man might have struggled to reach that one, as it sailed fairly harmlessly over the head of the batsman. But thankfully for Chris Cook, it had begun a downward trajectory by the time it reached him, unlike an earlier one from Douthwaite when Trent soaring up and over for 4 byes. 142 for 6, 26 ahead of Gloucestershire with 4 wickets remaining. as Kieran Bull, arranging his field into his 5th over. Round the wicket, ball's driven back to him by Scott, no run. Scott yet to get off the mark. Morgan putting a little bit of pressure on him with the slip, the short leg and the short mid wicket. Aren't any cheap runs on the leg side as that's played down to Root. He doesn't field cleanly. Makes the block under the helmet with the shin pads, cap sticking out the back of his pocket. Bull, Scott gives him the charge and hits it to mid-on. He wants a single and he gets it because Cullen is quite deep there at mid-on, and there's no doubt that Scott was very determined to get off the mark there.
Has duly done so.
Mid-on retreating a little bit for Higgins as this one is driven up to Cullen, who is halfway back to the boundary, and that's another easy single for Gloucestershire. 144 for 6. Scott 1, Higgins 34. Batsman out, Dent without scoring, Charlesworth 8, Van Buren 32, Hankins 3, Lace 42 and Roderick 9. Bull into Scott, pushes forward, killing the spin. Root fields. Lead now 28 for Gloucestershire. And somehow we keep missing the rain. So far. Bull bowls, well, that's a full toss clipped away through the leg side. There'll be a couple of runs here. No, there won't. De Lange is the man out on the boundary. It was a slightly off target throw, but the important thing from De Lange's point of view was that it was heading back in the right general direction pretty rapidly. 145 for 6, Scott 2, Higgins 34. And we have 30 overs left, nominally.
Dan Douthwaite is going to bowl the first of those 30. His 13th. Two slips in, and he'll be bowling to George Scott, who's on 2, and pushes at that one outside the off stump and misses. Here it goes to Chris Cook.
Yeah, this is a difficult job for Glamorgan if they stay on this evening to try and contain this lead. They may have a few awkward overs to bat out if the game goes against them. Really losing the first hour of the day pretty comprehensively, losing the last 5 wickets.
Here's Douthwaite. Scott defends. Pushes the ball back to him. No sunshine at the moment, but more importantly, no rain as Douthwaite runs in, and Scott defends that, pushes it out on the offside. If all these overs are bowled, these 30 overs remaining, it could be quite a late finish this evening. Here comes Douthwaite. And Scott defends again.
Yes, because we're due for an extra 8, aren't we, on top of the normal day, because of the play lost yesterday and Saturday. 8 is the most they can add on.
Here comes Douthwaite again, and Scott defends once more out on the offside this time. So after we saw some acceleration before the tea interval, particularly when Van Buren and Lace were together, this game has slowed down again. Douthwaite is in. Going to be a run here for Scott, potentially 2, as that's gone out to deep mid-wicket. They're quick and they get them. So Scott doubles his individual tally. He goes to 4, 147 for 6. So the lead into the 30s now. It's 31 to be precise. At the end of the over.
Yeah, if Gloucestershire can get it up to the 100 mark, could make life tricky for Glamorgan in trying to survive on the final day if conditions continue to favour the bowlers. As they have, by and large, although Gloucestershire have taken better advantage of the conditions, I think it's fair to say. Glamorgan have been reasonably tight with the ball, but not quite as threatening. As Bull bowls carted away on the leg side. Ball bouncing out to De Lange on the mid-wicket boundary. And they've gone through for a single to Ryan Higgins. 35 to him. Scott on strike. 148 for 6. Just a slight hold up in play. De Lange doing a few bowling exercises as though he's not going to get much rest. Bull bowls, batsman gives him the charge. That's hit back over the top and bounces into the ropes at long on. George Scott using his feet well and getting to the pitch of it and whacking it back where it came from.
Positive approach. Doubled his score again. Gone up to 8 this time.
No trouble doubling it in one shot again. 152 for 6. Gloucestershire 48 runs ahead, away from a batting bonus point. Bull bowls. Scott drives on the offside. No run there. As Selman fields that mid-off. Polishes away frantically. 152 for 6. Bull to Scott, who noodles that one down to root it to short leg, who's always quick to return it to the keeper or have a little shy at the stumps just in case the batsman's overbalanced or wandering. 152 for 6. Bull to Scott, pulls again. De Lange gets everything behind it. Fields on the mid-wicket boundary. Once more the single. And I suppose Bull will be reasonably happy that they're going for the big shots, maybe taking a few risks. But Glamorgan have no latitude at all to play with, as that's driven hard on the leg side, but well intercepted by Carlson. Diving to his left at short mid-wicket. Higgins does not add to his tally, which stands at 35. Scott 9. 153 for 6. Well, Bull's been a little bit tighter in this spell, but not quite with the control that Glamorgan need at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's certainly been better second spell than his first was. But Scott indicating the importance of staying positive with that aerially struck boundary. This is Going to be Douthwaite to continue, I think, as the sun comes back out, which is always welcome.
Kieran Bull, 20 runs off his first 3 and 10 off his next 3.
It's actually DeLange coming back at the River Taff end. Another burst from the paceman.
Yeah, they're having to work hard. Glamorgan's three seamers, aren't they?
In he comes. This is driven by Scott and will bring him a run. Langer put out a hand to stop that, but couldn't manage it.
Not sure whether he was trying to field it or trying to deflect it onto the stumps. Got fingertips to it.
So another single for George Scott. He goes to 10. 154 for 6. DeLange bowls and Higgins defends.
England 91 for 1 against Pakistan. Half century for Zach Crawley. Sibley content to block it out on 31 not out.
Here is DeLange, and Higgins picks up another single as he clips it out to Cullen at deep square leg.
Not that I'm one to knock BBC programmes, but the highlights of the Test match is not going to be an easy hour to fill today, is it?
No, they might do better to do the whole game.
Yeah. Or maybe replay bits of the last one.
Here is DeLange. This is driven by Scott, but only as far as cover, where Tom Cullen is on patrol.
And at the very time when it was 90-odd% likely to be raining, bright sunshine at the moment. Raining somewhere else in Cardiff, maybe.
Here's DeLange bowling a bouncer, which Scott just gets underneath.
And Glamorgan will have options for the next match if they have to make changes. Hogan will be poised to come back in. Lucas Carey and 20-year-old Roman Walker would be keen to get a first-team chance.
There's DeLange bowls, and that's an absolute corker. And it's found the edge of Higgins's bat as well. Scott's bat, I beg your pardon. He's walking off. It may have been glove, but it was a very difficult ball to play. And George Scott is the 7th wicket to fall. Reared at him.
Top of the bat, somewhere around the shoulder, wasn't it? And DeLange with a token celebration, a rather tired celebration. 7 down for 155.
Yeah, well, he did well to produce a delivery like that after bowling 13 overs today. I think that would have accounted for most batsmen.
It was a pretty vicious delivery.
Scott's gone for 10. 155 for 7.
And Glamorgan at least reducing the damage, but on the other hand, they may have a bit of batting time tonight to negotiate, which may not be too simple.
Yeah, Josh Shaw listed to come in next, and is emerging, coming down the pavilion steps as I speak. The pavilion is in shade, but as soon as he sets foot on the outfield, he'll find himself in the sunshine.
First wicket for DeLange, but he's only gone for 2 runs and over. If that, slightly under that in fact, Van der Hoogten also bowled well, but is off through injury. 11 overs, 2 for 24. Douthwaite 1 for 31 off 13. Wag 3 for 38 off 13. Bull 0 for 30 off 6. Four catches in the innings for Chris Cook, who had 9 dismissals in the match at Worcester, so he's having a prolific little spell in terms of dismissals. But Higgins on strike. The first ball's over, and that's possibly hit Billy Root on the way through. I think it was pulled away hard by Higgins. They've taken a single. If it did hit Root, it was on the pads, because he gives no reaction at all. 36 to Higgins, 37 to Higgins. As the board ticks over, 156 for 7, 40 runs in the lead. And Payne on strike. David Payne, 1 and 14 is scores so far this season. Bull bowls. Payne pushes forward, just eludes Root. DeLange picks up at backward square. Well, if the weather continues like this, we'll be pushing 7 o'clock when we finish. As forward stretches Payne, defends back down the wicket, no run. 26 further overs to come. Bull to Payne. Half an appeal for LBW. Stifled, strangled, cut off, however you want to put it. As Bull bowls, it is turning a bit, and that one's punched to mid-off. No run for David Payne. Selman with the fielding there. So can Bull add the control to the spin he's getting off this wicket? Forward comes Payne. Defensive mode against the spinner. Played out the rest of the over. 156 for 7. 40 runs Gloucestershire lead. As the clock... I thought I heard the clock striking in the background. I was hearing things. It's 20 past, unless the clock's way off.
Yes, it was that stand in the Ashes test of 2009 which made that clock over to our left rather famous. The stand between Anderson and Panesar, which secured the draw in a game that England had, for most of it, looked destined to lose, and they went on to win the series. Such is the importance of occasional importance of a last wicket partnership.
Yeah, it was dramatic, wasn't it? I attended a couple of days that test, but sadly not the final one.
Here's DeLange bowling to Higgins. First ball is defended. Yeah, I came to the first day of that one.
I think I went to the first and fourth, took a look at the game situation, and the thought, no, it probably won't bring much of a finish. Listening and watching at home like many millions of others.
Here's DeLange, and a bit of a indeterminate prod outside the off stump from Higgins. No contact with the ball.
I did work at the next test to be held here against Sri Lanka, which...
Oh, that was an extraordinary game.
Nearly bankrupted Glamorgan and also provided a late and very unexpected England win with probably fewer than 100 spectators in the ground.
I was here for that as DeLange bowls, and that's misdriven out to backward point. No run.
No ball.
No ball as well. So takes the total on to 155 for 7. 156, sorry. So the lead goes up now to 40.
Not sure if that's on the board yet, that no ball.
But yes, it rained, didn't it, on the final day, and we thought it was all off. That test match. Higgins will pick up a single here as he turns it out to mid-wicket. Sri Lanka rather caught napping.
Yeah, they fell apart on the final afternoon, didn't they? Rather unexpectedly.
It's very special to be here when it's a full house. It's a great atmosphere.
It is. It'll only be for one-day internationals in the foreseeable future. Glamorgan having passed up on the right to bid for test matches.
Here comes Delanga in to bowl to Payne, who fences at that outside the off stump and misses. This is a good spell from Delanga. Took the wicket in his previous over with a real brute of a ball. And now has the opportunity to bowl at the lower order batsman, who again plays and misses.
The trouble with that Sri Lanka test was relatively early in the season, and Sri Lanka, well, a very decent test team, not maybe quite up there in terms of attraction, and there was no walk-up crowd because it rained every morning of the game, even though they played on every day.
Delanga in again, and this time Payne leaves. So the end of another over. That he'll sleep well tonight. Will Merchant Delanga. He's bowled 14 overs now. So 159 for 7. Payne yet to get off the mark. Higgins on 38. So Higgins is challenging Tom Lace as top scorer of the game so far. He's just 4 away from drawing level. Sunshine over this part of Cardiff, not all parts, but this one is fine, and Kieran Bull's going to continue.
He is to try and continue with his more economical second spell. Right arm round the wicket. He doesn't waste much in terms of energy because he just walks half a dozen paces, just runs the last couple, and beats Higgins with a ball that might have turned back across him. And a bit of encouragement for Kieran Bull there, as that spun back and went through the gate. Can he do that again? Reverse sweep comes out and is successful as Hemphrey chases down towards the third man boundary, and Higgins will come back for 2 runs. A few eyes being cast to the heavens, but it's a legitimate shot these days, albeit hitting against the spin on that occasion. Bull bowls and driven out to mid-wicket, a scrambling stop by Carlson, no run. Higgins has moved to 40 with those 2 runs with the reverse. 161 for 7. Bull to Higgins, floats that one up, clipped nicely out into the leg side. Douthwaite comes pelting in from mid-wicket, good throw. Right next to the stumps, single taken. And Bull gets the chance to bowl at the tail ender, David Payne. Batting to come, Josh Shaw and Matt Taylor. Kieran Bull will have a short leg and a leg slip for the tail ender. So 2 under the lids there on the leg side, plus the slip. As Payne, giving himself room, forces out into the offside and will get off the mark with a pleasant enough single. 163 for 7. Gloucestershire on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website. As we go deep into the evening session that we didn't expect to happen. That's glanced just short, or just wide of short leg by Higgins, and runs down to fine leg, and they'll come back for 2 runs. Root sprawling around there in the dirt. Hard work for the home side.
Yes, it would come as something of a relief to Glamorgan if they can get these last 3 wickets in fairly short order, give their bowlers a rest.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten off with what looked like a hand injury, but may have been wrist as he slid for the ball on the boundary. So Glamorgan a bowler light, 165 for 7.
Here comes De Lange then to start a new over outside the off stump, and left alone. A wicket has fallen at Southampton.
Crawley leg before to Mohammed Abbas for 53. England 92 for 2. Joe Root to the crease. Surprised they haven't knocked that on the head yet.
De Lange on his way down the leg side, and Payne makes no contact with it.
Unless they're obliged to play through till 6 o'clock. Not quite sure the timings of that game.
Derbyshire 127 for 4 against Yorkshire's 400 for 6 declared. Warwickshire 90 for 5, still trail Somerset by 202 runs at Edgbaston. At Hove, Sussex bowled Essex out for 140, and they're 7 for no wicket in their second innings, so they've got a lead of 61 overall. At Northampton, Worcestershire have a 138 run lead. They're 131 for 2 in their second innings. Here comes De Lange. Bowls to Payne, who leaves.
Tempted by that one, wasn't he?
Lancashire 45 for 3 in reply to Knott's 472. Canterbury, Kent 97 for 4. They still trail by 172 against Middlesex. At Arundel, Hampshire 130 for 2 in reply to Surrey's 172. There's a single here for David Payne as he just glides that one down to Billy Root at third man.
Well, this is an unexpectedly arduous session for Glamorgan, isn't it? Facing the possibility of bowling another 23 overs when you get to 5:30. Be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners before too long.
As De Lange is in, bowls a bouncer, which Higgins just ducks underneath. Through to Chris Cook. Yep, problems for him, the Glamorgan captain, in terms of being a seam bowler short. So ill-resourced, really. De Lange into his 15th over, running into bowl to Higgins, another bouncer. And again, Higgins declines to get involved.
Yeah, this is another time where Glamorgan missed David Lloyd batting 4 or 5 and providing that seam option that might have actually proved quite useful in these conditions. 50 runs is now the Gloucestershire first innings lead. Glamorgan's seamers have stuck their task pretty well, but haven't quite had the consistent threat that Gloucestershire did when they had their hands on the ball. Payne 5 for 31, Shaw 3 for 13 were the chief wicket takers for the visitors. Glamorgan all out inside the first hour today. Bull is in to bowl, and a mistimed drive by Payne will get him a single on the leg side. Moves to 3, 167 for 7. On the other hand, Glamorgan, although they're striving to get through these last few wickets, would be not entirely happy to have to bat 3/4 of an hour tonight. Here is Bull. Bowls, big swing of the bat from Higgins. Ball ends up at square leg. I think he was trying to hit a bit straighter. Single taken. Higgins 44, 168 for 7.
So he's 2 clear of Tom Lace now. His highest individual score of the match so far. Can he go on to make it a half century?
Bull bowls. Payne gives him the charge initially, then is forced to readjust his shot. Does it quite well late on. Goes through for the single. $169 for 7 are Gloucestershire. We have escaped the rain today, apart from a very brief shower which didn't cost us anything at tea interval, and Gloucestershire now lead by 53 runs with Ryan Higgins 44, David Payne 4. They've been 3 wickets for Graham Wagg, 2 for Tim van der Hoogten, but he is off the field with a hand injury apparently, and Glamorgan are short of bowlers. De Lange and Douthwaite with a wicket each, but Glamorgan were bowled out cheaply this morning for 116, and Gloucestershire are building a threatening position at 173 for 7. That one hit away for 4 by Ryan Higgins on the leg side, with a big swing of the bat, ended up down at backward square. Well, it's updating BBC radio listeners that. Bull in bowls, another big swing of the bat. Has he cleared the fielder? No, he hasn't. It's a fine catch by Marchant de Lange on the square leg boundary, backpedaling, having to make sure that he didn't backpedal any further, and Ryan Higgins has gone for 48, and Kieran Bull has a success to his name. 173 for 8. Good catch by the big man. Needed to be the big man to back there.
Is anyone going to score a half century in this match? Higgins falling just 2 short. So we saw Lace dismissed 8 short earlier, but Higgins looking to bat positively, and he's perished. A wicket for Kieran Bull, his first, coming in his 9th over. So it may well be that we see Glamorgan bat again this evening. Conversation between the 2 umpires, and we've got a sanitation break as well. So just a short delay while we wait for the new Gloucestershire batsman.
I think Glamorgan are going to have to bat rather better than they did in the second innings at Worcester. As we watch again on the video stream, big hit from Higgins, And De Lange, who was probably 5 metres in from the boundary to start with, only ended up a couple of metres back as he took it above his head. Big 6'4" fast bowler. 173 for 8, lead 57 runs. And De Lange might fancy his chances against the tail. Shaw joining Payne at the wicket.
Yes, these two listed to come in the other way round. Shaw in now. And there are 4 slips in. No, 3 for him. Got a third man as well. A backward point cover. As De Lange comes in and Shaw defends. Just pushes it gently up to cover.
So Glamorgan looks set. Just need 1 more wicket for their 3rd bowling point. Gloucestershire 27 runs for a first batting point to edge the bonus points, maybe 4-3.
De Lange in. Shaw is off the mark. Just clipping this away behind square on the leg side. 174 for 8. Matt Taylor is the next batsman and last due in for Gloucestershire. The bails have come adrift somehow, and Ian Blackwell coming in from square leg to replace them. Payne settles as De Lange runs in. And it's just pushed gently out on the offside. Fielded by Kieran Carlson at point, which is where he's been almost all the time.
Dominic Sibley's average has been spoilt, or not increased anyway. He's out for 32. Second victim for Mohammed Abbas. England 95 for 3.
This one from De Lange will bring Payne a single. He gets it through the run-saving cordon down to 3rd man. Billy Root on station there.
Somerset might have hopes of wrapping it up tonight. Warwickshire 5 down in their 2nd innings in Birmingham. Still 196 runs behind at 96 for 5. Opener Will Rhodes still there on a painstaking 35 not out.
Here is De Lange again. A short ball that's maybe attempting to produce a similar delivery to the one that accounted for George Scott. Not quite so threatening though. Shaw played it okay.
Yeah, dealt with it well, didn't he?
I see what you mean about the length of Billy Root's hair. We've got a slightly clearer view. He's down just below us at 3rd man. Hair and a beard. In, and this is pushed out to cover. No run.
We did say that he might keep it if it brought him success. Well, he had a century already to his credit this season. Root's record with the hair: 126, 118, 34 and 19 in the first innings. So maybe those luxuriant locks do suit him as he replaces his cap with the helmet, which signifies that he's back under the lid at short leg for Kieran Bull to continue. Bull having eventually got the better of Ryan Higgins, holing out on the square leg boundary where all the height of Marchant de Lange was needed. Lead 59 runs for the visitors now, with no assistance from the weather for the home side.
Got 2 short legs and a slip.
As Bull looks to finish the innings off, or at least take a 9th wicket, and the first ball is defended by Payne. Still Matt Taylor to come. Glamorgan will need to bat well tonight. As that one's edged, and Hemphrey can't take it at slip, and that looked like a genuine chance, and it hit Hemphrey in the face, possibly on the jaw, as Payne got a fairly firm nick on it. Hemphrey's okay. As Bull bowls, full toss, charged the batsman, and it's drilled back down the ground for a single. Cullen Fields on the long on boundary. As David Payne makes the most of a let-off. Not sure whether you count it as a chance if it hits the fielder on the head.
I suppose it was straight to him, wasn't it?
Couldn't get his hands up in time. So the batsman backing away, playing a forcing shot. A single off the next ball to take him on to 6 not out. And Bull not getting a second wicket despite that chance, as it will be a single on the offside. Tim van der Hoogten has dislocated a finger and has gone to hospital.
That's bad news, isn't it?
To be put back in, so the physio couldn't do it, obviously.
Well, let's hope that it can be done, and that he's fit to return as soon as possible. Conversation going on between the 2 umpires at the moment, and looks like they're going to walk off.
Perhaps in search of a ball, I think.
Ah, yes, it's a box of balls that's being brought out. Not for the first time.
No. Might have been a Friday afternoon batch that we've had in this match in the ball-making factory.
So they scrabble around in the box again, looking for a ball that's approximately 62 overs old.
Usually marked about every 10 overs or so, I think. So they should have a reasonably accurate approximation. As one is selected by Mr. Blackwell and tossed back to Kieran Bull.
He's just made a note in his pad of when that ball was changed, and we're ready to go again.
Bull into Payne, steps back and plays that one nicely through the offside. He'll get a couple of runs. It didn't have the pace to reach the boundary. Lucas Carey fielding, making something of hard work of it. 179 for 8. Gloucestershire getting their lead into the 60s. Difficult territory for Glamorgan, with the possibility of an hour's worth of batting here this evening. 179 for 8. Bull to Payne, who flicks that one just past Root at short leg, with the inevitable shout of catch it. Wasn't really a chance of any sort. 179 for 8, Payne 8, Shaw 4. And we may, against all the odds, get through to the end of the day's play. It doesn't look particularly threatening the skies at the moment, but who knows.
De Lange is going to continue from the River Taff end. 179 for 8. Can Glamorgan polish off this Gloucestershire innings before the close? De Lange in to bowl to Shaw, who gets up on his toes and defends that. Goes up to mid-off, fielded by Graham Wagg. It's a very picturesque formation of clouds above us and going down towards the coast against a pale blue sky. A pleasant August afternoon as Shaw plays and misses at that one from De Lange. Who's walking rather laboriously back to his mark. Must be feeling a little tired. This is his 17th over as he runs into Shaw, who just watches that one go past his off stump.
Yeah, it's a long old evening, isn't it, for Glamorgan in the field, because we had an early tea because of that shower.
Yeah, cries of "come on lads" to encourage teammates. De Lange is in again down the leg side, smartly taken by Chris Cook. It's disconcerting just as I walked through Butte Park on the way in to the ground this morning to see a few leaves coming down. A little bit premature maybe.
You think, well, we're only in the third match of the season.
Here's De Lange. Shaw, I think he played at that. Outside his off stump. Now maybe one or two of the trees that are assembled the far end of the ground alongside the River Taff are just beginning to change colour. Mid-August now. On the whole there, still reassuring green. This is driven by Shaw up to Wagg at mid-off.
Ben Andre on Twitter asks, how come Andrew Salter isn't first choice spinner? Well, Salter is seen as the better option in T20 and quite possibly in One Day Cup as well, but Bull has been preferred when fit in the red ball game.
This from De Lange is well caught at second slip. That's the end of Josh Shaw and the 9th wicket that's fallen.
Nick Selman with a good low catch.
Yep, and De Lange has bowled impressively in this spell. Come back, bowled initially with the new ball, and he's had a lot of work to do today, but that was a good delivery, and the 9th wicket has fallen. So highly likely now that we're going to see 3 innings of the match today. The Glamorgan innings completed earlier on, and we're likely to see the whole of the Gloucestershire first innings and the start of the Glamorgan second. Smartly held, that slip catch by Selman.
Yes, low down to his left. Selman, smart grab, round about shin high. And of course, the downside for him is that it increases the length that he's likely to have to bat tonight, and he is not in the best of form with the bat.
Big roller.
So Glamorgan have maximum bowling points at least.
Yeah, 3 apiece, maximum for both sides, and it looks unlikely that Gloucestershire will get any batting points either. They need another 19 with just the 1 wicket left. Matt Taylor has come out to join David Payne.
And it looks as though Kieran Bull, is he being withdrawn from the attack, or is he just having a lecture off Graham Wagg as to where to bowl? Captain Chris Cook is there as well. Wagg may be making suggestions. He's a prominent voice in the field, Graham Wagg, I think we can safely say, even though he's not actually captain. But Bull is going to continue from this Cathedral Road end here, deep into day 3. The session we certainly didn't think would happen, but we are approaching 6 o'clock. The weather forecast keeps telling us that it is very likely to be raining at 6 o'clock in Cardiff, but possibly in other areas of Cardiff. And not this one. 181 for 9. I think if Glamorgan were to take the final wicket and then see it rain, that would be the ideal scenario for them this evening. 181 for 9. But they will have to bat well in their second innings, better than in their first. Payne is on strike on 8 not out. Taylor is the new batsman, number 11. And Bull bowls, and that's flat batted up to mid-off by Payne. No run. Selman does the fielding. Kieran Bull looking for his second wicket. Previous one, Higgins caught it deep square. And there's caught and bowled. There is Bull's second wicket as Payne drives it straight back to him and marches off. Bull with a good catch, head high. Payne didn't really get hold of it. Taylor is left 0 not out, and Gloucestershire are dismissed for 181 in their first innings, which is a lead of 65 runs over Glamorgan. David Payne caught and bowled by Kieran Bull for 8. 181 all out in the 65th over. And interestingly, the hopper cover is being warmed up and the wickets are being removed from their positions, as if the umpires do expect it to be raining fairly shortly.
Yes, it doesn't look too bad from our window here, but you can't see everything that's going on weather-wise from our commentary box. But I'm sure that they have good information on what's happening, so just maybe it's precautionary. Maybe there's something unpleasant on its way. We've done incredibly well, really, to see as much cricket as we have. In theory, there are 18 overs remaining. We'll see all then. It's a matter of conjecture, but that Gloucestershire lead is down primarily to Ryan Higgins and Tom Mace, who scored 48 and 42 respectively. 32 for Graham Van Buren. Not a great deal otherwise, but it could be a more than useful lead. 181 all out, Gloucestershire in the end.
Shall we have a little whip through the bowling figures? Marchant Stelanger, 17 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 32. Tim van der Hoogten, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 24, because before he was forced from the field with a dislocated finger that has needed a hospital visit. Dislocated finger. Dan Douthwaite, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 31. Graham Wagg, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 38. And Kieran Bull, 10.2 overs, no maidens, 2 for 48. Reasonable comeback from Bull after his first 3 overs went for 20 runs. So 65 the lead. Stephen Lamb and myself, Nick Webb, will take a short break and be back with you within 5 minutes or so. Good evening and welcome back to Sophia Gardens from your BBC commentary team for this last and unexpected session of play between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, where the match situation is that Gloucestershire lead by 65 runs on first innings, and in a low-scoring game, Stephen Lamb, that is potentially quite significant.
Yeah, indeed it is. Hats off to Glamorgan for sticking to the task in the way they did. They were missing a bowler for much of the innings. Tim van der Houten had to go off with a dislocated finger, and that rather restricted the options for Chris Cook, and the other bowlers stuck to it well, but that could well be a very useful lead for Gloucestershire. Neither side has taken any batting points from this game. Both have taken maximum bowling, and now it's an awkward session really. 14 overs remaining. Selman and Hemphrey, the two opening batsmen. We've got the players out there, and umpires. The heavy roller is being driven off, having been deployed, and David Payne, who finished with 5 wickets this morning, is going to be in action again with the ball. So 3 innings witnessed on the same day. 3 slips in for Selman, who's on strike.
Nervy times for Nick Selman. Really needs to score both personally and in the context of the game.
Settles right-handed as Payne comes in. First ball is outside the off stump and left alone. We've got bright sunshine over Sophia Gardens at the moment, lengthening shadows of the players, and more particularly of a couple of the floodlight pylons extending left to right across the ground. So can Gloucestershire make some early inroads into this Glamorgan second innings? Payne is in, and there's going to be runs here immediately. Single for Selman, just tucking it away behind square on the leg side.
Well, Glamorgan will hope that the heavy roller that's just been deployed will take any life out of the pitch, and a little bit of sunshine in this evening session is going to help the home cause. Maybe if they do have to battle through an hour, they might as well make it in sunny conditions.
So Hemphrey's on strike now to Payne, left arm over the wicket, and he leaves his first ball. So go through to the keeper. Very similar field to the one deployed by Chris Dent in the first innings, with the 3 slips, otherwise largely orthodox. 3 run-saving fielders on the offside, 2 to leg, and 1 man out deep at long leg. Payne then, the new ball in hand, running into bowl to Hemphrey, who defends, just firmly pushes it back down the wicket. So the single to Selman, reducing Gloucestershire's lead to 64. Payne turns, and with the River Taff behind him, runs in towards us. To bowl to Hemphrey, who doesn't get the whole bat on this. It goes out to Ben Charlesworth at square leg. No run.
I thought we had 16 overs on the board. Appears to have been reduced.
Possibly due to the break between innings.
Well, I thought they'd taken that off to get the 16. Maybe a recalculation from earlier.
Payne is in. That is outside the off stump and left alone. So the first of those 14 overs is complete without damage to Glamorgan, just the single off it. Now, who will share the new ball? It was Ryan Higgins in the first innings. Looks like it's going to be him in the second as well. He's making a mark on the popping crease at the moment. So he will be bowling to Nick Selman.
13 overs definitely on the scoreboard, but we don't have a degree in over calculation, which is something of an arcane subject, and certainly the home side won't be objecting to seeing a couple disappear. Gloucestershire will want to bowl as many as they can tonight, I think.
Sure they will.
Higgins in bright sunshine from the Cathedral Road end. 3 slips for the seamer. Selman on strike. Single to his credit. Umpire Jeff Evans now presiding at this end, as Selman is forward, pushing out on the offside. No run. The distinctive shaven head of Jeff Evans. Doesn't often wear a hat unless it's really hot, so he's one of the most easily distinguishable umpires. If you get 2 around about the same build and both wearing sun hats, it can make it difficult to remember on occasion. So that one is off an inside edge of Selman's bat, and it's gone down to fine leg for 4 runs. So already a false shot from Selman, who wanders around, prodding the pitch. As Matt Maynard has spoken of the need to be switched on. Actually, to be fair to Selman, that was sort of inside edge and pads together rather than actually dragged past the wicket, so it was relatively safe. 5 without loss. Higgins in, and Selman jabs that down, and it just trickles down into the slips. So he could do with feeling a couple off the meat of the bat. Good Nick Selman. He has 5. The Gloucestershire lead is 60. Or the Glamorgan deficit, depending on which way you like to look at it. Higgins away from us, bowls, and Selman forward, but didn't play a shot at the last moment. And quite an awkward take from Gareth Roderick, who went sprawling forward for that one. 5 for naught. Light is as good as it has been all day.
Yeah, we haven't needed the floodlights, have we, at all?
Gloucestershire's over rate, I think, is a favourable one. Higgins bowls, Selman forward defending. I think that is 1, in other words, +1 on the scoreboard. Which
Yeah,
means,
I can't see a minus.
Which means they've got 1 in hand, and they don't have to worry too much about hurrying through their overs.
Scoreboard's got the sun on it now, but you can still make out the numbers.
As in comes Higgins to bowl. Selman leaves outside off stump. The over is completed. Selman has 5, including boundary down to fine leg in that over. Hemphrey yet to get off the mark, and Glamorgan's deficit, stroke Gloucestershire's lead, is 60 runs with 12 overs remaining of the day's play.
Yep, set to be playing till after 7 o'clock, provided the light holds out, and the chances of that look pretty good at the moment. David Payne then. 5 wickets in the first innings. Can he add to that this evening? Bowls to Hemphrey, who just blocks that. Pushes it out on the leg side.
We got a short day on Saturday, definitely into overtime this evening for some of the players.
And indeed the umpires. Long day for them. Ian Blackwell now standing at the River Taff end as Payne runs in. Past him to bowl. Humphrey tries to turn that to leg. Doesn't get any bat on it.
Good to see Selman back in the slips from earlier, says Graham Smith. Well done, Kieran Bull, for sticking with it. At Welsh Cricket Pod on Twitter. Nick Webb 2017 or Lamb 165 if you wish to give us any thoughts at this late stage of the day.
Here's Payne again, and Humphrey this time does get full bat on it. Pushes it out on the leg side. Ben Charlesworth is the fielder. No run. Very much a full day's cricket. Brimful here at Sophia Gardens. Day 3, of course. Day 1 washed out entirely, as Nick was saying. Payne in, and that's a good stop at point by George Scott. That would have been at least a single if it had run away from him.
Yes, it's softish surface. Obviously poses problems for fielders keeping their feet, but on the other hand they're not likely to jar things as much when they go down, although Van der Hoogten the exception with that, with his dislocated finger off to hospital.
Here comes Payne in bright sunshine outside the off stump, left alone. .48 Higgins, 42 Lace were the two leading run scorers. No one has scored a half century in this game yet. Payne runs in again, and Humphrey gets everything behind that, pushes it up to mid-off, fielded by Matt Taylor. So the end of the 3rd over of the Glamorgan second innings, 11 remaining, so intact thus far, although a couple of false strokes from Nick Selman, who took a boundary off the inside edge from Ryan Higgins. Has to face him again now.
Higgins, the terror of Warwickshire in the last match, is in to bowl to Selman, beats him outside off stump. The forward prod.
We saw quite a bit of that yesterday in that session, morning session, the first of the game in fact.
And we've survived the day looking at some of the pictures that have been taken today of the dark skies. Who knows, as Selman plays out on the leg side. Straight to Charlesworth at mid-wicket, no run. Higgins away from us, past umpire Evans, bowls, and Selman plays that one quietly out to mid-wicket. Quiet is good as far as Glamorgan are concerned. No heroics required. Just application. These two put on 27 in 18 overs in the first session of the game yesterday morning. As forward comes Salmon again, defending out on the offside, and there's no run. And I imagine they wouldn't be too worried about a similarly slim scoring rate as long as they manage to see out tonight. That would be a big step towards Glamorgan saving the game. Having trailed by 65 runs on first innings, Higgins trying to do something about that, and Salmon's forward playing to mid-wicket again. So it's clearly in the defensive mindset. There are 3 slips, 3 saving the single on the offside, 2 saving the single on the leg side, and a deep fine leg. 5 for naught Glamorgan, trailing Gloucestershire by 60 runs now. Higgins is in, bowls, Salmon's forward again, playing gently out on the leg side. And another over ticks by. Gloucestershire have delivered 4. There are 10 remaining in this evening session here at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan 5 for naught, 60 runs behind.
Yeah, so maiden from Ryan Higgins. Payne will continue. I wonder whether it'll just be these two or whether we'll see another seamer introduced. Matt Taylor and George Scott are 2 possibilities. If they bowl unchanged, it'll be a spell of 7 overs each. Here's Payne starting his 3rd. First ball is outside the off stump and left alone.
A few remarks through on Twitter. Nick Webb 2017, Lamb165 our addresses. Andy Ward ready and willing to start a rain dance if Glamorgan lose a wicket now. Roger Gibbons has an interesting selection about those suggestion about those lost overs, the covers being on between innings. Maybe there was a slight delay while the pitch was rolled, so it may have been lost time there.
In comes Payne, and almost played at that, Humphrey, but pulled out at the last moment.
And a good evening to Emir Evans, who said he's sat watching the rain fall through his office window in a very wet West Wales, enjoying the live stream and commentary. Here's to a nice quiet end to the day. Player Pompey says it's raining steadily in Hereford. Busy shredding in the office, praying the Glamorgan batsman will bat well and that my inquiries will turn into sales tomorrow. Good luck with that.
David Payne runs in, and again that's outside the off stump, left alone. Yeah, it's been raining in Birmingham as well because that's held up Somerset. Stumps there now. Warwickshire 104 for 6. Will Rhodes, the captain, the last man dismissed. They still trail by 188. So Somerset being forced to wait until tomorrow. Need to take 4 more wickets. The test match has ended in a draw. Still playing at Headingley. Derbyshire 172 for 5 in reply to Yorkshire's 400. Payne in, outside the off stump and left alone. Still playing at Hove. Sussex 51 for 1 in their second innings. They have a lead of 105. At Northampton, Worcestershire 171 for 5, lead by 178. Trentbridge, that's further behind. Lancashire 91 for 4 in reply to Notts 472. Payne is in, and there's a play and a miss from Humphrey. Just a slanting across him. And a couple more to tell you about Canterbury. Kent trading by 123, 146 for 5 in their first innings. And Hampshire have eked out a 5-run lead at Arundel, 177 for 2. And play called off for the day a while ago at Grace Road. is outside the off stump and left alone. In the play that has been possible there, Durham reached 250 for 7. So the end of another over, another maiden over. 5 without loss. All those 5 to Nick Selman.
Back to the scoring rates of the beginning of the Gloucestershire innings today, when they were a runner ball for the first hour and a bit, and the start of the Glamorgan first innings yesterday, when they were a run and a half and over for a while. Glamorgan just clinging on. No wickets down as yet. Higgins in to bowl to Selman, who will get a single down to deep backward square off a thickish inside edge. Higgins probing away. Humphrey yet to get off the mark. 12 in the first innings, hasn't got past 20 so far. So, as we've been saying, these two really in need of a score on both a personal and a team basis. Higgins bowls, Humphrey is hit on the pad, he's miles forward, and there is no response from umpire Evans. I'm not sure that umpire Evans could decently have given that, given that Humphrey was, what, a couple of metres outside his batting crease?
He was statuesque. Had a word or two with Round Higgins, maybe to say why.
As Higgins is in to bowl, and Humphrey will get off the mark there, just angling that one down for a single between slips and gully. Well, I think the main reason is the batsman was so far down the wicket, and the umpire couldn't decently give a decision either way. Seven without loss. Higgins to Selman, who struck on the pad.
Again, he was forward.
Not much of an appeal from Ryan Higgins on that occasion, and I think a little grin on his face as he turned to umpire Evans and knew that was optimistic.
All good-humoured stuff.
But Higgins will be encouraged by striking the pads of both batsmen. 7 without loss, in he comes, bowls to Selman and beats him. Selman, as in the first innings, is looking a little bit precarious. Flirted with the edge of the bat a number of times before he was dismissed. Caught a second slip in the first dig.
Yeah, and the runs he has on the board haven't been off the middle so far in this innings. Boundary off the inside edge.
As the sunshine disappears and Higgins in to bowl, Selman leaves. Ball safely into the gloves of Gareth Roderick behind the stumps. 7 for naught Glamorgan. 6 overs completed, 8 to go of the evening's entertainment. And we know what 6 overs means by now, don't we, dear listener? Sanitisation time.
Yes, we've had a few of them today as well.
Players trooping halfway towards the pavilion, which is only occupied by a few spare squad members and a steward next to the players' gate. Coaching staff. Very few Glamorgan employees on the ground. Cloudy overhead now. 7 without loss. Light just starting to dip a little bit, but certainly no reason to go off at the moment.
There's always the floodlights option as well.
There is.
I wonder whether that will come into play. Just 8 overs left.
12th man troop off. And Glamorgan try to battle their way through another half hour of cricket. Gloucestershire looking for a breakthrough or two before the close. 58 runs the Glamorgan deficit at the moment.
So David Payne's going to continue from the River Taff end, and first ball of new over is left alone by Charlie Humphrey. Outside is off stump. 3 slips, poised in readiness for an edge, as well as the keeper Gareth Roderick, Chris Dent, the skipper of course, and George Hankins, Tom Lace. Playing a miss here from Humphrey. One eludes his outside edge.
Mohammed Rizwan was man of the match between England and Pakistan. England's scorecard will go down as 110 for 4 declared. Declared just to get off early. Ollie Pope was the last wicket. Leg before to Yasir Shah for 9. Joe Root was not out 9. Joss Butler not out 0.
Payne in. Humphrey gets full bat on this and defends it. Goes out to Graham Van Buren at cover. So very full day's cricket, just edging towards its conclusion now. 6 overs bowled so far in the Glamorgan second innings. This is turned to leg by Humphrey. No run. 7 without loss. The Gloucestershire lead now reduced to 58.
You're still overnighting in Cardiff, or are you back home to Bristol tonight?
Overnighting here. As Payne gets the ball back. On his way in to bowl to Humphrey, who drives back to the bowler. Yeah, maybe walk back through the park again. Very pleasant.
It is usually a pleasant enough walk down the Taff Trail. As long as you watch out for cyclists, because there are lots of those around at times. Kieran Bull is probably the Glamorgan night watchman, I would imagine, should one be required.
This one from Payne is pushed for a single out to mid-wicket. Ben Charlesworth, the fielder, has to do a bit of chasing. So Humphrey keeps the strike at the end of the over. He goes to 2. And the total to 8 without loss.
Just the second run off David Payne. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 2. Higgins 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 6. If you are just joining us for the first time today, as we go on late into the evening, Glamorgan were bundled out this morning, resuming on 80 for 5. David Payne got a 5 for as they were dismissed for just 116. Inside the first hour, Dan Douthwaite top scored with 30 not out. Then Gloucestershire in turn dismissed for 181. Ryan Higgins 48, Tom Lace 42 on debut, Graham Van Buren 32. The only contributors of any significance. Higgins bowls and Humphrey will get runs here, a couple of them down to third man off the angled bat. Graham Wagg 3 for 38 was Glamorgan's most successful bowler. Marchant Stelanger bowled well, 2 for 31, as did Tim van der Hoogten 2 for 24 before going off with a dislocated finger which needed a hospital visit. 1 wicket for Dan Douthwaite, a couple for Kieran Bull as well. Higgins into Humphrey, who's beaten by that one. Roderick standing up to the stumps takes it. 10 for naught. Glamorgan trail by 55 runs.
Yeah, Roderick up to the stumps for the first time this innings. It's a ploy he uses quite regularly, more often than not, to draw the batsman back into his crease.
Yes, Humphrey was batting a yard or so down the track, wasn't he, earlier on? In comes Higgins to bowl to Humphrey, who's beaten with a ball that he chased a little bit. Didn't really need to play that one. Through to Roderick. A rueful grin from the Gloucestershire keeper. Helmeted, of course. Standing up to the stumps. Cry of "here we go" from somewhere in the slip cordon to encourage Ryan Higgins. 5 saving the single, 3 slips and a leave from Humphrey outside off stump. The ball thudding through into the gloves of Roderick quite audibly even from this distance.
Yes, that's what he should have done to the previous delivery. It was very similar.
Gloucestershire probing away, looking for that vital breakthrough. And the cliche one brings 2. Higgins to Humphrey on leg stump. Played gently to mid-on. And there's no run. As in the first innings, Gloucestershire seam bowling is really on the mark so far, isn't it?
Yep.
Nothing loose to allow the batsman to get away, to release the pressure.
Yeah, these two have both settled into the groove early on.
Higgins is in, bowls, and forward comes Humphrey, playing defensively on the leg side. The Gloucestershire fielders hurry round between overs. Their over rate is positive, so they don't need too much in the way of hurry. Glamorgan at 10 for naught off 8 overs, and they have 6 further overs to face tonight.
Yeah, so they're still 55 behind, but you can tell from the way these two batsmen are playing the situation that they're intent on survival. They're not worrying about runs at all. Just want to be there at stumps. Payne is going to continue.
Not for the first time the word attritional springs to mind.
In he comes, and this is off the outside edge. It's fielded by Scott at point.
Humphrey dominating the strike in those first 8 overs, faced 30 deliveries to Salmon's 18.
Salmon, who's on strike now, to Payne, who's on his way. Bowls, and that is played with an angled bat down to third slip, where it's fielded by Lace.
Deadest of dead bats from Salmon, just stunning it down into the ground.
In comes Payne, and Salmon will get runs in front of the wicket here as he pushes that one out to mid-wicket. He'll pick up 2.
Just the hint of a hesitation as they turned for the second, but realising that Charlesworth didn't quite have the ball in his grasp by the time they turned. It's a fairly agonising last few overs from the Welsh perspective, aren't they?
But they've survived 8 of them over halfway, as Payne is in, and Salmon pushes that out to square leg. Charlesworth into field, no run.
Van Buren has been brought into a shortish mid-wicket in, I think, a catching position, just in case Salmon doesn't control one of those trademark leg side punches.
And bearing in mind that there's no aggression about the batting of either of these two. Just want to stay there. This is driven up to mid-off by Selman. No run. Looks like it's Jack Taylor fielding at mid-off, number 10 on his shirt. Maybe we have a substitute. As Payne comes in outside the off stump and left alone.
There's still plenty of bounce in the Gloucestershire field as they field for the second time today. Quickly round, wanting to keep pressure on these Glamorgan opening batsmen.
Yeah, he's going off, Jack Taylor, because the man he replaced is back on again. He's trying to identify who it is.
Taylor going to sit down in the front row of the stand.
Anyway, back to full complement.
Away to our left. Higgins, medium pace, right arm bowls. Hemphrey leaves to the usual chorus of excitement, genuine or manufactured, behind the stumps. Higgins is grinning away to himself. He's enjoying the joust, even though he hasn't yet got the breakthrough. But certainly is seeing enough to give him hope there. Hemphrey, 4 not out, on strike, and that one down leg side. Someone trying to Hemphrey tried to work it, didn't get anything on it. Through to Roderick and Gloucestershire. Nice to see smiles on the faces of the Gloucestershire fielders, even at the end of a long day's action, because players making the most of this short season. Higgins in to bowl to Hemphrey, who's forward and then leaving. And as soon as Gareth Roderick has retreated to stand back again, Hemphrey has come to bat out of his crease again to try and cut down the angles.
Yeah, it's Matt Taylor who went off briefly, so Jack doing his brother a favour by standing in for him for an over. Wonder whether we'll see Matt Taylor bowl this evening. Only 5 overs remaining, including this one.
As Higgins in to bowl to Hemphrey, who plays out on the offside, and there's no run. I suppose a brief absence from the field might, apart from the obvious convenient reasons, mean that players changing boots to put on his bowling boots. Matt Taylor and David Payne, 2 left armers, did much of the work from the River Taff end in the first Glamorgan innings. As Higgins bowls outside off stump, and Roderick can't take cleanly the ball, running down into the slips. Fielded by Lace, no run. 12 without loss, as one of the floodlights has just started flickering into life, on the floodlight pylons to be more accurate. Way to our right. Higgins to Hemphrey, who drives back to the bowler. Fields in his follow three, feigns to throw the stumps down. Hemphrey had not really moved. 12 for naught Glamorgan, 53 runs in arrears.
Yes, the one over our left is powering up as well. Whereas one of the pylons at the far end is proving rather laggardly.
Needs another 10 pence in the meter.
So we're going to have a change at the River Taff end. Josh Shaw is coming on in place of David Payne, so he's got the chance to bowl a couple of overs this evening. I wonder whether it'll be a double change. 5 overs each, bowled by the 2 new ball bowlers. Shaw will be bowling to Nick Selman. In, and oh, he plays and misses at that one, outside the off stump. Goodness me, he's living a charmed life. Had the slips, heart leaping again. And Shaw tries once more, and this is pushed out to Scott at point, no run. Cries of come on boys from fielders. Gloucestershire strive for the breakthrough. Hasn't come yet, 12 without loss. Shaw in again and outside the off stump, left alone. I wonder whether we have a broken down set of floodlights, because 3 sets are shining brightly. No response yet from the 4th.
No response from my laptop at the moment, which is not a great time of day.
Shaw bowls outside the off stump again, left alone by Selman. No, that's an awkward time for that to happen.
I think we got it back again. Just a brief loss of internet signal somehow.
As Shaw turns at the end of his run. And Selman does get full bat onto that, pushes it out to Scott at point. You can see the shadows that the players are casting now in consequence of those floodlights. Here is Shaw, and Selman defends again up to mid-off this time to complete the over. Still 12 without loss. That was a maiden for Shaw to start with. So it's going along very quietly to its conclusion, this 3rd day of this Bob Willis Trophy encounter between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire.
And that will definitely suit Glamorgan as they look to get through 14 overs of their 2nd innings unscathed. They have managed 11 of that. We'll need to get that floodlight fixed, as that is outside off stump and allowed to go through. First ball of Higgins over to Humphrey, with the T20 upon us on Thursday of next week. And there will be a 1-day gap between the scheduled end of round 4 of the Bob Willis Trophy and the T20. Higgins in, bowls, hits Humphrey on the pad, big appeal. Jeff Evans not interested.
Actually put his hands behind his back.
Yes, we could get an early view of his decision there, couldn't we? As Humphrey went pushing forward, maybe just sliding down leg, but loud appeal from both bowler, keeper and Slipcourton. Reasons for encouragement, as Humphrey is forward, driving, but not powerfully enough to beat the infield Painfields at mid-on, and there is no run. You would imagine that Kieran Bull would be padded up, ready for night watchman duty now. Were Glamorgan to lose a wicket at this late stage of the day. Come on, Higgy boy, is the message, as in comes Ryan and beats Hemfrey, who's coming forward to that, but was a little bit off balance when he got to that one. Trying to put the bowler off his length is Charlie Hemfrey. He is stuck on 4. He's been in there some 41 minutes at the moment. And it is tough going for Glamorgan. Higgins in, bowls tucked away by Hemfrey, 2 mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder. Charlesworth fields, no run, 12 for naught, 12 overs gone. Oh no, it's not the end of the over, apologies. So there's a bit of movement in the field. Higgins, decent day with the bat, top score of 48. Can he add to that with the ball? Forward comes Hemfrey, who is miles down the pitch by the time he plays those defensive shots. That is the end of the over. 12 for naught, off 12. 2 to go.
And one of them will be bowled by Josh Shaw. Presumably Higgins will bowl through now with only 1 over potentially remaining for him. So survival thus far for the Glamorgan opening batsman. Can Josh Shaw make a last moment contribution? Bowls, and Selman will pick up runs here, at least 2 of them. He's going to get 4 in fact. Got that behind square on the leg side. Over the rope it goes. So Selman goes into double figures. He's on 12. 16 without loss, Glamorgan. The lead down to 49 for Gloucestershire. So maybe that'll give a little bit of a boost to Nick Selman's confidence as Shaw runs in to bowl to him again, and that is left, I think. Just pulled the bat inside the line, let it go through to Roderick. So delivery's ticking down now.
Yes, boys. Yes, Alfred.
This is the penultimate over of the day.
Remember, Alfred.
As Shaw comes in and Salmon leaves that.
Good, Alfred.
Shaw kicks away a bit of loose earth from popping crease.
Come on, boys.
Clock ticking up to 7. As Shaw runs in towards us again. Is that a catch? Not, didn't quite carry. It was going between Hankins and Dent. I think that it... Oh, maybe it was a chance. No, taken on the half volley.
Half volley by Hankins, yeah.
Well taken, in fact.
Yep.
They're awkward, those.
Yeah, difficult to get your hand in the right place, isn't it, as you naturally try and scoop it forward.
Shaw tries again. And there's a single here for Selman. Fortunate to get away with that outside edge off the previous delivery, as now got up to the non-striker's end. So it's up to Charlie Hemphrey to negotiate the remainder of this over. Here is Shaw. Bowling to Hemphrey, who gets that off the outside edge down to third man. There are 3 fielders in pursuit of it. It will be pulled in. Chris Dent, I beg your pardon, Tom Lace is the first there to put it in, and they take a couple. 19 without loss. Gloucestershire lead down to 46. And just the 1 over remaining.
Yeah, there's a lot to get in the match report from today's players now to try and make sense. As we go into the last day, 19 for naught. 46 runs behind Glamorgan. Higgins will continue from this end, and that's run away off a thickish edge by Selman, possibly deliberately, down towards the third man boundary, and that will be 4 runs. As Glamorgan move on to 23 without loss. So since we're in the last over, it was just an angled bat guided wide of third slip. Well played, Nick Selman on that occasion. 23 for naught, 42 in arrears. And Night Watchman can get his pads off, because if a wicket falls now, it will be the end of the day's play. Selman on 17. Higgins in, bowls, outside off stump. Roderick takes no shot played. It's been a close struggle, hasn't it, in a low-scoring game. Gloucestershire doing a little bit better with the bat, with the 40s from Higgins and Lace, which was more than anything Glamorgan managed to produce, but Glamorgan stuck to their task well with the ball. As Higgins bowls and Selman plays defensively on the leg side. Wag 3 wickets, always competitive. Marchant de Lange and Tim van der Hoogten 2 apiece, although Glamorgan were left short of bowling, with van der Hoogten going off with that dislocated finger. And the fact that he went to hospital means that it obviously wasn't the simple, if painful, job that it sometimes is. Higgins in to bowl, outside off stump. Roderick doesn't take cleanly as Selman plays no shot. Gloucestershire will have something of the upper hand going into the final day. They look to be the only side who would be capable of forcing a win unless something remarkable happens.
Yeah, but Glamorgan, if they can get through the remainder of this over, will feel that they've dented Gloucestershire's victory chances.
Higgins bowls, Selman leaves outside off stump. Some Welsh football news. Liverpool defender Nico Williams has signed a 5-year deal with the Premier League champions. That's breaking football news. Good place to be, I would imagine, for a young player. Higgins is into bowl, allowed to go through by Selman, outside off stump. That is the end of the day's play, and job done for Glamorgan as they reach safety at the end of it. 23 for naught, still 42 runs behind, but they've batted through 14 overs, which was a testing little spell, Stephen Lamb.
Yeah, indeed, and well batted. Nick Selman in particular struggling early on to find the middle of the bat, finishing up on 17 not out. Charlie Hemphrey on 6, and as you say, that lead of 65 as it was initially has been dented a little as the hover cover comes back out again, the 2 umpires heading off. well batted Ryan Higgins and Tom Lace. Neither of them could reach a half century, but both got close, both got into the 40s. Graham Van Buren as well made 32. Those were the outstanding contributions. Then the wickets shared between Graham Wagg, who took 3, Tim van der Goten, who took 2 before he dislocated a finger, 2 for De Lange and 2 in the end for Bull as well. So final day tomorrow, and well, Gloucestershire, as you said, Nick, are probably the only side with any chance of winning this game, but it could be hard work for them tomorrow in getting to that. 23 without loss, Glamorgan in their second innings at stumps. They trail by 42.
Thanks very much indeed to Stephen Lamb, and he and I will be back with you a couple of minutes before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for the final day of this game on the BBC Sport website and app, and indeed via the Glamorgan commentary stream as well. Glamorgan 23 for naught in their second innings, trailing Gloucestershire by 42 runs overnight. From Sophia Gardens, good night, no star.